Robert inhaled deeply, his eyes scanning the arsenal laid before him. The weapons gleamed under the forge's fiery glow, their runic inscriptions not yet active. He was used to adapting to whatever weapon was handed to him, never once considering what he truly wanted. Now, given the freedom to choose, he found himself at a loss. The runesmith, arms crossed, observed him with an impatient smirk. "Come now, lad. You look like a man who's swung a blade his whole life. Surely you have a preference." Robert exhaled, letting his mind settle as he approached the weapon racks. His hands hovered over several swords, feeling their weight without lifting them. Each blade was expertly crafted, though not quite something a Tier 3 class holder would use. Nevertheless, they were at the pinnacle of Tier 2 his current rank. Some of the runes shimmered softly, but they seemed unfinished, waiting to be completed by a runesmith's hand. He was beginning to understand what this ascension trial was all about, and he wasn't sure if he was prepared for it. He had trained with various weapons, always using whatever was handed to him. While he had settled on swords, there wasn't a particular type he couldn't wield. Before him lay blades of all shapes and sizes, long, short, curved, and even massive, super heavy ones. In the corner, he spotted something that looked more like a sharpened slab of metal, too big to be called a sword but not entirely useless. Swords had their pros and cons. They were often seen as finesse weapons, which weren't particularly effective against heavily armored opponents. In the past, he had found himself using a long sword against heavily armored monsters. The blade was ineffective at cutting through their armored shells or thick hides. The only way forward was to use the tip and attempt to thrust at a weakened area like the underbelly or eyes. However, once he grew stronger and was able to wield heavier and enchanted swords, the possibilities broadened. With a sword that had enough mass, it was possible to use it as a bashing weapon. While it still failed to produce the small area damage of an axe, with enough weight and the right timing, he could mitigate its weaknesses. Even so, everything depended on his opponent. At this moment, it seemed he would be facing another knight in combat, but this did not mean he would not encounter monsters. These ascension trials were often unpredictable, and without any knowledge of his next opponent, he needed to choose something universal. A weapon that was neither too long nor too short, neither too light nor too heavy. This one should do. "Do you have any shields?" After walking around, Robert finally selected one of the heavier longswords. It provided enough reach, and the increased weight would help him against heavily armored enemies. With his strength, he could wield it easily, likely the heaviest weapon he could manage with one hand while carrying a shield. Though he was a sword expert, he was still a knight and could not forget what made him strong. Shields and heavy armor were staples of a knight's arsenal, so he needed to balance his new weapon with proper defensive measures. I've got shields of all shapes and sizes. Just pick one and choose the enchantment." Robert glanced to the side where the Bernier look-alike pointed to. There he saw an assortment of shields and armor, all that he had to pick out to fit him personally. Luckily, the armor seemed to be tailor-made for his body, which would save him a lot of time. Robert took a steady breath and reached out to select a shield from the assortment laid before him. The shield carried its own set of runic inscriptions which also seemed to be dormant. "This one. Ah, great choice, a heater shield. It has a great balance between defense and mobility. As for the armor, we'll go with the full plate armor, that one looks promising." The runesmith grinned, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand before nodding approvingly at Robert's selections. The chosen heater shield was medium-sized, practical, and adorned with delicate runic etchings along its rim, while the full plate armor gleamed under the forge's warm glow, its polished surface hinting at superior craftsmanship. It was made from some heavy slabs of metal but still wasn't the heaviest from the assortment here. "Fine choices," the runesmith said, already moving to his workbench. "Now, the real question, Sir Knight, what enchantments do you desire?" Robert hesitated for a moment, the weight of the decision settling upon him. He tried to recall the names of various enchantments he had used in his life. Usually, he chose something practical, like an enchantment that kept the blade sharp. Even if it chipped, he could activate it to deliver a devastating slashing attack. For the shield, he typically relied on a standard mana shield, which synergized well with knightly blocking techniques. There were also elemental runic effects that could imbue a weapon with fire or even lightning magic. Should I go with lightning runes? They should be effective against knights in heavy armor, but will my opponent also use rune magic? Should I ask the runesmith to add elemental protection to my shield? He continued to ponder the possibilities and realized he should gather more information. The runesmith here seemed fairly standard, not like his brother, who could cram multiple enchantments into a single piece of equipment. Typically, the limit was 1 or 2 enchantments. He was working with Tier 2 gear, and he knew that if the enchantment was too powerful, it would burn into the weapon, eventually destroying it with prolonged use. Runesmith, how many runes can you fit onto each piece? How many? Well, that depends. I could probably manage up to 4 lesser runic enchantments on a single piece, but it also depends on the size. For a sword and shield, I'd say 2 common runes each, and at most, 1 greater rune on the entire armor, but that comes at a cost. At a cost. The metal won't last long, and it won't be able to store more than 2, perhaps 3 charges before the runes stop working. Alright. He nodded at the dwarven man and continued to contemplate. He was familiar with the charge system used in runic equipment, but he wasn't sure if it was something he needed to worry about. Charges allowed him to conserve mana, which he could then use in other ways. While most of his skills relied on stamina, some required mana, so it was likely better to use charges and preserve his resources. Nevertheless, time was ticking, and he needed to make a decision. After considering his options, he chose to stick with the enchantments he was most familiar with, the ones that had carried him through his life. For now, they would have to do. For the sword, I want it to cut through armor efficiently while still retaining durability. I don't want something fragile that will break mid-battle. The runesmith nodded, reaching for pen and paper to jot down Robert's request. A rune that enhances sharpness and durability should do the trick. I'll use the strongest ones you can fit. Robert didn't need anything flashy. With all his combat skills already maxed out, it was best to focus on support-type runes that would keep his weapon intact and reliable. Without knowledge of his opponent, this was the safest choice. For his shield and armor, he leaned toward a defensive approach, opting for mana shields and runes that would grant him a burst of speed and strength when it was time to deliver the finishing blow. I see. I'll get right to it. Is something wrong? The runesmith glanced at his notes, his body language betraying a hint of hesitation. Something about Robert's choices or perhaps his descriptions didn't sit well with him. Robert wasn't a rune expert, so he simply described the enchantments he recalled using and the names they went by, without diving too deeply into specifics. Oh, don't worry Sir Knight, I'll provide the runes that best match your needs. Just give me some time. Robert nodded, stepping back as the runesmith turned to his forge. The rhythmic clang of hammer against metal resumed, filling the chamber with a steady cadence. Sparks flew as the runesmith worked with practiced precision, crafting runes into the steel with a combination of hard hammer blows and infusions of raw magic. The weapons and armor before Robert slowly transformed, taking on a glow of enchanted power. Suddenly, the world blurred before him and he felt like he was rooted in place. The runesmith's motions became faster and faster until he turned into a blur. He could see the sparks frozen midair, the glow of the forge stretching into streaks of light like falling stars. Then, everything snapped back into focus, and Robert found himself standing in front of the completed gear, his heart pounding as though only a second had passed. The runesmith stood before him, arms crossed, a smirk tugging at his lips. All done. How did? For a moment, he wanted to ask, but then he remembered that all of this was part of the Ascension trial, nothing more than an illusion. It seemed that after placing the order, time had flown by, bringing him to the moment when the gear was assembled. Robert hesitated before reaching out. The sword felt perfectly balanced in his grip, its weight familiar yet enhanced by the runic energy within the blade. The runes along its length flickered softly, confirming that the enchantments were active but stable. He turned to the shield next, running his fingers over the runic etchings on its surface, feeling the magic woven into the metal. Yet, while it was a finely crafted weapon, he noticed it was not quite up to par with what he had in mind. Something was missing. Now then, you have your equipment, Sir Knight. I wish you luck. The runesmith spoke, and before Robert could respond, he heard someone call out from behind him. Sir Robert, it's time. We need to get ready. It was a young man, someone who fit the description of a squire. Like the others in this illusion, he resembled someone from Robert's past, an old servant from the Arden estate who had once helped him don his armor and had also been his squire in the previous ascension ritual. Robert took a final glance at his newly acquired equipment, nodding slightly to himself before turning to face the squire. The young man's expression was urgent, and it seemed that this was the true beginning of the trial, the duels. Lead the way. Robert said, adjusting his grip on the sword as he followed the squire who took the rest of the equipment out of the forge room. The squire guided him outside, and they walked toward the justing arena he had previously seen from within the castle. Now that he was here, he could fully appreciate the grandeur of the architecture. It was truly a grand castle, the kind a duke might call home. Around him, people gathered, many cheering as if he were the champion destined for victory. Soon, he arrived at the arena, a vast colosseum-like structure lined with banners and emblems he did not recognize. Yet, despite their unfamiliarity, they all shared a clear runic theme. Before stepping onto the field, he was guided to a separate room, where his squire assisted him in donning his new plate mail armor. In front, he had a mirror showcasing his current appearance. The plate mail shone with a brilliance, and his sword, now alive with steady runic light, lay ready at his side. In that moment, he saw someone that he could become, a great knight. But, is this truly the best choice? For a moment, he hesitated before stepping out. He still wasn't sure if this was the right class for him or if he should take his chances with the other runic door by failing this trial. His opponents would need to prove their skill before he could decide. After all, if the enemies were difficult to defeat, then the class was worth keeping. His squire followed him until they reached the final corridor. Stopping just before the exit, the young man wished him luck. With a final breath, Robert stepped forward, emerging into the arena to the deafening cheer of the onlookers. "Sir Robert! It's the champion! Long live the champion!" He was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming applause of the illusionary crowd. This was the first time he could recall receiving so much positive attention. The armored man who was his lord was seated above everyone else, looking down on everyone as if he were a king. The lord-like figure rose from his elevated seat. His voice carried clearly over the roar of the crowd as he addressed the assembled warriors. "Champions, today you stand on the threshold of destiny. Sir Robert, your courage and perseverance have led you to this moment. Let your skill and honor shine forth as you face the challenges ahead." His words carried a strange aura, leaving little doubt that this trial was of utmost importance. Almost immediately, a hush fell over the arena. From the side entrance, a distinguished figure emerged. His silvered hair and kind yet stern eyes recalled memories of long-ago lessons at the Knight Academy Robert attended. The man moved with long calm strides, and he had an air of strength and experience. Soon, the man who resembled his old sword instructor stood before him. He inclined his head respectfully toward Robert and spoke in a measured tone. "Sir Robert, I have watched your progress with great interest. Today, I offer you the first test of your resolve." Robert felt his pulse quicken as he tightened his grip on his enchanted sword. The weight of the moment pressed upon him, and every eye in the arena watched with anticipation. The lord-like figure stood still, his expression hidden beneath the heavy armor he wore, unreadable. The air vibrated with the promise of an honorable contest, but Robert knew better than to expect such a thing. This was an ascension trial. The opponents he faced were not real, and he had to be prepared for anything, even for so-called honorable knights to fight dirty. The other man closed his visor and lowered his stance. Robert's eyes narrowed as he took in the details of his opponent's gear. The silvered helmet and heavy breastplate were etched with intricate symbols that glowed in a deep, unfamiliar red hue. He noted that the runes on the man's shield and sword pulsed, revealing symbols. Their designs were somewhat familiar, but he didn't have enough experience to pinpoint the exact enchantment he was going against. The more he stayed here, the more he realized that this test might be more about the runes than his skills as a knight, or perhaps a combination of both. The two knights circled each other in the center of the arena, each testing the other with measured movements. The opponent struck first, lunging forward with a swift thrust that Robert met by deflecting the blow with his shield. Metal rang out as the clash echoed across the Colosseum. Robert felt a distinct surge of energy with every hit the other man delivered. The runes on his adversary's sword shimmered with every movement, sending ripples of magical force into the air. Robert countered with a series of calculated strikes. His blade met the enchanted steel of his opponent's weapon, and the impact resonated through his arms. He tried to gauge the unpredictable nature of the runic magic. Each blow from the enemy carried a mysterious weight that made Robert uncertain of his victory. Their swords exchanged blows in a rhythmic dance, the sound of clashing metal and crackling energy rising above the murmurs of the watching crowd. He is anything but weak, and this is just the first opponent. As the duel continued, Robert focused on every detail. The stranger's technique was fluid and precise, and the enchantments seemed to enhance his fighting style. It became clear that with each activation of the enchantment his opponent was becoming faster, focusing on making his speed his strength. Robert, on the other hand, had decided to go with an all-rounder approach and was holding a more defensive stance, a part of his tactic to let the man use up his enchantment charges before going for a counterattack. He shifted his stance, adopting a more defensive approach. His opponent pressed forward, hammering down with relentless strikes, each one testing the limits of Robert's enchanted shield. The runes on his sword flickered slightly as he finally saw a chance to fight back. With a sharp exhale, Robert deflected another heavy strike and twisted his blade to catch his opponent off guard. He sidestepped, shifting his weight to the left, then delivered a powerful riposte aimed at the exposed side of his enemy's torso. His opponent, reacting with remarkable agility, managed to raise his shield just in time, but Robert had anticipated this. Using the momentum of his attack, he slammed his shield forward, forcing his enemy to stumble backward. For a brief moment, Robert caught a glimpse of the runes etched into his opponent's armor. They flared brightly, absorbing the impact and dispersing the force before the knight could fully lose his balance. Robert's eyes narrowed at the enchantment he did not fully understand. It seemed that this fight would take a lot longer than he had expected. The duel reached a turning point as Robert fought with every ounce of strength. His eyes narrowed when he noticed his opponent overextending during a powerful attack. In that split second his mind raced and he calculated his next move precisely. Though his body trembled from fatigue and his enchanted sword flickered with weakened runic energy, he seized the moment. He shifted his weight and redirected his momentum into a cunning counter. With a swift, deliberate thrust his blade found a gap in the enemy's defense. His opponent staggered, his guard collapsing under the force of Robert's calculated strike. "I yield." Robert slowly lowered his sword as his opponent sank to his knees in surrender. The arena erupted in thunderous applause that reverberated off the stone walls. His calculated strikes had drained the magic from his enchanted blade, and he could sense the runic charges diminishing to nearly half their original strength. His breathing came in heavy bursts, and his limbs ached with exhaustion. Yet he still managed to secure a victory over this very powerful knight, something he was proud of. In the sudden quiet that followed the enemy's capitulation, Robert allowed himself a brief moment to gather his wits. The cheering of the crowd filled the vast Colosseum, yet the harsh reality of the Ascension trial pressed upon him. This was not his only opponent. The Lord raised his hand and everything went quiet as he spoke. "You did well with your first opponent, my champion, but this is just the beginning." He took a moment to regain his stamina as his previous opponent bowed before the Lord and slowly walked out. His squire appeared before him, guiding him to a shaded part of the arena and offering him a chair. "Congratulations, Sir Robert." "Yet. Squire, how long do I have before my next opponent arrives?" "Oh, around 10 minutes. I see." He glanced down at the shimmering runes along his sword and shield, their gentle glow now a fainter. The battle had been taxing, and the toll on his body was apparent. His arms ached from the repeated clashes, and his legs burned from the constant movement. In total, he had expended nearly half of his runic charges, and the next fight loomed closer with each passing second. The squire stood beside him, eyes wide with admiration. "Sir Robert, do you require anything? Water, perhaps? Or should I inspect your armor? You don't happen to have any recovery potions on you?" "Ah, yes, here." The squire took out 3 potions, one red, another blue, and an orange one. Robert knew what the colors meant, but before drinking, he asked, "Are there any more, or is this all?" "This is all that the Lord has provided us with, Sir Robert. Put them away for now. I should be able to recover without them." Though exhausted, his stamina and mana were recovering rapidly. He had gained passive skills to aid him in such situations, and it was clear these potions were meant for critical injuries, not the start of battle. He also didn't know how many opponents he would face or whether the competition would last a single day or multiple. There was a chance that unused potions would be added to a future supply, so he couldn't afford to use them carelessly. He got around 10 minutes to rest before the doors on the opposite side of the arena opened to reveal his next opponent. His body ached, but he knew that he needed to conserve the recovery potions. Robert rose to his feet as his next opponent entered the arena. This warrior was different from the last, taller, broader, with an aura of raw menace. His armor was thicker, covered in crude but effective runes that pulsed with a dull red glow. A jagged great sword rested on his shoulder, its runes crackling with barely contained energy. The moment the battle began, Robert was on the defensive. His opponent was relentless, each strike shaking his shield and testing his endurance. The runes on the great sword enhanced its weight and cutting power, forcing Robert to maneuver carefully. He countered where he could, but every move drained his remaining runic charges. Minutes passed in a brutal exchange of blows. Robert fought while waiting for the moment to strike. Finally, his opponent overextended, swinging the great sword too wide. Seizing the opportunity, Robert ducked low and drove his sword into the warrior's exposed side. The runes on both his blade and armor flared as he pushed forward, forcing his enemy to his knees. The warrior grunted, gripping his side, before finally lowering his weapon in defeat. The arena roared in approval. Robert exhaled sharply, feeling the last traces of his runic charges flicker and fade. He had won, but at great cost. As the next break was called, Robert slumped onto the chair. His squire approached, concern etched on his face. "Sir Robert, you're wounded." Robert looked down. Blood seeped through the cracks in his armor. His left arm was sluggish, the pain dull but constant. The shield he used had been bent from the repeated heavy attacks and his arm also suffered. He could probably endure the pain, but with more battles ahead, this injury would probably cost him this trial. "Hand me the red potion." The squire hesitated before passing it over. Robert uncorked it and downed the bitter liquid in one go. Warmth spread through his body, his wounds closing and strength returning. He flexed his fingers. Not perfect, but much better. The respite was short-lived. Another opponent entered the arena, this one wielding twin blades enchanted with speed and precision. Robert barely had time to regain his footing before the next battle began. The fighting blurred into a desperate struggle. He won his third duel, but only barely. By the fourth, exhaustion weighed on him like iron shackles. His movements slowed, his instincts dulled. His opponents grew fiercer, their attacks more unpredictable. His shield cracked under a devastating blow, his sword heavy in his hands. Then, his final challenger arrived. A towering knight clad in black armor strode forward, wielding a massive two-handed greatsword, similar to the one he saw back at the rune forge. The air around him trembled with dark energy, and the runes on his weapon burned with an ominous glow. The crowd fell silent. This was perhaps the final test. Robert gritted his teeth, raising his sword in defiance as he charged forward, but then... Robert jerked awake, his body sprawled on cold stone as reality pressed in. His eyes fluttered open to the soft glow of runic light and the gentle murmur of a familiar voice. Lucille knelt beside him, her eyes full of concern. "Robert, you are safe now. I am here with you." He attempted to rise, but his limbs trembled, and he sank back as memories of the illusory trial flooded his mind. The vivid images of clashing swords and glowing runes felt all too real. His heart pounded with the residue of battle, and a cold sweat clung to his skin as if he had truly died in that ascension ritual. The sensation of defeat and rebirth lingered, but soon the memories started fading, just like the last time he failed to complete his trial. Everything became cloudy and he could barely remember what had transpired once he went through that door. "Breathe, Robert, breathe. Increased heart rate detected, caution is advised." Lucille gently pressed her hand to his cheek, trying to get him to calm down. Sebastian on the other hand was already examining his body through the various sensors inside this underground workshop. Robert's gaze focused on Lucille's gentle, reassuring eyes as his senses slowly returned. The cold stone beneath him and the soft magical light reminded him that he was indeed back in the real world. The vivid memories of clashing swords and glowing enchantments began to recede like a fading dream, leaving behind the raw ache of battle and the lingering taste of defeat. I failed. It's fine, most people fail the first time around." Lucille knelt beside him, her hand warm against his cheek, urging him to take slow, deep breaths. In the quiet of the underground workshop, the rhythmic beeps from nearby display screens offered confirmation that he was right. Sebastian stood there in his new shell to confirm his examination. "Heart rate has returned to normal, rest is still advised." Robert's brows furrowed as he looked up at the strange humanoid golem staring down at him. Finally, he decided to get up from the ground. His body was drenched in cold sweat, and guilt weighed on him for making Lucille worry. However, what concerned him most was the trial he had just failed. He couldn't recall much, but one thing was clear: runes were involved, and the opponents he had faced were anything but normal. "I'm fine now. You need not worry. Teleportation gate activated. Please do not enter the gate chamber." Just as he was about to explain himself, he noticed a light emanating from the teleportation gate chamber. At the same time, Sebastian's voice rang out, warning them that someone was coming. Moments later, an armored figure stepped through the gate. His movements were calm as if he were merely taking a casual walk. His visor tilted slightly toward Robert, who had yet to fully recover from the fake death within the ascension ritual. "So, you attempted the ascension. How was it?" To his surprise, his younger brother immediately understood what had transpired. Before Robert could gather his thoughts and respond, he saw Roland reaching out toward his head. "Wait, don't answer yet." Robert stood rooted in place, caught off guard but not resisting. His trust in his brother was strong as he knew Roland wouldn't harm him. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation washed over his body as an aura of blue and gold surrounded him. The cold sweat that clung to his skin disappeared instantly, and a deep sense of calm settled over him. Even more surprising, the fading memories of the trial resurfaced, if only for a fleeting moment. "Quick, tell me everything, the trial, what you did, how it felt. Speak before you forget." Roland's hand moved from Robert's head to his shoulder as he maintained the strange recovery spell. It was clear what he was trying to achieve. After failing a trial, the memories would be mostly wiped to not gain an advantage for the next attempt. However, if he could remember even a fragment before it faded completely, his second attempt might succeed. After closing his eyes, he focused, trying to recall what had transpired. Most of it was lost, but one crucial detail remained: he had been forced to choose his runes for the coming battle, and every opponent he faced had wielded runic equipment. Robert told his brother everything he could remember, including the existence of other runic doors he could enter and a detailed description of his ascension ritual space. "I see, this must have been caused by the rune vassal title or the rune mastery skill. Perhaps both at once." Once Robert had listed everything he knew, Roland's hand left his shoulder. He seemed about to say something when Lucille suddenly pushed herself between them, her eyes gleaming with excitement. What was that runic spell? I have never witnessed such a combination. How did it restore Robert's memories of the Ascension trial? I've never heard of such a feat." "Ah." Roland flinched slightly but quickly composed himself, as if knowing that avoiding the question would only make Lucille press him further. "It's a special runic spell, yes. I developed it to restore memories after I failed my Tier 3 Ascension trial. It seems to have worked." "Seemed?" Robert narrowed his eyes at the wording, as it sounded as if his brother had just used him as a test subject. Before he could question him further, Roland continued, shifting the discussion to speculation about the Ascension ritual's true nature. "This new class seems to revolve around rune knowledge, and not just selecting the best runes for yourself, but also countering the runic equipment of your opponents." It didn't take long for Roland to identify the hidden pattern within the trial. He looked at Robert with steady eyes as he explained that the Ascension ritual was designed not only to test physical prowess but also to awaken a deeper understanding of runic magic. Robert absorbed his brother's words, realizing that the lingering ache in his body had almost entirely faded. Before he could dwell on it, Lucille interrupted once more, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Does that mean that to progress through this ascension, Robert will need to study runes?" A shiver ran down Robert's spine as he met Lucille's gaze. He knew all too well how obsessed she was with runes, and now that she understood the nature of his trial, it was clear she intended to take it upon herself to teach him. "Well, if what he says is true, it does seem that way," Roland admitted while pacing around the workshop and looking at the screens. He might have to try out various runes to find those that best complement his fighting style, while also learning to anticipate the combinations his enemies will use against him. Otherwise, he risks being caught off guard when the battle starts. But in the end, Roland trailed off, his glowing visor now fixed on Robert. He needs to make the choice for himself. "This new class seems promising, but do you truly wish to master it?" "What do you mean?" Roland took a breath before he continued. "You see, if you choose to embrace this new class, the runic equipment you wear will dictate much of your abilities. Without it, this class might not be able to reach its full potential. You will be at the mercy of the runesmith that creates your equipment." Robert nodded, but deep down, he knew that if Roland were to craft his armor and weapons, he would become much stronger. A knight class that could harness magical runes more effectively sounded powerful. Even if he had to rely on runic enchanted equipment, it was the best way to bridge the gap between himself and those with Aura Knight class's warriors far stronger than a regular champion. "Is it truly a bad idea?" "It depends," Roland said, crossing his arms. "If this class is what I suspect, then it might not be limited to just runic equipment. There's a chance it could be something greater, a fusion of runic mastery and knightly combat, something entirely new. If so, it might rival even champion and guardian classes without needing to depend entirely on runes." When Robert heard his theory, he nodded. If this class allowed him to be as strong as a sword champion even without him using any runic equipment, then there was no reason not to take it. The magical equipment would just be there to give him an edge over prodigies which were able to achieve prestige classes. So, there is no reason not to get it. Potentially. Roland nodded. But that would mean developing your understanding of runes far beyond just using equipment. You'd need to wield runic magic as naturally as an aura champion wields their aura. The question is, are you ready to take that path? He glanced at Lucille. The excitement in her eyes had faded, replaced by a more serious expression. You should think it through. There's no need to rush, she said while Robert fell into deep thought. The other doors likely led to easier paths, but he had no interest in taking the easy route. Even if it took days, weeks, months, or even a year, this class was his best chance to catch up to his brothers and, more importantly, to protect Lucille, the person he cherished most. No, I've already made my choice. He responded firmly and looked at both of them, the people who knew more about runes than anyone else he knew. Teach me. Ha, fine by me. Roland said, his facial expression hidden behind his helmet. But I'm a bit busy at the moment. Now that the gate is up and running, I need to prepare the one in the city. Lucille, why don't you start by teaching him the basics? I'll join you two later. He paced around the workshop, clearly preoccupied with his own work inside the dungeon. Still, he had agreed to help in his own way. Robert nodded at his words, and Lucille soon followed. Now, it was up to him to learn as much as possible before attempting the trial again. A rune champion, hey! Roland clasped his hands together in a cross pattern over his chest as he scanned the data projected onto his helmet display. He had just returned from the dungeon expedition after assembling the teleportation gate. While Agni, Armand, and the rest of the group remained in the dungeon, he was here to ensure the gate in the city was functioning properly. He did not want people traveling directly into his underground workshop, so the Union had been tasked with assembling one within Albrook. At the same time, he descended into the dungeon to serve as the main defender. The monsters there had mostly been defeated, and as long as no one entered the elemental temples, everything would be fine. Once he returned, Roland encountered his brother, Robert, undergoing his Tier 3 Ascension trial. In one of the levels of his workshop, he had created a special area for skill training, which Robert had been using to level up his Tier 2 skills. Roland wasn't sure what to expect from his older sibling, but he was pleasantly surprised by his unique class, which seemed to be a type of knight class focused on runic equipment. The trial description suggested that Robert would gain the ability to use runic equipment more efficiently. Roland knew well how powerful such equipment could become, especially if the user possessed the skills to reduce the mana required to activate runic components. He might be expecting a lot from me, would be best not to disappoint him. As he rode the elevator up, he thought about how his brother focused on this new class. It was clear that Robert only received it due to the vassal title and that he was expecting custom-made equipment in the future, something he would need to tackle if he made it through. I suppose, I will need to step up to that challenge. What type of runes are best for dueling that will fit him? Though he couldn't directly assist his brother during the Ascension trial, he could still guide him through it. His mind held the knowledge of a vast array of runic spells, along with techniques to customize them for more effective results. If he were the runesmith in the trial, he could likely craft something to overpower his enemies, but that wasn't the point. The trial required Robert to master the right combinations himself, and teaching him those would be no easy task. Robert was a traditional carrier knight, accustomed to relying on others, like his squire or whatever the military personnel had available, for his equipment. Only knight commanders enjoyed the privilege of requesting custom gear, and he hadn't yet attained that rank. The elevator doors slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a sprawling view of wind turbines scattered across his backyard. Without hesitation, he stepped out, heading into his home to grab a pencil and a notebook before making his way toward the city. As he walked, his hand moved swiftly, scribbling runes, sketches of armor, and designs for rune-covered swords. This should be helpful. His wrist moved rapidly as it became a blur as he tried to compile a guide. Every rune, every intricate curve, had been painstakingly rendered on the pages of his notebook. He had to think from the perspective of a knight, not a runesmith. There was a certain macro pattern to runic spells, and knowing the larger runic symbols would help Robert to identify what the enchantment was. It was clear that if he wanted to achieve that new class, he would need to know what he was dealing with during combat and be able to devise strategies to go against enchantments. This should do it. You there? Sir High Commander. Take this to my estate, it has to reach Sir Durandal's hands. As you command. He had taken a walk to the city and within half an hour filled out the 60-page notebook with all sorts of basic rune combinations and explanations. He could still do more, but this would be enough to keep Robert busy for a few days. Once done, he handed it over to one of the soldiers who sped off into the distance as if his life depended on it. Now then, I should get back to work. Roland stepped forward, his mithril boots clacking against the pavement as he approached a large, heavily guarded building. 2 guards pushed open the massive doors, while behind him towering stone walls hid what he was looking at. The structure was built from thick slabs of reinforced stone, further strengthened by layers of earth magic. Inside, his gaze immediately landed on the large circular gate at the center of the room, the one the Dwarven Union had been working to establish. The High Commander has finally graced us. I reckon we can begin. Brylvia stood waiting for him, large goggles strapped to her forehead as she waved him over. She had been tasked with assembling the gate while he was away. Thanks to the small loan Arthur had secured, they had managed to gather all the necessary materials in record time. The project had put the city deep into the red, but once the dungeon farm was operational, Roland believed they could recover their losses in less than half a year. Is it ready? Both of them nodded at each other and the final test began. Roland's gaze never left the large, circular structure as Brylvia activated the final sequence. The runes carved along its outer rim flared to life, each glowing rune feeding into a central cascade of light. Slowly, the heart of the gate transformed, what was once a cold, inert disk now rippled with a fluid, water-like surface of mana. It shimmered in hues of deep blue and silver, its movements flowing with grace before a burst of energy illuminated everything. He paused, mesmerized by the sight. Even though he had seen this phenomenon before, it was always a brilliant display of magical technology. Remarkable, it's always a sight to behold. He thought to himself while the dwarves scrambled around the gate, taking measurements to ensure its stability. He conducted his own scan and confirmed that everything was in order. The gate was connected to a large panel with a flat display, similar to the ones in his own workshop. On the screen, the operating system managed by Sebastian ran complex calculations. All rune signs operating at an acceptable rate. It's a success. Cheers erupted from the team involved in the project, their fists pumping the air in celebration. But Roland's eyes never left the gate. The massive, circular portal pulsed before him, signifying that a major phase of the project had been completed. Though this gate had been constructed from lesser materials and had a limited range, it was enough to initiate the second phase of their plan. Send the signal. His voice cut through the cheers, booming with authority. One of the dwarves at the console immediately straightened up, the excitement fading as everyone snapped back to work. The gate was now fully active, and soon, the first person stepped through. Why do I have to go first? I always lose to her, she must be cheating, but how? It was Armand, grumbling as he unwillingly tested the teleportation system. His presence on the other side confirmed their success. They could now transport people back and forth without leaving a trace. Without a visible trail of miners leading into the dungeon, no one would suspect what was happening. Now then, how much should we siphon without reporting it to the Duke? Arthur had grown comfortable living on the edge, knowing that to win the culling competition he would have to be discreet. Technically, the underground dungeon belonged to the Valyrian estate and the Adventurers Guild, meaning any operations conducted by the book would require splitting profits with both entities. However, with the guild masters' cooperation at a much smaller price, they could withhold a portion of their earnings. Best to spread it around. Some to trusted merchants, others to the Thieves' Guild. They have plenty of things we could trade for. Once we have enough, then we can start taxing it properly. This was a risky move, and they would need to remain vigilant against potential spies. Fortunately, the entire dungeon was under his control, as was the city itself. While he was not particularly fond of monitoring the entire territory along with its residents, he saw it as a necessary evil. Only through careful oversight could they protect everyone from spies and the abyssal cultists. Armand, there is more work to do, I need you to safeguard the next shipment. There is no rest for the handsome, is there? Armand shrugged and smiled as he headed out the door. Now that the initial expedition group could return, they would begin turning the entire level into a proper farming ground. They needed to transport all the turret parts, then clear out the 5 temples once again. Once that was done, Roland would finally face the boss chamber one more time before sending the dwarven miners to break through that strange wall. He did not know what lay behind it, but he was certain it was important. This might still take a while. I wonder if Robert will be able to rank up before then. His cooldown should be shorter than mine. So, this is a general flame rune, and this is a water rune, right? Ah, great! You're finally starting to get it, but this is just the beginning, so pay attention. Sure. While Roland continued his work, Robert was fully engrossed in his studies. Sitting before him was Lucille, the woman he adored most in this world. However, her usual warmth was replaced by a stern gaze. She had tied her hair into a ponytail and, for some reason, decided to wear glasses. In one hand, she held a stick, using it to point at the blackboard covered in notes and diagrams. Robert had been stuck here for several hours, and he was already questioning whether this new class was worth being bored to death. Hey, are you even listening? Why yes. Robert jumped up as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Meanwhile, Lucille continued smacking the blackboard, treating him as though he were her personal student. In her other hand, she held a notebook, the one that his brother had apparently prepared for his studies. There was a lot of material to cover, but if he wanted to advance to a Tier 3 class, this was likely a necessary step. Oh, look at the time. Why don't we take a small break? Fortunately, Lucille understood the importance of pacing things properly. They had moved from the underground workshop to their current living quarters within the city. Robert knew he couldn't impose on his brother forever, so they had chosen one of the better homes in the wealthier part of the city, near Arthur's estate. For now, he was still maintaining the facade of being one of Arthur's knights, but perhaps once he reached Tier 3, he would earn the rank of commander himself. The living quarters, elegant yet utilitarian, had been rearranged into a makeshift study. On a low oak table lay several pieces of metal, each meticulously inscribed with runes that glowed faintly under the soft lamplight. They were teaching aids made for him so that he could see the runes in action. What he needed to learn was to identify these larger structures properly, so when facing an armored opponent using these enchantments he would be ready to react instantly. For a moment, he wondered if all of this was worth the trouble. Perhaps it would be easier to pursue the path of a sword champion instead. The class still carried its own prestige, and he was not entirely certain he would remain in Albrook forever. Roland had given both of them the freedom to choose their own paths, and they were free to leave at any time. However, after watching his brother work tirelessly day and night, Robert felt a flush of embarrassment. He had always thought of himself as hard-working, but seeing Roland push himself without rest almost every day had ignited something in him. Inspired, he resolved himself to push forward. He would pass this test and become something greater than he had ever imagined. It was not about being passable anymore. He wanted to be exceptional just like his younger brother, Roland, who never seemed to stop. Now then, let us resume, shall we? Yes, honey. Robert nodded and resumed his practice. Time continued to tick by as he remained focused on his studies. Although he eventually gained access to the Ascension Trial, he chose to continue learning first. Over time, he was also provided with additional study aids, including clarity potions that helped him memorize texts more easily. Fortunately, they did not make his stomach churn as much as the mana recovery potions did. On another day, Robert sat back in his chair, glancing at the pieces of enchanted armor spread out before him. His eyes scanned the intricate runes carved into the metal, trying to make sense of the pulsating patterns. Lucille stood next to him, a gentle but firm presence, her arms folded as she watched him closely. "All right, Robert," Lucille said, her voice stern but encouraging. "What do you see in these designs?" He furrowed his brow, tracing his fingers over one of the armor pieces, a pauldron adorned with several faintly glowing symbols. "It looks like, this one is a defensive rune. It's got a layered structure. The outermost ones seem to fortify the material itself, while the inner ones might boost my endurance or redirect impact forces." Lucille nodded approvingly. "Good. You're starting to see the bigger picture. These are the basics of what you'll need to understand in battle. The strength of runes isn't always in the raw power they unleash, but how well they work together. How about this chest plate?" Robert shifted his gaze to the chest plate in front of him, a more intricate piece than the pauldron. He could see at least 3 different types of runes running across its surface, some interwoven which made it harder to pinpoint the use. He leaned in closer, squinting at the chest plate before gently running his fingers over the complex, rune patterns. Sometimes, the runes were so close to each other that it was hard to make sense of them, but they always had a somewhat defined structure. This looks like some kind of array of multi-buffing runes, probably designed to increase strength, speed, and vitality. That's almost correct. But there's also a flame shield rune imbued here on the side. Ah! Robert realized he had missed one of the runes, which was partly hidden on the edge of the plate. Thanks to Roland, he had learned a technique to identify most runes and understand where they were typically placed. By leaning in closer, he could even sense the magical traces, and he knew that with more study, he might eventually be able to pinpoint the critical areas to disable the enchantments during combat. However, his current knowledge was still mostly limited to regular runes and didn't extend to anything too specific. Don't be discouraged, you are learning rather fast. It's all thanks to those potions, and Roland's notes make it rather easy to grasp. He was somewhat satisfied with his current progress, but he didn't feel it was quite enough either. His studies continued, supplemented by specially prepared combat scenarios with his brother's help. However, the best way to improve was still to attempt the Ascension trial again. After the first week and a few days had passed, he finally decided to give it another try. Even if he failed, he would at least have more insider knowledge. Are you ready, Robert? Yes. Remember to look out for anything that seems out of place. There may be a way to prepare countermeasures for your opponents before choosing your runes. Don't be afraid to ask questions to the illusory people there, they might even give you a hint. He replied to his brother, who just found some time for him after returning from another day at the dungeon. I will. Thank you for the advice. Finally, the time came to resume the trial. Roland and Lucille were with him as he sat down and activated the Ascension Crystal, transporting him back to the usual training area. After stepping through the door once again, he was guided to the same strange armored lord and given the same speech. He was then instructed to go see the runesmith and prepare. Anything out of place? The whole thing looks out of place. As he walked, he stopped himself from heading straight for the rune forge. Instead, he paused to look around, hoping that somewhere in this vast castle or even on the grounds outside, he might find a clue about who he would be facing and what runes they favored to exploit a weakness. Oh, I can't wait. The Champions' Joust is almost here. I know. But do you really think Sir Robert can win? The Lord is putting a lot of faith in him. I'm sure he'll be victorious. I don't know. His first opponent. I've heard he's a seasoned warrior who favors speed and swift attacks. You don't say. Two servants whispered to each other while hiding in what appeared to be the castle kitchen. They were simple workers, gossiping about the fast-approaching tournament. Unbeknownst to them, the very champion they spoke of, Sir Robert, was eavesdropping and peeking in from the shadows. Roland was right. This trial is already giving me ways to gather information before it even begins. I need to use this to my advantage. Robert thought to himself while trying to take in what these two people were talking about. They were discussing his first opponent, and from what he gathered, this warrior relied on speed and agility. That meant heavy armor wouldn't be the best choice, but he couldn't decide just on this assumption. From what he gathered, there would be multiple opponents and this one would more than likely be the weakest of them. You there, speak, what do you know of the other participants? Eventually, he stepped out of the shadows to confront the two servants. Their conversation hadn't moved beyond idle chatter, so he needed to ensure they would answer his questions. Regrettably, the moment they saw him, they froze in fear, their faces pale. No matter how many times he asked, they only trembled, unable to give him a single answer. Please, champion, we don't know anything. Very well, you are free to go. Robert sighed as the two servants trembled before him, clearly unwilling or unable to reveal anything more. It seemed that pressing them further would yield no results. He needed another way to gather information. How much time do I have for this? There might be a time limit for the rune equipment assembly if I take too long here. In the distance he spotted a tower with a large clock. He had already been moving around the premises for half an hour and only found these two people talking about his first opponent. While this information was worthwhile and they revealed some of his enchantments, he needed more than this. There had to be other ways to gather information. He turned away from the trembling servants and made his way toward what looked like the practice grounds. If there were any knights or squires training, there was a chance one of his future opponents would be there. At first, he thought the place was nearly empty, but as he got closer, the clash of steel against steel echoed through the air. Wait, could this mean? Robert came to a realization. It was possible that unless he was near a certain area, he would not sense the presence of any people. Some kind of enchantment might have been blocking his senses, or other strange barriers could have been interfering, making it difficult to gather information. If that was true, he would have to search the entire castle grounds, including the interior, to find clues for his trial bouts. To keep his presence unnoticed, he crept toward the practice ground. The moment he stepped past the threshold of the practice area, a flurry of movement was revealed. Knights, squires, and warriors of all kinds clashed with wooden training weapons, their armored forms darting across the dirt-packed arena. Sparks flew as blades met, and the air thumped with the sound of combat. This is it. My opponents must be among them, but how do I find them? His eyes flickered across the field, taking in every detail. The area was filled with armored men, some wearing runic equipment while others trained in simple gambesons. A problem arose as he had no idea who he needed to pay attention to, nor whether the runic armor they wore would be used against him. My opponents should be the more skillful ones, right? Robert's gaze darted across the training grounds as he tried to single out his opponents from the mass of knights and squires. There were close to 100 people scattered across the area. Some training, others talking, and a few simply resting. He couldn't afford to waste time watching random sparring matches. Instead, he focused on those who stood out, those with precise movements, refined technique, and confidence in their steps. A clash of steel nearby drew his attention. Two knights were locked in a fast-paced duel, their strikes sharp and unrelenting. One of them wielded two massive swords, more akin to cleavers than traditional blades. His fighting style was brutal, relying on overwhelming offensive force with reckless abandon when it came to defense. The sheer weight of his swings sent shockwaves through the air, and Robert noticed glowing runes inscribed along the length of his weapons. Impact runes. Each time the blades collided with his opponent's shield, sparks erupted, and the force of the impact seemed to grow heavier with every strike. To counter an impact rune, it's usually best to avoid it or use an impact dispersing rune to halt the momentum and catch them off guard. Robert narrowed his eyes. If this knight was one of his future opponents, he would need a plan. Facing someone with such raw, crushing power head-on would be a mistake. However, he was not sure if choosing a rune to counter the heavy blades was the best idea. It was probably better to study his movements and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Warriors who relied purely on overwhelming offense could be taken down easily if their attack was timed against them at the right moment. After spending some time observing the man fight, he eventually moved on with his research. Not far from the duel, another knight stood at the sidelines, holding a heavy dueling rapier. His armor was light, and the runes on his equipment clearly enhanced his speed. The rapier likely had increased penetrative power, something Robert would also need to watch out for. He had now identified 3 potential enemies, each one vastly different from the others. While he had learned some of their strengths and weaknesses, a problem remained. Their fighting styles and weapons varied too much for him to choose runes that would counter all of them effectively. It seemed that instead of focusing on countering their abilities, he would need to rely on something that complemented his own skills. Maybe Roland was right and this trial is more about me identifying the runes than anything else. At first, Robert assumed he was supposed to pick runes to counter other runic effects. But now, standing in the practice grounds, watching the knights clash and trade blows, he realized the trial was not just about reacting to others. It was about understanding his own capabilities and knowing which runes would enhance his personal strength. Nevertheless, knowing beforehand what these champions were good or bad, it would give him an advantage, so he continued moving through the grounds. Many knights were using various bladed weapons, and time passed until he heard a loud bell ringing. The clock tower in the distance was doing something. Robert barely had time to process what was happening before the ringing in his ears intensified. The world around him shifted, the colors blending together like ink spilling across parchment. He felt the pull of an unseen force, his body weightless for a brief moment before he was suddenly grounded again. The air smelled of burning metal and magical energy. He recognized the scent immediately. He had arrived at a runesmithing forge. Ah, so you must be the one. The runesmith revealed himself. His resemblance to Bernier, Roland's assistant, was uncanny. About time. The tournament waits for no man. Now, what do you wish to use? A sense of déjà vu washed over Robert as he heard the man speak. He was certain he had this same conversation before, but the Ascension trial had erased his memories of it ever happening. With one glance, he understood why he was here, and that was to choose his runic enchantments along with the equipment he would use as the champion. It seemed that there was a time limit on the research period. He had spent a few hours going through the illusory space to research his opponents but only managed to find information for 4 of them. There was no going back now and he needed to make a choice again. Soon he went around picking up his armor along with the sword that most fit him. Just like before, his left hand was occupied by a heater shield. Now, the real question, Sir Knight, what enchantments do you desire? As for the runes, could you make hybrid ones? Like melding them together. The runesmith resembling Bernier crossed his arms together and started thinking. Ah, you wish to blend the runes together, lowering the number of charges in favor of using your mana. Robert quickly nodded as that was just what he wanted. Yes, is that possible? Of course. I am the best runesmith in these lands. For a moment, Robert was unsure if it could be done, but Roland had instructed him to try something he called hybrid rune structures. These runes combined both types, ones that used charges and those powered by mana. The drawback was that the enchantments became slightly weaker due to the exchange of components, but in return, he would be able to use both at once, his mana along with a few charges to be used once he was in trouble. That's quite an interesting assortment of runes, champion. I can't wait to make them. Soon, Robert explained which runes he wanted on his armor and sword. Lucille and his brother had drilled into him what he should aim for, and he had done his best to relay that information. The runes were not much different from his first attempt, but this time, he instructed the runesmith to place them in specific positions on his armor, determine the number of charges they required, and make some custom changes to the runic components within. The man seemed to react favorably to this adjustment, something he had not done before. I think I got all of it, right? He was not sure if he had misremembered some of the component placements, but just like with the clock bell, he would not have the chance to correct himself. The world shifted once more, and in a matter of seconds, the runes were inscribed. Just as in his first attempt, a squire approached him and guided him to the arena for his first bout against the man who resembled his old instructor. I yield. His first opponent was down, and it felt like he had defeated him much faster than before. Thanks to his training and previous snooping around, he had been able to prepare for the combination of runes the man was using. His skills as a fighter were already superior, which gave him an advantage. With the hybrid rune structure on his gear, he had not used any of the charges and had relied only on his own mana to fight. His victory was met with the cheers of the crowd, and he was given a brief moment to rest before facing another opponent. The cheers faded into a distant hum as his focus narrowed on the battlefield ahead. He had won the first bout, but the true test was just beginning. His squire approached him, handing him his weapon as the tournament resumed. The next man to appear was unfamiliar, someone Robert hadn't seen in the training arena, and his runes were foreign to him. This battle was hard fought, but thanks to his training, he managed to secure another victory, though his armor had received some superficial scratches. His third opponent was the man with the heavy rapier, who caused him some trouble. I think these knights are different than before. 1, 2, 3, and then 4 opponents fell before his blade and runes. Finally, a man in darkened armor appeared. His blade was massive, something that could only be wielded with 2 hands, yet he somehow held it in one as he approached. The runes on the large blade glowed with a strange intensity. This seemed to be his 5th and final opponent. He could feel that this person was strong. His hands trembled slightly, not only from exhaustion but also from fear. He could tell that, in the previous trial, he had fallen against this very same opponent. But this time, it would be different. Perhaps the order of his enemies had changed, but this one remained in the same spot. The clash began. His recovery potions were now gone, but he was still in full health, and his runes were at half capacity. The massive sword his opponent wielded came crashing down on him again and again, sending a strange half-crescent blade of crimson energy with each swing. Robert barely managed to deflect the first few swings, his shield vibrating painfully under the impact. Each attack sent waves of pressure through the air, forcing him to move constantly lest he be overwhelmed. The crimson crescent arcs left faint scorch marks on the ground, an eerie testament to the power imbued in his opponent's blade. These runes, they're draining my stamina. Not only was his enemy producing deadly energy attacks, but after each block, he was losing stamina and becoming slower. He gritted his teeth. His opponent's weapon was imbued with energy-draining runes, making each block and parry cost him more than just endurance, as it was sapping his very ability to react. Then I can't let him dictate the pace. Robert rolled to the side, evading another devastating downward strike that sent cracks rippling through the stone floor. He adjusted his grip on his sword, channeling mana into the hybrid runes that fortified his blade. His runesmith had done an excellent job, as he could feel the energy coursing through the enchantments, resonating with his own magical reserves. With a burst of speed, he dashed forward, feinting a slash at his opponent's exposed flank. Predictably, the massive blade swung to counter, but Robert anticipated this. He pulled back at the last second and twisted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the counter-strike before delivering a quick, precise stab at the knight's wrist. A spark of blue light flickered as his runes interacted with the opponent's defenses. The man staggered, the weight of his own blade working against him. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Using his remaining charges, he increased the sharpness of his blade and enhanced his strength to deliver a critical blow. The Dark Knight groaned in agony as he was slashed, his wrist flying off into the distance as Robert claimed his victory. "I did it!" He gasped for air, his body tired and sweaty from exhaustion. The battle was over, the crowd cheered, and it was finally done. With anticipation, he looked to the Rune Lord, who raised his hand to quiet the crowd. "Very well, my champion. Rest well now. More challengers await tomorrow. Tomorrow." He repeated the last word, realizing he had underestimated this Tier 3 trial. These 5 opponents were not the end of it, and he was in for more than he had bargained for. "Ugh. It's okay, you're back. Focus, Robert." Robert gasped for air, his heart racing as he recalled being pierced by a blade radiating lightning energy. He had returned to the real world, and his brother, along with Lucille, was there to calm him down. Roland was already casting his spell to keep him from forgetting what had transpired. Just as they had agreed, he started listing details of what had happened. He focused on the enemies he faced, the ones he had gathered information on, and the ones that had given him the most trouble. "I failed again." He slumped his shoulders while sighing. However, while he was disheartened by what had happened, his brother didn't seem to care. Instead he was starting to scribble things on the near blackboard, listing down the strength and weaknesses of his opponents that he could remember along where he found the information of where he found them. "So you failed twice, others failed 10 times or more, don't worry about it, you still have one big advantage." As Robert was moping, his brother started speaking. "An advantage? Yes. How do you think I've got this far? By doing things by the book. You didn't." "No, of course not. The way to success is by bending the rules." Robert wasn't sure what his brother was getting at, but it seemed that he had some kind of plan to get him through this strange ascension trial, and soon he would be returning to try again for the 3rd time. "You want us to get through there? Yeah, can you do it?" "Ha! Does a bar wench know how to fill a bloody tankard?" "I'll take that as a yes then." Stand back and watch." Within a darkened dungeon, a group of dwarves stood in front of an unassuming wall. Next to them was an armored man, the leader of the expedition, Roland. In the previous chamber, they had left behind a troop of humanoid obsidian golems, the same type he had faced before. However, the previous main boss was missing and had been replaced by a standard large-sized humanoid golem that had fallen to him with little effort. Afterward, he had guided the dwarven workers to the wall, the same with an unusual mana flow behind it. Now, they were swinging their pickaxes against the stone. They were made from dwarven steel, the same material he used on Robert's runic exo-armor, and it wasn't going too well. "By the old one's beard, what is this made o'?" To his annoyance, they could not make it budge. Even with the high-quality tools they wielded, they left behind only small marks. He had hoped they would be able to break through eventually, but this would clearly take longer than expected. Then there was the issue of depth, which was entirely unknown. They might need to tunnel through tens of meters or even 100. Roland crossed his arms, deep in thought as the sound of pickaxes striking stone echoed through the dimly lit chamber. The dwarves grunted and cursed under their breath, their normally unshakable confidence beginning to waver as their efforts barely scratched the surface of the strange wall. "Bah, I ain't never seen rock this tough." One of the dwarves spat, wiping his brow. "It's like hitting a bloody mountain's bedrock. We might have to get the golems down this one ain't going down easy." Roland knelt beside the wall, pressing his palm against its surface. He could feel mana pulsating through it, an energy that almost made his fingers tingle. It was certainly different from the other dungeon walls, which were usually easy to get through. It was as if the dungeon had reinforced this section specifically, ensuring no one could pass. But what was it trying to hide? Is it really just the dungeon core? Or could it be something more? The other core wasn't this well defended, but not all dungeons are the same. Roland watched as the dwarves struggled to break through the wall, their progress painfully slow. After 30 minutes of effort, they had managed to create only a tiny hole, but at a cost. Their pickaxes had bent out of shape, their tips worn down to uselessness. Yet, the workers remained undeterred, pressing on without hesitation. The damaged tools could easily be reforged by the blacksmiths accompanying the expedition, and if necessary, mining golems could be deployed through the teleportation gate now stationed here. Robert was supposed to attempt the ascension trial again, maybe this time he'll succeed. After ensuring the workers were managing well, Roland turned and made his way back to the main chamber. Inside, he found other members of the expedition, along with his golems, diligently gathering obsidian stones that were the remnants of defeated monster golems. There was still an abundance of them, and once reforged, they would strengthen their forces once more. The boss chamber reset every 2 weeks, meaning they would have to withdraw before then, only to return when it was time to clear it again. Despite knowing this, neither Roland nor the others were willing to take unnecessary risks. He was the only one here capable of safely clearing out the boss chamber. While Armand, Lobelia, and a few other Tier 3 class holders were present, none were as powerful as he was at the moment. To mitigate this risk, they had put a safeguard in place. A series of wedges would keep the massive boss chamber door from fully closing. As Roland moved toward it, several dwarves worked alongside him, driving metal bars into position to hold the door open. Even if they had miscalculated the reset timing and the boss attempted to respawn a few days early, this precaution would ensure a safe retreat. Now that his primary task was nearly complete, it also guaranteed that he could leave without issue. This sure has become a grand operation, hasn't it? Roland strode through the center of the chamber, and everyone who saw him bowed their heads in respect. When he set out to free himself from the noble life and build something of his own, he never expected to find himself in a position like this. He almost felt like the head of a construction firm, inspecting the progress of his workers. Stepping outside the boss chamber, he saw even more people hard at work, assembling upgraded turrets along the dungeon ceiling. There were at least 100 individuals involved in this project, one that he had proposed and was funding alongside Arthur. It was a massive undertaking, and somewhere deep inside, he felt a sense of accomplishment. However, he did not have time to stop and admire their progress. There were still many other matters to attend to, one of the most pressing being his brother's ascension trial. It had already dragged on for over a month. Robert had failed twice and continued to struggle, though he was making slow progress. With each failure, he regained fragments of his lost memories. This knowledge allowed them to prepare countermeasures for his future opponents and refine the rune composition of his weapons and armor to maximize his chances of success. At first glance, the test seemed simple. In reality, it was anything but easy. Each iteration of Robert's trial introduced subtle variations, making absolute preparation impossible. While the enemies remained the same, their order shifted. Some were left out entirely, while others appeared in later stages, stronger and more skilled, with enhanced runes. It was as if the trial itself recognized that Roland was helping his brother retain more information than he was supposed to. The shifting conditions made it clear that this challenge was not just about strength but also adaptability and perseverance. Agni, keep everyone safe until I get back. All the monsters on this floor had been cleared, but that didn't stop some infernal skeletons from respawning on a timer. Agni was still their best weapon against the undead. The wolf whimpered slightly when he noticed Roland moving toward the teleporter. However, after a few reassuring words, he turned back and perched on a higher ledge to oversee the assembly. The gate, built into the dungeon wall, shimmered to life as Roland linked it to his workshop and stepped through. On the other side, Robert and Lucille were already waiting for him. Are you ready? Yes, this time for sure. At first, Roland thought his brother was in low spirits. But even after failing for the 6th time, Robert still wanted to try again. If he failed now, the wait for his next attempt would stretch to 32 days, double the 16-day wait after his last failure. The longer one failed during the Tier 3 class trial, the longer the wait time became. It was a trap that many fell into, eventually forcing them to settle for a lesser class. As the wait time increased, people often reconsidered their goals, but Robert remained determined to pursue this elusive class, even though Roland had tried to dissuade him after the last failure. Each time, he seemed to get closer and closer to victory. If Roland were in Robert's shoes, he would probably do the same, as giving up now, so close to the end, would be maddening. We adjusted the rune configuration to fit the new parameters as well as we could. Now it is all up to you. Good luck. Robert nodded at Roland's words and grasped the Ascension Crystal with his hand. Each time his brother returned, he analyzed his memories to prepare runes that fit his needs. He even gathered some skill books to boost intelligence and others to help him remember rune structures. Still, he had to be the one to describe everything to the runesmith within the Ascension trial and be able to identify his opponent's rune combinations to achieve victory. Take care, this time for sure. Lucille grasped Robert's hand, and both took a seat. Roland, on the other hand, remained standing with his gaze fixed on the Ascension Crystal. There was another reason he had insisted that his brother attempt the Ascension trial from within his workshop. This strange crystal had the power to grant classes, shaping people's strength and determining their entire lives within this enigmatic world. Sebastian, along with every sensor at his disposal, was meticulously recording each instance of Robert activating his Ascension space. This provided a perfect opportunity to study the phenomenon, and Robert's repeated failures only made data collection easier. However, the results remained inconclusive. There were fluctuations in mana surrounding the crystal and wavelengths resembling divine magic, but he lacked the necessary knowledge to interpret them. For now, this mystery was beyond his grasp. Perhaps only by advancing further in his class or his understanding of the world would the secrets of the Ascension Crystal be revealed. If he could one day decipher its mechanisms and remove the forced class randomization that dictated a person's first class, he could change the very fabric of society. While this was a grand idea, he knew that some people in this world would resist such a change. The vast majority held management or production classes, such as farmer or merchant. Given the choice, most would likely push their children toward battle classes, as in a world filled with monsters, power was the most valuable asset. However, if the entire population became warriors, mages, and priests, the balance of the world could collapse. The number of monsters might not be enough to sustain so many combatants, dungeons could become overrun, and food production might decline, leading to societal instability. At least, that was one possibility. He could not predict with certainty how people would react. Not everyone sought to become a powerful adventurer or knight, some simply wished to live in peace. If a humble farmer's class were considered prestigious, many would likely choose that path, even if it meant sacrificing personal power. Well, there he goes. Let's hope this is the last time. I don't think there are any more improvements I can make to his runes. Robert's head slumped forward, caught gently by Lucille's hands. In just a few seconds, he would return, and this time, Roland hoped he would come back stronger. I'm back. Can I really do it? Should I just give up and go with Sword Champion? Will I even be able to do that? Maybe I was never supposed to become anything other than a high or expert knight. Robert slumped his shoulders as he stood at the entrance to the trial, moping in silence. The towering doors around him seemed to taunt him. He let out a long breath, trying to steady his nerves. His failures weighed heavily on his mind, but he could not afford to let doubt creep in now. He had come too far, and giving up was not an option. No. I will not back down now. I can do this. I will do this. Straightening his back, he clenched his fists and stepped forward. The trial had changed slightly each time, but he had begun to recognize a pattern. He had almost cleared it in his last attempt. Each time he returned, he made more progress. Each time his brother and Lucille adjusted his runes to help him. He could not let all their effort and his own go to waste. This time, he would succeed. The door leading to the trial grounds creaked open. He walked through, and the test began anew. Just as before, the same events unfolded. He met the Lord, conducted all the research he could, and was eventually brought to the runesmith to select his runes. This time, however, he had a precise method for describing them. The majority were buffing runes, designed to grant him bursts of overwhelming speed, strength, and defense. It was a battle style he had practiced with his younger brother, and he was confident it would allow him to finally clear the trial. Just as before, he faced the Black Knight wielding a two-handed sword. This opponent was the only true constant in the trial, always appearing as the final challenger of the first justing bracket. By now, defeating him had become routine. Then came another day with new opponents, including a knight clad in silvery armor wielding two swords. He had lost to this man twice before finally overcoming him, but now the fight felt like nothing more than a bump in the road. Each time he defeated the fifth opponent, he was granted a brief reprieve to adjust or recharge his runes. The plan was simple: keep the current runes but continue adding free charges, strengthening their structure, and repairing any damage. In his third attempt, he had failed because the runesmith had been unable to fix the runes that had been slashed and burned. This time, everything was progressing smoothly. The damage he sustained remained within acceptable limits. This is it. The third part of the trial was the final stage, at least according to the lord of this space. He had reached it twice before and failed, once to the fighters within and another time to the opponent standing before him now. His last challenger was a man clad in gold. The runes on his armor pulsed with power, far beyond what a Tier 2 class holder should be capable of wielding. He was the final test, the wall standing between Robert and the strange class he sought. His enemy mirrored his equipment, holding a heater shield and a long sword. It was as if he were facing a shadow, one that was stronger, more agile, and much better at dueling. Arcs of golden lightning exploded every time his golden sword collided with Robert's scratched-up shield. The mana shield enchantment barely held on as he tried to read the flow of the runes within his enemy. Read the flow of mana, Robert. How am I supposed to do that? I'm not a mage. He remembered a training session with his younger brother, who had sparred with him several times to help him prepare for this trial. His brother kept urging him to focus on the runes and read the flow, but Robert had no idea how to do it. Ascension trials are different. If it's what I think it is, once you focus on the flow, you should be able to sense it, so get used to this, it will make it easier when the time comes. The image of his brother repeatedly smacking him with a dull sword was replaced by the golden sword before him. He could now see the runes, sparks flying everywhere. Mana flowed through them, powering them, making them produce various effects. Robert was slower, weaker, and his stamina was running low. If this continued, he would lose again, and then he would have to wait over a month to try again. His body sped up as the runes on his armor flared to life. The lightning sword nicked his helmet, sending it flying off into the distance, where it collided with the wall. Time seemed to slow as he focused, his eyes glowing with indignation. He was about to lose again, and all the hours of training he had undergone rushed through his mind. Then, suddenly, something changed. Congratulations, you have gained runic mana perception. Something clicked within his mind. His eyes shimmered slightly as he finally became able to perceive the flow of mana within his opponent's runes. They resembled tiny capillaries flowing through his entire armor, and he could see the larger runic structures flare up each time his opponent was about to activate one of their effects. Robert's breath steadied as the world around him seemed to slow. For the first time, he wasn't just reacting, he was anticipating. The golden knight before him shifted his stance, his sword pulsing with power, but now Robert saw the mana flow before the strike even happened. There it is. A surge of golden lightning coursed through the runes on the knight's blade, forming a pattern Robert now recognized. It was a high-speed thrust technique that had caught him off guard before, but now he saw its activation. There were several patterns he could previously not predict, but by seeing which runes were starting to activate, he knew exactly what the knight would do. His opponent pushed forward, the blade blurring in the air, but Robert's body was already moving. With a sharp pivot, he sidestepped just enough to let the blade pass by. The crackling energy grazed his shoulder but did not land a decisive blow. His own runes flared as he brought his long sword down in a counter-strike, his perception allowing him to adjust his aim at the last moment. His blade struck the enemy's shoulder plate, right between some critical points of the golden runes. The metal dented, disturbing the flow of mana and disabling parts of his enemy's armor. The golden knight staggered back, his pristine armor now marred by Robert's strike. For the first time in the battle, his opponent seemed shaken. The pulsing runes across his body flickered unevenly, disrupted by the precise impact. Robert had learned from his past failures, but more importantly, he had gained something invaluable, runic mana perception. So this is what Roland meant. I can see it now. His opponent lunged, another burst of lightning surging through the sword's runes, but Robert had already shifted his stance. He saw the golden veins flare in a familiar pattern, a feint followed by a downward arc meant to punish a hasty dodge. But Robert was already a step ahead. After miraculously dodging the incoming attack, Robert surged forward. His whole armor glowed with runic might as he activated all the remaining charges on it. With a powerful upward swing, he struck just as the golden knight tried to bring his sword down. The impact sent a shockwave through the arena, and the knight staggered. His sword slipped from his grasp, and the runes flickered and began to dim. Then, with a powerful kick to the chest, Robert finally brought his opponent to his knees. The knight's helmet flew into the air, revealing a face that mirrored Robert's as if he were truly fighting his own evil twin. I yield. The man resembling him spoke out, and silence fell upon the trial grounds. Robert stood over his fallen opponent, chest rising and falling as he struggled to steady his breath. The Golden Knight's armor flickered weakly, its once radiant glow now dull. It was over. The final challenger had yielded. For a moment, Robert simply stood there, trying to process what had just happened. Then, the world around him began to shift. The arena trembled, the walls rippling like water, and the Golden Knight faded into shimmering fireflies of light. The oppressive weight of the trial lifted, leaving only a vast throne room before him. "Congratulations, champion! You are now worthy to join me at the table. Come." Robert was still taken aback by the sudden shift in tone. Just moments ago, he had been battling armored men as if his life depended on it, and now he was right back where it all began, the Lord's throne room. The armored man pointed to a door that had been closed before but now slid open. Without a word, he stepped through it, clearly expecting Robert to follow. Is it really over? The Lord was gone, and he hesitated. The memories of his past failures were fragmented, but the deaths he had endured had affected his psyche. He worried that another secret opponent would reveal himself once he stepped through the door. Nevertheless, he had to gather his courage and move forward. His weapons were gone, and he was dressed in casual clothes instead. This was probably the end of the trial. Robert took a deep breath and stepped through the door. As he crossed the threshold, he felt a strange sensation as if he were shedding the weight of the trial itself. The air was lighter here, the ever-present pressure of combat gone. The chamber he entered was vast, its ceiling stretching high above, lined with glowing runes that pulsed in a rhythmic pattern. At the center of the room stood a massive circular table, and at its head sat the armored figure, the man people referred to as the Rune Lord. Those are the opponents I faced. The Rune Lord wasn't alone. Around the round table sat many knights, the same men he had faced in battle during the trial. There was the knight wearing black he faced in the first part of the joust, the silver one and even the golden one he had just defeated a few moments ago. They were all wearing their armor and sitting there with a few others. Then right in front there was one chair, seemingly the one that now belonged to him. Is this how it ends? Do I just need to sit down? Robert took slow, measured steps toward the empty seat, his heart pounding despite the calm atmosphere. The knights around the table observed him in silence, their expressions hidden by their helmets. It was as if they were judging him not only for his performance in the trial but for the choice he was about to make. "Sit, my champion, my arch-knight," the Rune Lord commanded. Robert hesitated for only a moment longer before lowering himself into the chair. The instant he did, a pulse of energy surged through his body. His vision blurred, and his entire being felt as though it was being rewritten. For a fleeting moment, he thought he was about to be thrown into another battle, but instead, knowledge flooded his mind. Complex runic structures, battle techniques, the very foundation of the power he had just gained. He gasped, gripping the armrests as a blue glow surrounded him. The knights around the table remained silent, watching as his body absorbed the knowledge. His vision swam with patterns and symbols, his runic mana perception surging to new heights. He could see the flow of energy around the runes in the chamber as if the very fabric of the world had been laid bare before his eyes. Then, as quickly as it had come, the sensation faded. Robert exhaled sharply, his body drenched in sweat, as everything went dark and the scenery shifted again. His ears started ringing and he found himself unable to move, but suddenly, he heard a voice call out to him. It was a soft and familiar voice, one that cut through the darkness like a guiding light. "Robert! Robert, wake up!" His vision slowly returned, the blurred outlines of a room forming before him. The dim glow of rune-infused lamps flickered above, and Lucille's worried face hovered over him. His brother stood to the side, arms crossed, as if he already knew there was no need to cast the memory recovery spell on him anymore. His body felt sluggish, as though he had been submerged in water and was only now rising to the surface. "Bear with it." "Hey!" Roland spoke, and in an instant, he understood what he meant. He had passed the trial and returned to the real world. His ascension trial was complete, and now it was time to receive his rewards. "You have gained the Rune Arch-Knight class. You have gained the Arch-Knight's organs passive skill. You have gained the Arch-Knight's muscles passive skill. You have gained the Arch-Knight's skeleton passive skill. You have gained the Arch-Knight's tendons passive skill." A tingling sensation spread through his body before it turned into searing pain, as if he were on fire. The agony was immense, like 1,000 needles piercing his muscles at once and tearing him apart. Tier 3 class holders were known to undergo a transformation, and depending on the rarity of their class, the pain could be magnified. System messages flashed left and right, notifying him that strange passives were altering his body from within. The pain was immense, but after a few moments, it began to subside, replaced by a warm, comforting sensation. His vision was still blurry, but he could make out his brother holding out a gauntlet-covered hand over him, using a runic spell to ease the pain. Thanks to his newly acquired skill, he could clearly see the runes in action. The complexity of the runes compared to those in the Ascension trial was on an entirely new level. This should help, and once the nervous system gets enhanced, you should be in the clear. You have gained the Archnight's nervous system passive skill. Even with the help of the spell, the process was quite uncomfortable. However, just like his brother had proclaimed, once the next system message appeared, it started getting better, and he was even able to move his body around. Does it still hurt? Maybe you should lie down. Lucille asked him, worry written all over her expression. No, I'm fine now. Robert exhaled as the last remnants of pain faded from his body, leaving behind a newfound strength he had never experienced before. Every fiber of his being pulsed with vitality, his senses sharper, his muscles denser, his very bones feeling unbreakable. He clenched his fists, watching as the veins on his hands glowed faintly with residual energy. The transformation was complete, and he was no longer just a knight but something beyond, something more. Lucille knelt beside him, her hands still gripping his shoulders. Robert, are you sure? He nodded slowly, still adjusting to the overwhelming sensation coursing through him. I think so. I actually feel great. His voice came out steadier than he expected, filled with a power that hadn't been there before. The body he had once known had been transformed into something more, and it had something to do with the strange new class he had received, Rune Archnight, something he had never heard of before. Lucille smiled at him and reached out her hand to help him up from the chair. Robert smiled back and reached out eagerly, but before their hands could touch, he felt his wrist being grasped by his brother. That's not a good idea. You're probably not used to your new strength. If you're not careful, you might crush Lucille's hand. Robert froze mid-motion, staring at Roland in shock. The weight of his brother's words settled in his mind, and he slowly withdrew his hand. The last thing he wanted was to hurt the woman he loved. Lucille was still a Tier 2 class holder, while he had surpassed that level, but he wasn't sure if Roland was exaggerating. He felt like he could control his strength if he focused. Don't believe me? How about we try this, then? Noticing Robert's hesitation, Roland grabbed a lone mug from one of the nearby tables. Roland held the mug out to Robert, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The cup was unassuming, plain ceramic, but Robert knew his brother well enough to understand that this was a test. A simple, yet necessary, test. Take it. Roland said, his voice calm but firm. Hold it like you normally would. Robert hesitated for a moment before reaching out. His fingers wrapped around the mug's handle with practiced ease, but the moment he tried to lift it, a crack echoed through the room. The handle shattered in his grasp, and the mug tumbled to the floor, breaking into pieces and spilling some tea on the floor. Lucille gasped, stepping back in surprise. Roland, however, only chuckled, shaking his head as he crossed his arms. Told you. You're stronger than you think. Your body has changed, but your mind hasn't caught up yet. It's going to take time before you can move like you used to. Robert flexed his fingers, staring at the shards of ceramic on the ground. He hadn't even exerted much force, yet the handle had crumbled in his grip. The realization settled in that his body was no longer the same, and he would have to relearn how to control it. Lucille knelt to clean up the shattered pieces and asked. How long will it take for him to adjust? Depends. Roland replied with a shrug. Could be days, could be weeks. The important thing is that he starts training his fine control now. Otherwise, he's going to start breaking more than just mugs. That's why I'd advise you two against any nightly physical activities together. Robert took a step back in shock at how casually Roland said it. Lucille's face turned as red as a tomato the moment she realized what he was implying. Roland. Why you? What? Roland shrugged again as if he didn't care about this fact. Robert tried to hide his embarrassment by turning around and glancing at his system screen where the list of new passives and skills was. He had just achieved a breakthrough and was still not sure if the class he took was truly worth it. Rune Archnight. Class. Grants a 50% bonus to HP, MP, and SP. Reduces mana cost of rune and rune-related skills by 40%. Reduces SP cost of combat-related skills by 20%. Tier 3, Arch Knight. Trait. Adds a multiplier of 3.8 to all of the basic stats with the exception of luck and charisma. Robert's eyes widened as he took in his class bonuses, but what truly caught his attention was the Arch Knight trait. His stat multiplier far exceeded the standard 3x multiplier that most Tier 3 classes had. From what he knew, a sword champion typically had a 3.2x multiplier, which was already considered high, and an aura class warrior was rumored to have around 3.5x. That meant, in terms of raw stats, he now surpassed even warriors who wielded aura, something he had once thought was nothing more than a dream. What more is there? Soon, he was looking through the skills he received and quickly found the first one, the one that allowed him to pass the trial after learning it. Runic Mana Perception. Passive skill. Allows the person to perceive mana gathered within runes and to better understand the magical flow within. This skill was the first one on the list, and it was quite self-explanatory. However, it wasn't the only skill he received as there were more. Rune Arch Knight Vow. Active skill. The Rune Arch Knight can perform a vow, temporarily empowering the rune magic they wield. While in this state, the runes cannot be destroyed, as long as the knight's conviction remains unwavering. This skill was more intriguing. It seemed to grant him a sense of empowerment. However, it was a knight's vow, which typically needed to be tied to something, his lord, perhaps a person he cherished, or some other conviction. It appeared to have unique restrictions, and it seemed unlikely that he would be able to use it freely at all times. Convictions. Runic Armor Mastery. Passive skill. Increases the synergy between user and rune-engraved armor, improving efficiency and reducing energy consumption. Runic Weapon Mastery. Passive skill. Increases the synergy between user and rune-engraved weapons, improving efficiency and reducing energy consumption. The next two skills were basic rune passives that would allow him to wield rune weaponry and armor more easily than others. He just needed his brother to design a new suit of armor along with a sword to truly unlock his potential. Perhaps he would even be able to wield the strange exoskeletal armor he had used during the duel in the past, but that would depend on what his brother decided. Then there was the last skill, which was somewhat more interesting than the previous two. Invoke Rune. Active skill. The Rune Arch Knight can invoke the power of a previously mastered rune and use its power. The skill can only be used on a weapon or armor the knight is currently using. The explanation was a bit vague, but as with all skills he received, he had a general understanding of its function. This skill would allow him to use a rune even without it being inscribed on his armor. In other words, even if he was left with armor or weapons without enchantments, he would be able to create one of his own for a limited time. But what does it mean with mastered? Do I have to train myself to use runic spells? Robert muttered to himself, forgetting that there were two other people in the room with him. Roland stood still, unmoved, and didn't seem perturbed by the cold treatment. Lucille, on the other hand, appeared more concerned, and her gaze brought him back to reality. However, before he could speak, his brother spoke first. You should go rest, and remember, be careful not to hurt anyone. Once you've recovered, return here, and we'll discuss your new class in detail. Ah! For a moment, Robert wanted to say that he was fine and ready to try out his newfound abilities, but then he remembered the shattered teacup, its pieces still on the floor as Lucille cleaned them up. Eventually, he nodded. While he felt physically great, his psyche had been affected by the constant deaths and failures within the Ascension ritual space. He needed to lie down for a while and reflect on all the things he had received. Thank you. No need, just rest for now. Roland watched as Robert headed out from the workshop, his walk erratic as he seemed to be putting too much strength into his legs. Roland had glanced through Robert's status screen and saw the skills appear in real time, something he hadn't experienced before. He was almost certain that his own Overlord class had somehow influenced Robert's choices, as the bonuses Robert received were quite similar to his own. All his skills are similar to mine, but more constricting. He tapped his chin, thinking about how the new class would evolve. Robert's powers were now far more focused, structured around runic equipment. This meant that, to truly capitalize on the new Rune Arch Knight class, he would need a tailor-made suit of armor crafted from the finest metal and enhanced with the best enchantments, something Roland could either provide himself or leave up to the dwarves. I'll handle the runes myself, but the dwarves and Bernier can take care of the armor construction. His time had become very limited lately. Creating runes was one thing, but fashioning an entire suit of armor by himself would take considerable time. While Robert had made a giant leap forward, the armor he would be given would eventually be replaced and modified. It was best not to invest too many resources into it just yet and instead gather more data to understand what his brother truly excelled at. Roland had an idea of what to make after spending time preparing Robert for the Ascension trial, and the schematic had already taken shape in his mind. Once this new armor and the sword were completed, Robert would finally take on the identity of Durandal, a knight commander. Robert stood in a well-lit chamber, his breath steady as he adjusted to his new form. The room was large, resembling a sterile underground warehouse with long fluorescent lights that provided bright, even illumination, something rarely seen in this world of swords and magic. Roland stood before him with his arms crossed, analyzing him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Now, go ahead, why don't you try starting with that vow skill?" In the middle of the chamber, there was a training dummy made out of special iron wood. Robert took a deep breath, centering himself. The transformation he had undergone was still fresh, and his body felt unfamiliar, almost too powerful for his own control. But this was what the training was for. Roland stood a few paces away, as always wearing his runic armor and looking like the Lord from within his Ascension ritual space. Robert focused on the skill he had seen in his system, Rune Arch Knight Vow. He wasn't entirely sure how it would manifest, but he understood that knightly vows required conviction. He thought back to the battles he had fought, the struggles he had endured, and the promise he had made to himself to protect those he cared about and grow strong enough not to be a burden. "I swear upon my blade and my strength, that I will never falter in my duty to protect the ones I hold dear." Something like that. Skills became ingrained into the very being of those who possessed them, so he had a general sense of what he was supposed to do. However, the vow had to be spoken aloud, with real emotion and conviction behind it. If he simply muttered random words without meaning them, the skill would not activate. The moment he spoke, something within him clicked. A surge of energy coursed through his body, and he was suddenly bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. The runes covering his armor, as well as those on his practice sword and shield, began to shimmer and pulse. The energy coalesced around him and the runes, enhancing their power exactly as the skill had described. "I see, interesting." Roland nodded, his arms still crossed. Robert wasn't sure what his brother saw on that visor of his, but it was probably important information. Roland wanted to create a new suit of armor for him, and for that, he needed to understand all of his new skills. Good. Now, let's test how far this vow enhances the rune skills. Strike the dummy when you're ready. Robert nodded and took a step forward, raising his sword. He felt the shift in his stance, his movements were heavier, yet strangely fluid, as though his body had adapted to a new rhythm. The moment he swung his sword, the runes on the blade flared to life, resonating with the power of his vow. A sharp crack echoed through the chamber as the sword connected. The impact was instantaneous and devastating. Instead of merely denting the training dummy, the iron wood splintered and shattered outward, sending fragments flying across the floor. A gust of force followed, as if the very air had been displaced by the sheer magnitude of his strike. "That was more than I expected. It seems your vow affects the magnitude of the amplification. Perhaps the length of the words also matters. We'll have to perform a few more tests. Maybe try mentioning someone specific." Roland stepped over to one of the shattered pieces and picked it up. This was not the first time Robert had used the skill, but it was already his second attempt. Previously, he had made a shorter speech, something more general and with much less weight behind it. "Someone specific?" "Yes, like perhaps your mother, or Lucille." Lucille." Robert's words got caught in his throat as his face reddened slightly. His brother might have been smirking, but it was hidden behind his helmet. Roland was always a step ahead, and if he said that it would work, then there was a high probability that it would. "You're telling me that the skill responds to personal connections?" Robert asked, trying to steer the conversation back to something less embarrassing. A knight's vow is usually tied to their honor, duty, or an individual they swear to protect or serve. If this skill is anything like traditional vows, invoking a specific person might enhance its effectiveness. You don't really have someone you serve, so choosing someone close to your heart will probably work best. That made sense, but his brother seemed to be forgetting something. A vow of vassalage already existed between them, so in theory, he should be able to direct the skill at his brother. However, if this skill reacted to emotions, then perhaps his one true love, Lucille, was the best choice. The only problem was that she was right there with them, watching from the sidelines and using her own skills to study examining magic. Go ahead, Robert. Don't mind me. Robert swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his brother's words and Lucille's presence to the side. He took a deep breath, focusing on the surge of emotions within him. The vow skill had a short cooldown but burned through half of his mana. Only through the use of mana potions could he realistically use it multiple times. I swear upon my blade and my strength, to stand as Lucille's shield, to never waver, to protect her from harm, no matter the cost. The moment the words left his mouth, something inside him ignited. A surge of energy rushed through his veins, stronger than before. His armor and weapon flared brilliantly, the runes pulsing with an intensity that surpassed his previous attempt. The glow from his body shifted, becoming steadier, more resolute, as if it had found its true purpose. I was right. The conviction in your words strengthens the effect. Your runes are burning brighter, more stable. I suppose it's the power of love. Hey! Robert blushed even deeper as his brother ended the sentence with a mocking tone. However, this also seemed to be part of the test, as when his emotions were riled up, the runes on his practice armor started flickering. As I thought, under emotional turmoil, the skill weakens. You'll have to watch out for that, Robert. Now how about we move on to that invoke rune skill? Quite the particular class this is, it has a lot of potential. I wonder. Some time had passed since he had examined Robert's Archknight class. The skills his brother showcased were intriguing but also somewhat limiting. He did not receive the specific knight skills that a champion swordsman would gain, but he could still learn them. Once he reached Tier 3, his swordsmanship was elevated to master rank along with many of his other skills. With the right equipment, it's going to be much stronger than a champion, and that stat multiplier can't be ignored. Roland started typing. Before him was the monitor in the lowest level of the workshop. He had managed to create something resembling a personal computer from his original world, and even the keyboard he made was identical. His fingers moved across the keys with ease, a testament to his old life. It felt a bit strange for him to create a file on his own brother, but he needed to save the data he had collected. Besides the vow skill, the most interesting ability allowed Robert to invoke certain runes, even on pieces of armor that had not been touched by a runesmith. Robert only knew a few basic runes, mostly granted through the knowledge transfer from his ascension ritual. However, there were ways to learn more complex rune structures, ones that Roland could customize to fit his fighting style. Invoke rune required mastery of a rune, but its description was misleading. Robert did not need to truly understand the runes. Instead, he just had to use them repeatedly while training. Eventually, he would gain the ability to summon them at will through the skill. There was also a separate window within his system that displayed the runes he had learned. He could only have 5 active at a time. It was possible to replace them with different ones, but this had to be done before a fight began. Once in battle, the option would be grayed out, making it crucial to choose wisely. Now then, is there anyone that is worth it? Before him was a window displaying his brother's picture along with the most important skills he had now and before the Ascension trial. After minimizing his profile, a few images appeared on the right side, showing members of the Albrook troops. They were all men under Arthur's and his supervision, selected for their potential to obtain a unique class like Robert's. One of them was Finn, but he still needed many years of training before reaching a high enough level. Would it be possible to start early? And what will I do about the vow? Can it be substituted with anything else? Roland pondered. The Rune Archknight was an excellent class, but he was uncertain about its restrictions. Robert had the blood of Wentworth Arden, a man from a prominent family of knights and a noble. Blood ties were not just cosmetic in this world, and they might have been a requirement for achieving this class. I could try with them and see if the path can be expanded to regular soldiers. Even if they don't obtain the Archknight class, something like Rune Champion or Rune High Knight might be enough. There were few high-level Tier 2 class holders among the knights in their territory, many of whom were drawn by the high pay and the promise of a fresh start. There was a reason they had ended up here, and it was not a particularly great one. Their classes were fairly ordinary, and they were clearly not prominent enough for other lords to consider them worth the price or commitment. To some extent, they were below-average prospects, simply looking for an easy life in a small but growing city. Normally, no one would be willing to invest in their growth. Their skills were lacking, and their levels had stagnated. This was where the training facilities he had built would prove useful. Fully leveling up their skills would not be difficult. Robert had already demonstrated that before his attempt. The only requirement would be for them to swear a vow of vassalage to him and Arthur. However, he was still uncertain whether his overlord class influenced class selection. He would need to discuss the matter with Arthur to determine whether he would allow his knights to swear their vows directly to him rather than in the name of their new lord. It might be good to prepare a proper ascension chamber for the soldiers. He mumbled to himself as he stood up from his chair and closed the application. This was the end of his brother's journey to Tier 3, but many more people were waiting. After going through the trouble of restoring Robert's memories and using them to help him pass his trial, he had gathered enough information to attempt a prototype that would help others to do the same. The main challenge was the runes, which relied on divine mana. Masking them would be necessary, and he would likely need Sebastian to record what the participants encountered during the trial. However, he envisioned personal chambers equipped with a database for each individual, which would significantly increase the chances of passing the best trial available. With precise knowledge of what to expect, people could prepare just as Robert had. Would it be possible to get that going before that thing starts? He continued walking while talking to himself. The culling was approaching and could begin within a couple of months. Their preparations were not yet complete, and they needed all the help they could get. However, many of the recent hires were new, and there was a possibility that spies had already infiltrated Albrook. While he had a monitoring system in place, it was not flawless. He needed a contingency plan in case someone leaked information about the state of their army. Roland's mind raced with possibilities as he stepped into one of his personal rooms. It was down at the level Sebastian's main body was placed and behind a reinforced door made out of dwarven steel. Only he could open it up, and once it confirmed his mana signature along with other biometric markers, the heavy door slid open. Inside, there wasn't any specialized equipment, just a circular room with multiple high rectangular cases surrounding it. Inside each case were several armors, some missing a few pieces, with only 2 complete sets. Each one was slightly different, featuring rune structures that would give most runesmiths a headache. Finally got around to making one of these. It was a proper armor chamber, designed to hold multiple armors, each suited for different situations. His first true Tier 3 armor was still there. The rune Mark II stood right before him, and he removed the helmet that he took from it, letting it float toward the rest of the armor. With a click, it connected, and the display case slid back. Once in place, a field of blue mana shimmered in front of it, acting as a protective layer. Roland's gaze shifted to the newest addition to his collection, the armor forged from ignisom ore. While his previous creation had been a testament to his mastery of runesmithing, this latest piece showcased his advancements in metallurgy and craftsmanship. The armor was a full suit of plate, its surface shimmering with a deep crimson sheen, an effect of the ignisom alloy fused with red mithril and other rare metals. This unique combination granted it unparalleled fire resistance, rivaling even the finest crafted sets, as well as a bonus to any runic flame spells he placed on it. The chest plate bore the motif of a roaring flame, its ridges and engravings creating the illusion of flickering fire as light passed over it. The pauldrons extended outward in sweeping arcs, mimicking the upward lick of a blaze, each adorned with finely inscribed runes, every one serving a distinct purpose. The gauntlets were among the most intricate parts of the armor. Each finger segment had layered plating designed to interlock seamlessly, allowing for maximum dexterity. The knuckles bore small, embedded runes that flared to life when mana was channeled through them, enhancing grip strength and providing an added burst of force in close combat, but also more. Once he looked at the vambraces, the scale-like pattern came into view. When he made this armor, the image of salamanders and dragons entered his mind, and when looking at it, he almost wondered if he didn't over-design it. The greaves and sabatons followed the same motif, and it all came together at the chest area, with the breastplate containing a hidden compartment for his rune beam hidden within. The roaring flame motif extended from the sternum outward, each groove and ridge meticulously designed to catch the light, giving the illusion of an ever-burning fire. It's probably one of the more stylish ones I've created. The armor here was not crafted by the hands of the dwarves from the Union, it was entirely his own work. Bernier had assisted, but Roland had handled most of the heavy lifting himself. It had been a while since he had forged something of this caliber alone, and he wanted to create a piece that was as eye-catching as it was functional, befitting his position. Though the armor appeared more unique than the rune Mark II, it remained highly practical. Thanks to its unique alloy, any flame spells he cast while wearing it would receive a massive boost in potency. This enhancement was the primary reason he had chosen to forge this first elemental armor variant. Should I take it for a spin? They should be done with that wall soon, or should I work on the other one first? Roland stretched out his hand, allowing the helmet from his new armor to float closer. He examined it carefully, then used his identification skill to assess its properties once more. Whether it was due to his increased level or simply his growing expertise, this suit had received a higher rating than his previous creation. Name: Rune Salamander Helmet. Classification: Rare. Durability: 93/93. Armor rating: B+. Set bonus: 2, plus 15 strength. 4, plus 15 intelligence. 6, plus all runic fire spells deal 30% more damage. After inspecting his latest creation, Roland decided to let it glide back to the display case. Then his gaze fell back to a partially completed green suit of armor. There were at least 3 more suits he needed to make to complete the basic elemental armors and another 2 further down the line. Perhaps if he concentrated, he could finish them before the dwarven miners created that pesky tunnel. Roland stood before the collection of unfinished armor sets, his gaze shifting from the fiery crimson of Rune Salamander to the partially completed green suit before him. The concept of elemental runic armor had been on his mind for some time, and with Robert successfully reaching Tier 3, he finally had some peace of mind to focus on his work. For the last couple of weeks, he had been stretching himself thin. He still needed to periodically visit the academy and deliver lectures. While this allowed him access to the headmistress's private library, his progress was slow. The knowledge there was at the pinnacle of Tier 3 and even extended into Tier 4, making it difficult to understand. The worst part was that she would not lend him the books, so he had to rely on his memory. Since she discovered that he could record information using his helmet, she had forbidden its use to prevent sensitive knowledge from leaving the library. Then of course there was the dungeon project, which was still not quite finished. The workers were doing their best, but a few more turrets still needed to be assembled and installed. And then there was the elusive wall. The miners had been working on it for a month, yet they still had not reached the end. Only the increasing magnitude of the mana signature convinced him to keep going. It also turned out to be a good decision to delegate the task to others, since handling it alone with his golems would have taken far too much time. There was also the upcoming culling event, which could start at any moment, along with a few other personal matters he wanted to attend to. One of them was getting Elydia out of the shop and into a more engaging field. The school project had already been approved by Arthur, but it would still take time to convince certain people in the city. A free school system was unprecedented, and they needed to plan it carefully before moving forward. There was a lot of work to do, but at the moment, he just wanted to craft. Roland turned his attention back to the 3 unfinished armor sets. While Rune Salamander was nearing completion, the other 3, designed for wind, water, and earth, were still works in progress. Each needed to be tailored not only to its element but also to the specific metal alloy it would be composed of. The armor would greatly enhance spell power, but the composition of the alloy would affect its properties in different ways. Each set would have varying density, weight, and mana conductivity, which would ultimately influence its final form. Let's get to work. After making up his mind, he walked over to the elevator. Once inside, he pressed a button on the side that would take him to the main runesmithing workshop. This area had been expanded and improved after the previous cultist attack had destroyed his home. The doors slid open silently, and he stepped forward. In front of him was a shield of reddish mana, but he did not stop. He walked straight through it, his body passing effortlessly to the other side. The moment he emerged, a massive surge of heat crashed against his face. As warm as ever. There it was, his new and improved runic smelter. It brought him back to the time when he was just starting out. Back then, he had to take an old rune smelter design and modify it to work with ether metals and deep iron. Compared to those early days, this place felt like it was 100 years ahead. The technological advances he had made were staggering. First of all, the most prominent part of this setup was the multiple crucibles. They were covered in glowing runic symbols that shimmered with various shades of elemental mana, each corresponding to the ore inside. There was one for ignisum, one for tide metal, another for gaylite, and the largest of all was dedicated to terranite, the heaviest and densest of the elemental ores. Roland had crafted this system with meticulous care, ensuring that each ore was smelted at the perfect temperature to maintain its elemental integrity while blending it with other metals like mithril and etherium. This was only part of the setup. Below each crucible filled with molten metal was a funnel system, along with an open-air network of carved channels leading to the center of the smelting room. In the middle, a previously prepared cast was waiting to be filled. Boss, are you ready? Yes, but wouldn't it be better if you stood behind the heat protector? Nah, I'm fine. How else will I level up my heat resistance skills? Roland was not alone. Bernier was already waiting. He was wearing a thick leather apron along with some fire-resistant gloves and goggles, ready to assist in the final forging process. Roland smirked slightly but didn't push the issue further. He knew Bernier was dedicated to improving himself and growing alongside the workshop. All right, let's begin. We'll start by working on the gay light. With a flick of his wrist, Bernier activated the rune control panel before him. The runes embedded in the smelter began to pulse. The crucible containing the gay light started glowing with a greenish hue, while the rest of the elemental crucibles remained dormant. Instead, a crucible filled with pure silver mithril reacted, releasing its molten contents into the funnel system to fill the carved pathways on the ground. The entire chamber lit up as the runic symbols along the pathways activated. They resembled intricate circuitry, guiding the flow of metal toward the center. The alloys moved in carefully timed sequences, merging at precise junctures before finally reaching the mold in the middle. Every detail had been meticulously calculated to ensure the perfect blend. The mixture of various metals flowed smoothly into the mold. Steam escaped in hissing bursts, accompanied by a greenish smoke that swirled into the air, creating a sudden gust of wind. For the final step, the mold was lifted by sturdy chains and carefully moved over to a special vat filled with an alchemical solution, one that had cost a small fortune. As the mold was submerged, it reacted instantly, sizzling and bubbling as if dropped into boiling oil. The process took about a minute, and once complete, Bernier hoisted the mold back up and carried it over to a large slab of granite-like stone. Let's see how it turned out. Open it up. Bernier stepped forward, resting the heavy sledgehammer on his shoulder before taking aim. With a powerful swing, he brought it down onto the mold, shattering it into fragments. A rush of green vapor escaped from within, swirling around the newly revealed armor piece. The gay light alloy shimmered faintly under the light, its ethereal glow accentuating the sleek contours of the metal. Roland stepped forward, brushing away the residual dust with his gloved hand before carefully lifting the piece. It was still warm to the touch, but the heat did not bother him. The base structure was solid, and its aerodynamic design was immediately apparent. Unlike the thicker, flame-forged rune salamander armor, this piece was much more lightweight, with plating shaped into subtle curves. The gay light alloy required a relatively thin construction to maintain its wind-enhancing properties. Making it too thick would diminish its natural buffing effect. This armor was built for agility and was barely classified as plate mail. It was probably ideal for aerial maneuverability. Looks good so far, Roland said, inspecting the surface for any imperfections. No major cracks or deformities. The mithril blend held up well. We'll let it cool completely before proceeding. The piece he was holding was part of the cuisse, which protected his thigh. The mold had come out almost perfect, needing only some smoothing in a few places before being polished. This process was similar to bronze smelting but required much higher temperatures and extensive magical preparations. Normal tools could not handle the hardness of a mithril-enhanced alloy, and the elemental mana it produced could make regular smiths ill. Only magical craftsmen like him, who could shield themselves from such effects, were allowed to work with these materials. He chose this method because, when working with Tier 3 materials, shaping parts from ingots by hammering was nearly impossible and unsuitable for many alloys. They were no longer dealing with steel or iron, which could be easily heated and forged into any shape. These higher-tier metals were far too hard, and once extracted from the ore, any further processing would only weaken their internal structure. Good, let's put on the finishing touches. Although the mold had been prepared to produce an almost perfect piece, it still required further processing. To refine it, he could use various tools to cut away excess material or polish it to a smooth green sheen. Roland had even created something resembling a lathe machine from his original world, but this particular thigh piece for his armor did not require it. Instead, he had Bernier carefully position the piece onto a runic workbench, where Roland could refine its shape further. The bench featured adjustable clamps that held the metal steady while the runes inscribed on it helped manage the mana within. Roland picked up a specially designed chisel and used it to remove any protruding deformities, focusing mainly on a small section where the metal had entered the mold and was still jutting out. As he worked, flecks of green-tinted metal dust floated into the air, along with small chunks that Bernier carefully collected and saved for future use. After finishing the initial refinement, Roland moved the piece to a secondary station where he polished it with something resembling a grinding wheel, though this one was infused with runic energy to handle the hardness of the material. The wheel spun rapidly while dispersing faint sparkles of green with each pass over the armor piece. Roland applied just the right amount of pressure, making sure not to compromise the structural integrity of the alloy. Although he could skip much of the hammering and shorten the production process, he still needed to stay focused. If he cut off even a millimeter too much or ground it down too thin, he would create weak spots in the thin sheath of metal, potentially affecting the runic conductivity of the final product. After careful refinement, the result was a sleek, aerodynamic piece that would fit seamlessly into the rest of the armor. That went smoothly. Now for the initial rune structures. What do you want me to do with these shavings? Save them. If we smelt them quickly enough, we can preserve most of their wind elemental properties. We'll use them to forge weapons for the soldiers. The knight commanders could use better ones. Sure thing. Roland set the refined thigh piece aside and moved to a separate workstation where the first layer of runes would be inscribed. A variety of runesmithing hammers were laid out before him. Even though he had used runic variants of tools from modern times to speed up the process, runesmithing still required him to strike the piece with a hammer and channel his mana into it. It was the most effective way to use the skill, and attempts to build custom engraving tools had always failed. The hammer remained the runesmith's best tool. After selecting one of the hammers, he placed the green metal onto an anvil and began swinging. The rhythmic sound of the hammer striking the metal filled the air, each blow releasing a burst of mana, imprinting intricate runes onto the smooth surface of the armor. Roland's focus sharpened as he channeled his energy into each stroke, his skill as a runesmith evident in the precision of his movements. The first layer of runes was crucial. These foundational runes formed the framework of the armor. They were like the circulatory system of a human body, required to pump blood throughout. In this case, the rune traces and pathways would transport mana most efficiently. His mind was empty, completely focused on the runic structures. This allowed him to forget about the problems he was facing, if only for a moment. He was at peace. The weight of the world seemed to fade away from his shoulders. The rhythmic clang of his hammer striking the metal was like a heartbeat, steady and soothing. Each hit formed a delicate rune, and the progress in his craft provided comfort. But even here, in the midst of his work, Roland couldn't escape the feeling of being pulled in too many directions at once. He set the hammer down, wiping his brow with the back of his hand, and gazed at the intricate pattern of runes slowly taking shape. It was the only time he felt truly at peace, yet it didn't last long. The thoughts crept back in, like unwanted shadows. The dungeon farm isn't done yet, the same with that wall and many other things. His mind quickly shifted back to the upcoming culling event. It was a reminder of the ever-looming dangers that could disrupt everything. Roland had always prided himself on staying ahead of the curve, and this would not change. Soon, he increased the pace of his work, his hammer striking fiercer than before as the gentle crafting session was sped up. "Boss? You all right there?" Bernier's voice broke through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. He was generating quite a bit of sparks while hitting the new alloy. "Yes, I'm fine. This piece is finished, let's move on to the next one." "If you say so." Bernier nodded, although his expression remained uncertain. They brought out another mold and repeated the process several times. Over time, the second armor began to take shape, and once all the pieces were assembled and the runic structures combined, he was able to name this set as well. Name: Rune Zephyr Helmet. Classification: Rare. Durability: 90/90ths. Armor rating: B+. Set bonus: 2, plus 15 agility. 4, plus 15 intelligence. 6, plus all runic wind spells deal 31% more damage. I'm getting better at making these. The windsuit was ready, and at least 2 more remained. The next one would either be made with tide metal or terranite, 2 metals with opposite qualities. One was heavy and unyielding, while the other was soft and malleable. However, before he could continue with his work, he received a message from Sebastian. "Sir." "What is it, Sebastian?" "A message from the dwarven miners has arrived. They wish for you to return to the dungeon." "Did they manage to get through the wall?" he asked while putting the Zephyr set away, placing the helmet he had taken back into the now assembled display case. He wasn't sure what to expect from that tunnel attempt, but whatever lay behind it had to have some significance. "They didn't say." "Of course they didn't." The green-runed helmet stopped moving as he called it back. Along with all the other pieces of the new runic armor, it flew in his direction. He was already wearing his old rune Mark II, which was close to becoming a Mark III due to all the modifications it had undergone. Along with Zephyr, the salamander armor also moved into his spatial storage before he stepped toward the teleportation gate chamber. Now he had 2 elemental armors with him, ready to use if he encountered enemies weak to those elements. Roland took a deep breath as he approached the teleportation gate, its swirling blue energy casting an eerie glow over the chamber. He could still feel the residual warmth from the forges clinging to his armor, but that was quickly replaced by the cool air of the dungeon as he arrived there in just a moment. "Sir, welcome back," came the voice of one of the dwarven supervisors. "The miners are waiting for you at the excavation site." He nodded without asking. His armor connected to all the turrets and cameras inside the last dungeon level, and there didn't seem to be any trouble, or at least not yet. He moved forward and sidestepped the attack from Agni, who launched himself at him the moment he emerged from the dungeon teleportation chamber. "Agni, stay here." "Awoo." With a disappointed whimper, Agni remained in the main dungeon area while he made his way toward the boss chamber. Once inside, he saw some dwarven workers hauling sharp rocks out into the open, but most of them were gathered around the newly created tunnel leading to the strange mana signature he had discovered. "I wonder what's on the other side?" he wondered to himself as he quickly shuffled forward. Whatever lay beyond that wall was a mystery, but he could already feel it as the mana readings were off the charts. There had to be something big there. Deep within the dungeon's boss chamber, the dwarven miners had transformed a crude excavation into an engineering marvel. The tunnel now stretched before them, its every side thoroughly reinforced. Encased in a substance resembling hardened concrete and interlaced with a glinting metal framework. The smooth, unyielding surfaces were etched with subtle runic patterns, hints of magic that kept something at bay. A low, insistent beeping cut through the murmurs of the gathered miners. At the forefront stood the lead miner, his weathered face a testament of working in the field. Clutched firmly in his calloused hand was a curious, magical device. Its pulsing blue light shone over some intricate engravings, and rapid beeps echoed like a warning. One of the dwarves, a broad-shouldered fellow with a thick, soot-streaked beard, turned to their head miner with a heavy frown. "The readings are off th bloody charts," the lead miner muttered, his voice clearly tense. "Mana concentration here's dangerously high. This ain't normal." Murmurs rippled through the group. Even the most experienced miners had never encountered mana levels this intense. They were used to dealing with magical anomalies, but this was something else. It felt like standing on the edge of a raging storm. If they moved any further without proper equipment, they would be in serious trouble. For regular people who did not have combat classes and were not at least Tier 3 class holders, such a concentration could be deadly. The longer they stayed, the more likely they were to contract mana sickness. The excess mana would seep into their bodies, wreaking havoc and slowly killing them, much like an incurable disease. To counter this, they wore specialized mining suits designed to block mana from entering their pores. However, the concentration was rising so rapidly that their equipment was nearing its limits. "That ain't normal, boss. Ne'er seen mana concentrations this high before. If we keep pressin' on, this whole damn tunnel might turn into our graves." The worker repeated himself again, his face looking pale under all the dirt it was covered with. The lead miner grunted, glancing at the reinforced walls around them. I figured as much. This thing's going crazy." He held up the device, its glow now almost blinding. "Mana's pullin' up ahead like a dam ready to burst. Whatever's lurkin' behind that last layer, it's deadly, but..." The old dwarf licked his lips. He knew the risk, but something about that unbroken wall before them hinted at something big. In his humble opinion, it could be a massive mine filled with mana stones or other rare, mana-rich minerals, one far larger than anything in the Albrook dungeon. He could already picture the sparkling stones and the fortune he could make selling them. It was dangerous, but greed was beginning to outweigh his caution. He had to see what lay on the other side. It won't hurt to take a wee peek, right? Just as the lead miner was about to give the order to proceed, a new presence entered the tunnel. Heavy, armored boots clanked against the reinforced stone floor, cutting through the tense murmurs of the gathered miners. The air started to shift as some unseen force pushed the mana polluting this place away. "Step back!" Roland's voice rang clear and firm through the well-lit passage. The dwarves turned as one. Some looked visibly relieved, while their leader seemed displeased, a deep frown settling on his face. Their eyes quickly fell on his new armor. His usual gear had been red as well, but this was different. It was as if they were looking at something forged from the body of a red dragon, the scale pattern unmistakable. The miners hesitated but ultimately obeyed, stepping back from the last unbroken wall. Roland examined the reinforced tunnel, noting the layers of runic protection and the way the stone itself seemed to ripple with energy. Dark cables ran along the walls, supplying power to the runes, a technology he had helped develop. These runes aren't enough to stabilize this area. It would be best if I got these miners to step away for now. Roland had completed 2 of his armors and chose to wear the rune salamander variant for now while storing his other elemental armor in one of the spatial runes. The tunnel he had ordered to be constructed had been in progress for over a month and was quite an undertaking. He was glad he had never attempted to handle this task alone, as it was far better managed by the mining company. However, it seemed he had arrived at the perfect moment as they were right before reaching the end. The mana before him was almost as thick as water, a massive mist of blue seeping from the wall ahead. It was fortunate that he had arrived before the miners attempted to breach it, as they might have suffered from whatever lay beyond. As he moved closer, he noticed another strange phenomenon: the cracked rocks were mending themselves at a rate at least 10 times faster than a normal dungeon wall. If they didn't continue digging, the wall would repair itself within a few hours, something they couldn't afford to let happen. It looks ready to burst. Roland glanced back at the group of dwarves now standing behind him. He had moved forward to the wall and was carefully examining it with his sensors. The more calculations he ran, the more his concerns grew, forcing him to make a decision. He eventually turned to the dwarven miners and issued a firm order. "All of you, withdraw for now. I will handle this part alone." "What?" The dwarves were clearly displeased, and he understood why. They were explorers as well as miners and this was their life's work. It must have seemed like he was taking their discovery away from them before they could even witness it. Some might have even suspected he intended to alter the chamber before they had a chance to see it or claim the most valuable treasure for himself. But their objections didn't matter to him. This expedition was his, and his word was law here. "The magic here is too dense. It's possible that once I break through this wall, the locked-away magic current inside could go berserk. I won't be able to protect you if that happens." While it might have seemed like he simply wanted to be the first inside, this was a critical and dangerous moment. Everyone needed to understand that there was a real possibility the entire tunnel could explode. With so many reinforced walls, all that mana would have only one way to escape, and it would incinerate the dwarves. The energy levels weren't high enough to seriously harm him if he focused, but they were far too intense for him to guarantee everyone's safety. The lead miner hesitated, his thick brows furrowing deeply as he mulled over Roland's words. The veins on his calloused hands tensed as he considered arguing, but he wasn't a fool. The man before him wasn't just some noble overseeing their work, he was a craftsman, a warrior, and someone who had repeatedly proven himself. More than that, Roland was the one funding this operation, and his orders carried weight. Lads, I heard him." The dwarf finally relented, turning to his men. "Pack it up. We're clearing out." Roland nodded as the miners grumbled but didn't argue. Instead, they began backing away from the tunnel, gathering their tools and ordering their mining golems to retreat. The lead miner gave Roland a long, unreadable look before stepping back and slowly walking away. Within moments, the team had cleared out, heading toward the tunnel entrance where they would be safe. Now, Roland was alone, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Good. This better be worth it. This has already taken too much time and money. Once he was sure everyone had exited the tunnel, he grasped the massive drill that had been left behind. The runes on his gauntlet began to glow as thin threads of energy extended from it, linking to the runic device. In an instant, he had taken control of the machine and lifted it onto his shoulder. Something that normally required a mining golem to carry was easily held aloft by his own physical strength. He considered blasting through the wall but decided against it. The risk of triggering a magical explosion was too high, and he couldn't afford to push his luck. Instead, Roland supercharged the settings on the drill, modifying its speed and pressure to account for the dense magical resistance ahead. He soon braced himself and pressed the spinning drill bit against the wall. Sparks flew as the enchanted machinery bit into the stone, and the vibrations traveled up his arm as he applied steady force. The dense rock resisted at first, but as the runic energy of the drill pulsed in synchronization with his own mana, the resistance began to wane. It didn't take long before the first fissures spread across the surface like lightning bolts, and a high-pitched screech echoed through the tunnel. The wall buckled under the pressure, and he could feel it beginning to give way. This was it, he was almost through, perhaps moments away from triggering a reaction. He didn't step back. Instead, he surrounded himself with a thick veil of his own mana and pressed forward. With a final shriek of metal against stone, the wall collapsed. A powerful gust of mana erupted from the opening, nearly strong enough to knock Roland off his feet. But his defensive enchantments held steady. The entire corridor trembled as the surge of mana rushed in. When it collided with his enchantments, a spark of magical energy ignited, overloading the chaotic currents and generating a massive torrent. The wave of raw magic surged violently down the tunnel, right in the direction where the miners had retreated. Gee! Get back! The dwarven miners noticed the surge of mana too late. They had just reached the safety of the tunnel entrance when the force hit them. A wave of blue energy, like a violent gust of wind, rushed down the corridor. The miners scrambled forward and, at the last moment, jumped to safety outside the tunnel, but the surge of mana sent them flying in all directions. I told them to go out faster. Roland commented as the dust began to settle. The energy explosion had subsided, and thankfully, he had absorbed much of it through his mana veil. Thanks to this, the burst that hit the dwarves didn't cause any injuries. After confirming everyone's safety with his mapping device, he turned to glimpse what lay beyond. The hole was small, but with a few well-placed kicks, he managed to widen it enough to step through. What is this? He glanced inside and saw something he did not expect. The chamber before him was massive, far larger than he had anticipated. The ceiling stretched high above, disappearing into darkness. The walls extended endlessly to the sides, making the space feel like a boundless cavern. However, that was not what truly caught his attention. It was what floated within the chamber. What could this be? Highly concentrated mana. Thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands of small orbs of mana drifted through the air. They filled the space, their sheer numbers illuminating the entire chamber. He watched as they bumped into one another and against the walls, triggering a strange phenomenon he had never seen before. It was as if they were consuming the stone, expanding the cavern and carving new corridors as they moved. Could this be dungeon expansion? This was not what I expected. Roland had come here to find something that could push him past his current level without the need to venture into other territories. He still hoped to discover a hidden entrance to the super dungeon, which would allow him to fight higher tier 3 monsters and gather even more valuable materials. Instead, he had stumbled into a part of the dungeon that was still in the process of assembling itself. He had read about such occurrences in old writings, but they had never been properly researched. Normally, a dungeon expands until it is large enough, with every floor already prepared for the adventurers it seeks to entice. Once it is complete, it opens a path for people to enter, and its life cycle begins. People start flowing in, and it consumes their mana to grow even stronger and with enough time, can grow even larger. So this is probably why it had not created a proper entrance. He had already explored the upper levels, which stretched high above but never revealed an entrance. The reason was now clear. The dungeon was unfinished and still expanding in all directions. However, the important question remained. Was this all there was? These tunnels, filled with glowing lights and constantly growing pathways, seemed endless. But could they actually lead somewhere? Hoo! As he looked around, he heard footsteps and not from within the wide cavern, but from the corridor he had just come through. It was the dwarves he had ordered to stay back. They had recovered quickly from the mana surge and were now cautiously approaching the new opening. Their leader, a grizzled old miner, stepped forward first, rubbing his beard as he squinted into the vast chamber. By th ancestors! He muttered while clearly being uneasy by this sight. What in th blazes have we stumbled upon? Roland turned to them, arms crossed. I told you to stay back. We did. The dwarf replied, though there was no hint of apology in his tone. But you can't expect us to just stand there after witnessing something like that. I've been diggin' for decades, lad, and I've ne'er seen something like this. Think it worth something. The old dwarf kept looking around as if searching for a mana crystal or a rich mineral deposit, but he found nothing. As a highly skilled miner, he could usually sense where exotic ores were hidden, yet here, he detected nothing at all. The chamber was filled only with strange lights and the slow, continuous expansion of the dungeon, nothing like what he had hoped for. First, secure the entrance. It's already closing itself. I'll go explore further. You all stay here and don't wander off. Roland turned his gaze back toward the ever-expanding cavern. The orbs of mana drifted lazily, their glow reflecting off the rocky surfaces and his armor. The steady pulse of magic in the air was unlike anything he had encountered before, and it was quite troublesome, to say the least. All my sensors are going haywire. There's too much mana pollution in the air. He was forced to rely on a less magical approach, mapping the area using camera sensors that identified the surroundings through vision. The image was then processed by one of his runic programs to create a portion of the map in a sort of scanning technique. This process was far slower than his usual runic pulse, which would quickly identify the mana in the area and create a map almost instantly. This could take a while. After venturing forward for around 15 minutes, Roland stopped. There was nothing here, and no end in sight. The miners had disappeared from view, and another problem emerged. He was blind. Although he could create a rough map using another technique, it was impossible to get a proper signal. He had no way of knowing what was happening behind him. His access to the runic network was completely cut off, all because of the mana pollution in the air. Not good, but it's too early to give up. A rune on the back of his armor began to shine, and suddenly, a spider golem leapt out. He quickly pulled out a long metallic cord already attached to a large reel. After securing the cord to the golem and instructing it to continue with the scouting mission, he retreated toward the entrance. Slowly, he uncoiled the cable reel as he moved. If wireless solutions weren't an option, he would just do it the old-fashioned way. Then, he turned his attention to the mana. It was thick, like steam, not quite as potent as the fluid used for golems or the crystallized forms of mana, but the sheer quantity was enormous. A vast amount of energy was being generated here, and even though they already had geothermal generators, it didn't mean they couldn't harness more of it. However, questions began popping up in his mind as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. Where did this vast dungeon expanse even lead? Was he still inside the same dungeon? And one more question, one that bothered him the most. Was this place even a dungeon at all, or something entirely different? Is that really going to work? You're doubting me? The great Rastix Zelbebanen? Do you not know who you are speaking to? I? Just an alchemist hired by Lord Knight. A dwarf tried to hide his grin while speaking to the smaller gnome before him. As they talked, the stocky man casually inserted his pinky into his ear, digging around as if to show just how little he cared for the gnome's babbling. The two stood before a strange machine that looked like it belonged in a distillery. A massive metallic funnel sat at the top, leading into a chamber that resembled a barrel. Along the sides, runic symbols were etched into the metal, surrounded by various dials and knobs. Master Wayland, do you see this? How can these dwarves be so rude? Rastix turned toward Roland, who stood not far from the contraption, busy attaching cables to it. The gnome hurried over to complain, but Roland's expression remained hidden behind his helmet and visor. If it had been visible, it would have looked thoroughly annoyed. He's really grown a big head ever since he helped create that adhesive for the prosthetics. Roland exhaled sharply, shaking his head as he continued his work. Rastix had been insufferable lately, but at least his contributions were valuable. With a final adjustment, Roland secured the last set of cables and flipped a switch embedded in the machine's base. A low buzz filled the air as the device roared to life. The runes along its frame flickered before settling into a steady, radiant glow. My, how wonderful! What is this invention called? It's a mana siphoning device. He responded to the feminine voice that had asked the question, only for a deeper, more concerned voice to follow. Lady Cortana, please be careful. Oh, Sir Durandal, I'm fine. Stop worrying about every little detail. But... Standing near the mana siphoning machine were Robert and Lucille. While Robert was a Tier 3 class holder, he had spent more time training his new skills rather than leveling up to gain more power. Lucille, on the other hand, was still a Tier 2 rune mage. The only reason she was here was because Roland sought a second opinion from another mage, one who had also spent years conducting research at the Institute. They were using their alter egos, Durandal and Cortana, their faces concealed beneath helmets. A few days had passed since the discovery, and he had already sent multiple golems to scout the area. They encountered no opposition, only a vast network of tunnels and empty space filled with floating bubbles of light. It was a mesmerizing spectacle, but he was not here to sightsee. Instead, he made the best of the situation by creating a device to gather the excess mana. There were two main reasons for this. One was to gain more resources, and the other was an attempt to curb the area's mana pollution. As things stood, anyone without mana regulatory skills or a Tier 3 class would not last long here. After just a few hours, they would begin feeling exhausted and drowsy, eventually collapsing with a fever. I'm fine, really. Oh, the mana, it's getting sucked in. Robert knew he was under-leveled for this area and was filled with worry. Even though Roland had assured him there was no danger with him around, his older brother remained concerned for his beloved. She, on the other hand, sensed no danger and was completely absorbed in the sights around her. Throughout the entire walk, she had been looking at everything as if she were a 10-year-old in a candy store. The chamber around them was thick with mana, the air shimmering with rolling mist made of raw magical energy. The siphoning device was now active, and the swirling currents of mana were being drawn toward the funnel. The top began to vibrate, and soon the mana was being pulled inside at a rapid pace. See? It works perfectly. Rastix puffed out his chest, grinning at the doubting dwarves. One of the miners folded his arms and asked. But what exactly is it doin'? Rastix started grinning and answered in a haughty tone, as if trying to express his superiority to a simpleton. It's filtering the raw mana particles from the air and condensing them into a more stable liquid form. The process ensures that none of it is wasted. I am also certain that we will eventually be able to crystallize this liquid mana, making it much more potent. As if to confirm his words, a series of pipes beneath the barrel-like chamber hissed, and a thick, glowing blue liquid began to flow through them. The liquid traveled through a coiled glass tube, slowly dripping into a reinforced container. Each drop glowed with magical brilliance, perfectly showcasing the machine's capabilities. Do you see this? Are you not impressed? Rastix held up one of the canisters, the mana liquid sloshing inside and radiating a soft glow. The container was semi-transparent, allowing observers to ensure the mana inside remained stable. Mana, in its natural state, was usually benign, a blank slate waiting for orders. However, in the wrong hands, it could generate immense energy or even cause powerful explosions. The dwarves watched with wide eyes as the first vial filled up. One of them grabbed it out of the gnome's hands to examine it. The mana liquid within swirled slightly, as though alive. Well, I'll be damned. That's pure, refined mana. You uncultured brute, give that back. The other dwarves watched Rastix flailing his hands around and burst into laughter. Roland observed the exchange in silence before shooting the dwarven men a single stare. Instantly, the canister was returned to Rastix, who resumed posturing. While Roland did not appreciate the gnome's arrogant behavior, he did not care as long as he did his job well. The device was crafted through a combination of alchemy and runesmithing. It was only thanks to a special membrane Rastix had created that the mana could be condensed into a liquid. Roland could provide a siphon spell to gather the mana bubbles, but only through an alchemical process could it be transformed into a stable liquid form. Once the mana was captured, it went through several refining processes that, in some way, bound its magical molecules together. It was a fascinating transformation that opened his eyes to more truths about mana. However, he was not only here to collect raw resources, he was here to uncover the true nature of this place. Lady Cortana, what do you think? Finally, he posed the question to Lucille. He had brought her here to confirm some of his theories. Ah, yes, Sir Wayland, this place is truly intriguing. As for your thesis, I believe it might be correct. I don't think this place is part of the dungeon. It feels like an entirely separate entity. This was exactly what he had feared, and he was unsure of the best course of action. At first, he had assumed they had stumbled into an unfinished section of the same dungeon, an expanding area still forming, which would have been within his expectations. However, this place was simply too vast. His golems were speeding off in all directions, trailing long cords behind them, yet the sheer scale of the area was staggering. It stretched for several kilometers underground, branching out in countless directions. At this point, they were far beyond Albrook's borders, edging closer to the city where he had first arrived after his failed teleportation attempt from the Institute. Are you certain? No, best if we take a few samples and examine them back at the workshop. Cortana said while picking up a few loose rocks from the ground. Roland nodded and was quick to turn to Rastix and the dwarves he was arguing with. Take a few rock samples from this part and compare them to the formations inside both of the dungeons and, remember, seal them tightly to prevent any contamination. If this was the same dungeon, then the rock composition should have been identical. While he could analyze the mana patterns within the stone, his results were conflicting. When he shielded himself from the surrounding mana static and measured the wavelength, comparing it to the data in his records, the difference became clear. However, any rocks brought into the dungeon somehow had their mana wavelength overwritten to match the dungeon's signature, something he had never seen before. Various theories swirled in his mind, but he could not be certain of anything. In this world of swords, magic, crafting, and dungeons, these mysterious places were considered a natural part of the environment. Many had questioned their origins, yet no one had ever found a definitive answer. In the end, scholars and adventurers alike could not agree on a single theory. Some believed that dungeons were born from the planet itself, natural phenomena that emerged due to the planet's mana flow. Others theorized that dungeons were akin to living creatures, consuming the bodies of adventurers and evolving over time. Then there were those who believed they were divine creations, placed by the gods as a means for people to gain levels more quickly and survive the many powerful beings that roamed these dangerous lands. Even if one of those theories was true, no one had ever documented the actual creation of a dungeon. Roland wondered if this tunnel filled with mana was somehow related to dungeon formation or if it was something else entirely. Perhaps it was a third dungeon or even the super dungeon spreading its tendrils across the island. If that were the case, they had a serious problem. All these tunnels might run through the entire island. For a moment, he froze, a foreboding feeling washing over him. His gaze shifted toward one of the tunnels leading in the direction of Albrook, then to another heading the opposite way. Without hesitation, he turned and moved swiftly to escape the heavy mana pollution. His brother and Lucille immediately noticed something was wrong and hurried after him. "Sir Wayland, is something wrong? Give me a moment." He did not answer directly. Instead, he activated his runic magic, projecting a holographic image of Albrook and its surrounding areas along with Aldbourne, the city where he had last encountered Vico. His golems had not mapped much of the underground yet, but the tunnels seemed to follow distinct paths. One clearly led toward Albrook while another stretched toward Aldbourne. These tunnels. Are they deliberately expanding toward populated settlements? Oh, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Lucille was impressed by the mapping technology and how precisely Roland could overlay their location onto it. The holographic projection made it alarmingly clear. The magically expanding tunnels were not spreading randomly. They had a purpose, and he had a sinking feeling that that purpose was nothing good. Once he saw this, things started clicking in his mind. It all began to make sense, why this place was so strange and why the culling games were said to start sooner than expected. All the mana swirling around was all the proof he needed, and perhaps he had underestimated the challenge they were about to face. "We will need more siphoning units. This would be too much, even for us." "Too much?" Robert asked, but Roland didn't respond. He simply nodded before stepping forward and raising his voice so that everyone could hear him. "Everyone, we are changing our plans. Rastix, you will return to your workshop and focus on creating as many parts for the siphoning devices as you can." Roland's voice cut through the thick, mana-saturated air. The urgency in his tone silenced the bickering dwarves, and even Rastix, ever prideful of his inventions, nodded without complaint. "Of course, but how many do you need?" Roland looked at the dense magic fog around them and wondered if it wasn't already too late. Perhaps it would be better to focus on placing sentries and more golem turrets here before the process began. For now, though, the tunnels still hadn't fully formed, so they had some time to lower the mana density and make things easier for themselves. "As many as you can. We might even have to commission the Alchemical Guild to help you." "Those morons." Roland didn't reply, not wanting to argue. Instead, he continued issuing orders to secure the area before returning to the proper dungeon. This was all the information he needed. Now, he just had to prepare everything before it was too late. "Are you sure? All of that was forming under our nose? Does Father know?" With the help of the teleportation gate, he made his way back up and quickly visited Arthur, who was inside his study. Roland nodded as he stood before Arthur, his armored form still carrying traces of the dense mana fog that had clung to him. He had moved quickly, ensuring the information reached Arthur as soon as possible. The young noble's brow furrowed as he processed the implications of what Roland had just told him. "I'm not going to pretend that I understood what you just said, but in short, we have a problem. A very big one. I'm not sure how far this has spread across the whole island or if the process can even be stopped. Of course this would happen the moment I get involved." Arthur let out a sigh and placed a few documents he was holding onto his desk. He rubbed his temples as he thought through the potential consequences. "Does anyone else know?" "Not yet. I came straight to you." Roland replied, and Arthur nodded. "Then we have some time, we will have to reorganize our plans." Roland stood there while Arthur continued to murmur to himself. While this piece of information wasn't great, it didn't mean they were out of options. They now knew where the attack would be coming from and could prepare accordingly. However, the big question still remained. Should I report this to my father? Will he even hear me out? Arthur was considering telling his father, but that brought several problems to their door. If they revealed what they were doing inside the dungeon, it could be over for them. Hiding all the turrets they had assembled, along with the boss chamber they were farming, would be nearly impossible. Probably not unless we show our hand. That's unfortunate. That it is. Roland nodded again. He didn't like it, but for the time being, they couldn't afford to reveal their underground operation. They were avoiding being taxed by the ducal house, and for that, they could lose their lives. If I may. While the two were contemplating their next move, Mary, who had been listening to everything, spoke up. Go ahead. Arthur nodded and urged her to speak, clearly wanting some advice. Thank you, Lord Arthur. How about I use my unit to spread some rumors? Propaganda? He thought for a moment and nodded. Spreading rumors about the issue while withholding critical information wasn't the best solution, but it could be enough to get some people to seek shelter. They would continue reinforcing Albrook as they had before, but now with a more focused plan. Make sure everyone knows that Albrook's gates are open to anyone needing help. This means we might have to prepare more shelters. Good, there should be enough time. Arthur's fingers tapped rhythmically against the polished wood of his desk as he muttered over the situation. Roland remained silent, considering what he should tackle first. Mary, having made her suggestion, stood with her hands clasped in front of her, awaiting further orders. After a moment, Arthur exhaled sharply and leaned forward. All right. We move forward with the rumor campaign. Mary, make sure the information is subtle. We don't want to cause a panic. Mary nodded. Understood, my lord. I will see to it immediately. Arthur then turned to Roland. As for you, keep me informed. If you need anything, just ask. Before saying anything, Arthur simply smiled, knowing better than to question Roland's decisions. After discussing the matter a bit further, the two men parted. Once outside the office and mansion, Roland bumped into his brother and Lucille. The two had returned with him and didn't have much to do. An idea appeared in his head, and he quickly approached them. Lady Cortana. Yes, Sir Wayland. How are you with controlling golems? She was the top of her class. Before Lucille could answer, Robert leaned in and whispered into Roland's ear, boasting of her achievements as if they were his own. Good. Congratulations, Lady Cortana. From today, you will be the commander of Albrook's first fully automated golem battalion. Roland proclaimed his decision, and after a long pause, only two words escaped Lucille's mouth. What? Good, the mana concentration is going down. Roland stood watching the blue world before him. With his special eye skill, he could perceive everything as nothing but mana. In the past, looking into these newly discovered underground tunnels had been a struggle. His vision had been obstructed by countless brightly glowing orbs of blue light that practically blinded him. Now, after a week of testing and siphoning, the mana molecules in the air were finally beginning to thin out. But it is still not enough. The walls are still expanding. Despite his efforts, the tunnels continued to stretch in multiple directions. It seemed that he could only slow their formation by placing roadblocks and scattering anti-magic powder in key areas. However, the mana would eventually push through the barriers or find a way around them. The path of expansion was unmistakable. It was moving steadily toward the main settlement and rising upward. Roland clenched his fists as he stared down the endless tunnels before him. The faint echoes of his own breathing reverberated through the stone corridors, mixing with the sound of the mana-siphoning machines. Even as the devices worked tirelessly to drain the excess energy, it was clear that they were merely delaying the inevitable. The mana was too abundant, and the tunnels were too persistent. Something was fueling their growth, and the moment he removed the devices, the mana would overflow once again. Theories on how to stop this expansion and why it was happening swirled in his mind like a raging storm. One question persisted above all others: was this a natural phenomenon, or was there something more to it? At this point, he was convinced that it had to be connected to the super dungeon, but he was still unsure how this had transpired. He had taken the time to examine the history of previous culling events that had occurred on this island ruled by the Valyrian household. These events usually happened at similar intervals, and only a limited number of monsters spilled into the surrounding settlements. However, after further research, he had noticed something strange. The monsters seemed to spread out farther with each dungeon break, almost as if they were scouting the landscape. The Duke does not seem to be underestimating the break, though. From my estimates, he has mobilized more forces than usual, as if he is also expecting something. While it weighed on his conscience that he was keeping this underground phenomenon a secret, he knew the repercussions of revealing it could be dire. He had no way of predicting what would happen to Albrook if he came clean, nor could he tell if Arthur's brothers might use this as an excuse to seize control of the city. Mary had already begun spreading rumors about the culling being more intense than before, but whether people would heed their warning remained to be seen. In the end, what truly matters to me? Roland knew it was impossible to save everyone. It was better to be a bit selfish if he wanted to keep the people close to him safe. There was no way he could rely on others, and he still was not sure how bad this event would truly be. Despite the danger, the amount of mana they were converting into mana fluid was staggering. If this continued, assembling the small army of golems he was working on would not be an issue. At first, he had been worried about his inability to create enough runic batteries, which required repeated charging. Now, however, they had a secondary fuel source. Once crystallized, it would fit perfectly into the restructured obsidian and rock golems they were salvaging from within the dungeon. I should probably check on how she's doing. Roland looked at his map, which, after some improvements to his suit, was finally working to some extent. His golems were spreading out in all directions, slowly setting up cables as they advanced. What he saw on the map was a vast web of underground tunnels, each carefully marked with pathways his golems had scouted. The thick mana presence made it pointless to rely on sensors in the area. Instead, he had to settle for visual aids like his runic cameras to monitor for any instabilities. When everything started to unravel, he needed to be the first to know. I should probably place charges here for when the time comes. There were several countermeasures he had considered, but he was not sure if any of them would be fully effective. The rocks in this area were saturated with mana, making it impossible to bring the tunnels down with magical explosions. However, once everything began, those explosions might at least be enough to reduce the number of enemies. Once he had completed his investigation, it would be time to return home and check on the progress of his other countermeasures. On his way out, he noted the additional golems being retrieved as he tackled the boss chamber once again. Even though the monster was around level 200, his own progress had stagnated. Since initially clearing this place, he had only gained a few more levels. He needed to reach level 275 to fully utilize his Runesmith Overlord class, and this was something that felt increasingly unrealistic. He had seen many other Tier 3 class holders in the world, many of them 10, 20, or even 30 years older than him, yet they were not much further ahead in levels. Finding and hunting high-level monsters was difficult, and while he could still gain experience from crafting, even assembling the recent elemental armors barely moved his experience bar. To make real progress, he would need to work with even rarer materials and craft more advanced runes than ever before. Even though his growth was already far faster than that of an ordinary person, at this rate, it could take 5 or more years to reach his next class, and this was assuming he did nothing but grind. To solve this problem, he needed a way to cheat the system like he had done before. Once this whole predicament was over, that was exactly what he planned to do. Now then, how is she doing? Roland made his way toward the training grounds, the ones usually occupied by trainee soldiers. On his way there, he was saluted at least 10 times. He had long since stopped nodding in acknowledgement, except to Arthur and a few of the knights. One of the few people who still held his attention was there as well, clad in a new suit of armor, wielding a heavy-looking longsword and a heater shield. Robert now looked more like someone worthy of the name Durandal. Though he had not forged the armor himself, it was crafted from heavy dwarven steel with the Union's assistance. However, he had personally handled all the rune smithing, ensuring Robert had the highest quality runic magic to support his new Arch-Knight class. There were even plans to expand his equipment toward power suits, the same kind Robert had used to win his trial. The only obstacles were time and money. He is doing well. If he levels up those skills, having a power suit that lasts longer than 10 minutes could be a real possibility. Roland did not need a power suit, but for Robert, whose magical capabilities were limited, it could become a powerful weapon. Since a power suit was still considered armor, it would allow Robert's passive skills to take effect. The suit he would wear would consume less mana for its operations, and with an additional battery pack to support him, its operational time could extend to several hours without the need to replenish the batteries. There she is. Not far from Durandal stood the person he was looking for, Lucille, or Lady Cortana as she was now known. Some of the dungeon golems had been repurposed and were ready to be commanded. He knew it was best to have a person oversee these rocky automatons, as their thought processes were quite simple on their own. This was where Lucille, the rune mage, came in. Like him, she could communicate with the runic operation system and issue orders to the magical constructs. Lucille stood gripping a large metal rod, her brows furrowed in concentration. Before her, a squad of repurposed dungeon golems stood at attention. Their cores had been repaired and modified with more sophisticated runic circuitry. While their basic programming remained the same, it had been altered with Sebastian's help to allow for more complex commands. This, of course, introduced new challenges. The golems now required stricter and more precise orders to function properly. "All right, you can do it. You've trained for days." Roland heard her whisper to herself before raising the control rod toward the dozen golems. The runes along its length flickered to life, and the nearest golem shuddered before stepping forward. It moved stiffly, a sign that the control sequences still required fine-tuning. "All right, steady now," she muttered again as she commanded the small group. "Advance in formation. Maintain 5-meter spacing." The command rod pulsed again, and the golems reacted, albeit clumsily. Some hesitated before moving, while others advanced a step too far before adjusting themselves. Lucille frowned, clearly displeased with the lack of fluidity. Roland eventually stepped closer, arms crossed as he evaluated her progress. "You are quickly adjusting to the command sequence, but you are being too forceful with the mana conduit. Try to relax or you'll lose focus." Roland would be able to control these 12 golems even without the help of the runic control rod. However, even he had his limits, as controlling hundreds of these golems would be impossible. Instead, they focused on creating a few captain golems. These would be more sophisticated than the others, just like these 12. Lucille would give orders to them, and they would relay the information to the rest, allowing them to move as a larger unit. With such a system, she would be able to act as a commander, but her biggest limiting factor was her current level and Tier 2 rank. She simply did not have enough mana or specialized skills to fulfill this duty for the time being. There was also the issue of her lack of spatial awareness. Even after he moved in so close, she did not notice he was there. In the future, she needed to be placed in a battlefield environment, something she was not yet accustomed to. "Sir Wayland. I was just..." Lucille glanced over her shoulder, startled by his sudden presence. Despite the surprise, she maintained her composure, gripping the control rod tightly. She was still a noble who had gone through training to not appear weak. "At ease, you're getting better, but perhaps you should focus on your levels first. I'm sure Sir Durandal will be more than happy to assist you." He glanced in the direction of his brother, who was clearly eavesdropping on their conversation. Robert let out a loud cough, feigning disinterest before stepping forward and holstering his blade. "Of course. I'd be happy to assist, Lady Cortana." "Good. Visit the dungeons and help Lady Cortana gain levels." "Of course." Lucille pursed her lips, glancing between the two brothers. She clearly didn't like going into the dungeons too much. For most of her stay here, she had been focused on runic research, but even she realized that this was for the best. Gaining more battle skills would be easier against monsters, and the rest would soon follow. That might be for the best. Then it's decided. After instructing them to gather a batch of holy grenades for leveling up, Roland headed out again, this time toward a different area where a few people, including his assistant Bernier, were already waiting. They gathered in a large room near the soldier barracks with a few people there. "Is everyone here?" "Aye." Bernier nodded and Roland gave the nod, and quickly all the doors and windows were closed by his soldiers. Roland took a moment to scan the faces before him. The men gathered in this room were once knights, warriors of some renown. Now, they were scarred remnants of their former selves, each missing an arm, a leg, or in some cases, both. Some bore expressions of quiet resignation, while others had an unmistakable glint of defiance in their eyes. They had been called here with a promise, one that many of them were skeptical of. "You called us here, Sir Wayland. But, can you really help us?" One of the men, an older gentleman with silver hair and a full beard to match, spoke first. He leaned forward, resting his only remaining hand on his knee. His other arm was missing, severed at the shoulder, and a massive gash stretched over one of his eyes, now covered by an eye patch. "You said you had an offer for us. But how do you plan on helping? None of the priests in this city can perform such miracles. I really hope you have not wasted our time." This man was not just an ordinary old knight. He had once been a prominent member of a noble household and had been close to becoming its head until disaster struck. Gravely injured in the line of duty, he was cast aside by his lord and forgotten by most. He was a Tier 3 class holder who had long faded from the public eye. His whereabouts had been unknown to many, but with Mary's help, Roland had found him along with the others now gathered in this room. Do not worry, Sir Whiskhard. I have not summoned you here to waste your time but to offer you an opportunity. A chance to reclaim your past glory. Our past glories. The men in the room exchanged glances, some filled with curiosity, others with thinly veiled skepticism. Their injuries had taken more than just their limbs, they had taken their futures and their purpose. For many of them, the path of the warrior was all they had ever known, and without it, they were little more than forgotten relics of the past. Even if there is a way, the price must be. One of the men murmured but then got interrupted by another. We have all taken oaths to not speak of this, please. Is there truly a way? One of the other men, who was missing both his legs, spoke up. His eyes still held some hope, and it seemed that he was nearing the end of his patience. Roland had, for the time being, gotten everyone to sign a contract or take oaths not to speak of what would be presented here. Without waiting for a response, he simply turned to Bernier. Look at this, gentlemen. Bernier stepped forward and removed the long glove that had been hiding his runic prosthetic. The room fell silent as the runic limb was revealed. The men gathered, their eyes drawn to the prosthetic that had once been hidden beneath his glove. The arm was a masterpiece, a gleaming, intricately designed limb, covered in runes. Unlike the crude prosthetics they had seen and used in the past, this one was different. Instantly they knew that it was more than just for show. Bernier flexed the prosthetic, and it responded with fluidity. His fingers had a full range of motion, and he even picked up a hammer from the table to demonstrate that he had no trouble handling heavy objects. The runic glow was mostly hidden, but some of them could tell that precise magical craftsmanship was involved. That's no ordinary prosthetic, and I would know, I tried all of them. Another old knight proclaimed, one who had attempted to replace his arm with dwarven craftsmanship. His current prosthetic was one of these replacement limbs, and he could instantly tell that it was far superior to the one he was using. Such fluid movement, is it really a prosthetic? Indeed. Roland gave the men a moment to process, watching their reactions carefully. Some were still skeptical, but others were leaning forward now, their interest piqued. Roland knew the doubts were natural. The idea of such an advanced prosthetic was beyond the realm of normal understanding, especially for men whose lives had been shattered by the loss of their limbs. He was counting on that disbelief to fuel the success of his offer. Gentlemen! This isn't a trick. This is what I can offer you. If you work for me, if you are willing to put aside your doubts and join me in this, I will restore your limbs. They will not be just simple replacements but true marvels of runic engineering, better than the originals. The room buzzed with murmurs. Some men exchanged glances, uncertain but intrigued. Others, like Sir Whiskhard, seemed to want more proof before they would commit. Nevertheless, it was clear that with a few pushes he would have experienced officers in his midst, something his newly established army desperately needed. Ugh! Congratulations, you have gained a level. I did it. That was rather fast. No wonder so many people flocked to this place. A woman, her face concealed, observed the defeated undead monster. Its body had mostly turned to dust after being struck by her spell scroll. The divine spell it contained was remarkably effective at dispatching Tier 3 monsters, something that should not have been so easily achieved. She examined the inscribed runes on the parchment and, despite all her current knowledge, could barely comprehend how such a feat was possible. Blending divine energies without a priest's involvement contradicted everything known about magic in this world, and she could not wait to uncover more. Name: Lucille DeVere L150. Classes: T2 Rune Mage L50. T2 Ice Mage L50. T1 Mana Scribe L25. T1 Mage L25. She glanced at her status screen, which displayed her progress. In just around a month inside this dungeon, she had gained more than 40 levels, all thanks to her benefactor, Roland Arden. He was a mysterious man, the younger brother of her beloved Robert. Though the two shared similar appearances, Roland felt like he was not of this world. The things he could do and his knowledge went beyond the conventional understanding of this realm. He also did not truly act his age, he was always calm and collected, rarely showing emotion unless his wife or wolf was involved. That's great. Are you going to attempt the ascension now? Robert stood beside her, keeping watch for any potential threats. He seemed even happier than she was that her journey to level 150 had finally come to an end. Though his helmet concealed his expression, the tone of his voice carried unmistakable joy. She, however, was not as ecstatic. Her life had changed so much, and she was not sure if she truly deserved all of this. But the moment Robert stepped closer and took her hand, all her doubts faded away, and she smiled. I'm not sure. It might be a bit too soon, and Sir Wayland wanted to see me before I attempted it. He did? I bet he just wants to give you some advice and use that strange mind-restoring magic of his. You might be right, but it felt like it was about something else. Well, I'm sure he has something planned. Robert said, his voice filled with admiration for his brother. Lucille couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how strained Robert's relationship with his younger brother had once been. He had confided in her many times about his past mistakes, carrying a heavy conscience over how he had treated Roland in their youth. Ever since Roland disappeared, Robert had been searching for a way to make amends. Now, working alongside the long-lost prodigy still felt like a dream she never wanted to wake up from. This life was far better than the one her family had forced upon her. If not for the Arden siblings, she would have been trapped in a loveless marriage to an underage noble, her future dictated by duty rather than choice. Instead, she had found a life filled with adventure and excitement. She could study runic diagrams and schematics to her heart's content, working alongside some of the finest dwarven craftsmen she had ever met. And then there was Roland. He felt like a runic savant, someone capable of ushering in a new age of runic magic. She wanted to witness that transformation, to be part of it. But to do so, she needed to make herself useful. Shall we leave? Yes, let us. With her decision made, Lucille and Robert began their ascent toward the surface. They were on the first level of the second dungeon, not far from the mining area and the checkpoint leading outside. Robert, ever the vigilant protector, kept his hand on the hilt of his sword as they walked, his eyes scanning their surroundings. It's fine. There aren't any monsters here, Lucille said, hoping to ease his tension. But he would not relax. The armor she wore was equipped with technology from their benefactor, displaying a map of the area along with the exact locations of all the monsters on this floor. There was no chance of being ambushed, yet Robert refused to lower his guard. I heard a lich escaped from this dungeon. There's always a risk. We can never let our guard down in a place like this. You're probably right, but we are almost there. Just as she expected, they arrived at the checkpoint without a problem. Thanks to their current identities, they were let through without any questions. Their personas as Durandal and Cortana were starting to garner a lot of respect, though most of it was focused on Robert, who had become a knight commander and had been given his own troops to train and lead. In a way, she felt slightly jealous of all the attention he was getting while she struggled to control just a few golems. Sir Durandal, Lady Cortana. One of the soldiers greeted, stepping forward. The gate has been calibrated for your return. Robert gave a firm nod, then turned to Lucille. Are you ready? This gate had recently been established at this location. It was a miniature pathway, too small for large groups to pass through but sufficient for her training. The old entrance through the lava lake had been completed and was now used by the miners, while the teleportation gate was reserved for high-ranking members from Albrook. This gate was of lower quality and could not be used frequently, so traveling back and forth once per day was usually the limit. I'm ready. They approached a hidden area carved into one of the dungeon's walls. Inside was the gate they would be using. The runes flared brighter, and the space within the small archway twisted, forming a shimmering portal. Without hesitation, both of them stepped through and emerged on the other side in Roland's underground workshop. Welcome back. A familiar voice greeted them. Roland stood before a massive and intricate runic schematic, something she could only dream of understanding. The runes were drawn with precise detail, but she had no real grasp of how to read them. Despite being given numerous research papers, she struggled to visualize these runes in a three-dimensional state and comprehend how that form influenced their internal operating system. I see you've completed your training. Lucille stepped forward, nodding hesitantly as she studied Roland's expression. It was one of those rare days when he wasn't hiding behind a helmet. The one she wore came off rather quickly, even after months, she still hadn't gotten used to it. Yes, I have. My level has reached 150. She nodded again, confirming his question. But you are still lacking in your skills, as I recall. That's true, but it shouldn't take much longer. Their conversation felt somewhat awkward. He wasn't truly looking at her, his gaze fixed on the intricate schematic in front of him. Sometimes it felt as though he had eyes in the back of his head, always aware of his surroundings. While her levels and battle skills had all been maxed out, some abilities that couldn't be improved through combat alone were progressing more slowly. Then there was the new skill she had acquired upon reaching level 50 in her Rune Mage class, one that would likely take time to develop. Rune Comprehensions L1. Active skill/passive skill. Allows the Rune Mage to comprehend the inner workings of a previously unknown rune. Fully comprehended runes require less mana to use and have increased potency. Her new skill was a rare dual type, both passive and active. It allowed her to expend mana to analyze complex runes but also increased their power. The Rune Mage class revolved around controlling and enhancing runes through magic. If she already understood a rune well, this skill would make it easier to use enchanted equipment, but as a Rune Mage, she still couldn't create her own runes. Perhaps that would change once she reached Tier 3. Higher tier Rune Mages were said to be capable of invoking runic symbols and forming temporary spells from nothing. That was her ultimate goal, to become an Arch-Rune Mage, someone who didn't rely on cumbersome metal to wield runes. However, achieving this was easier said than done. Her current class setup wasn't ideal. She was both a Rune Mage and an Ice Mage, a combination that might lower her chances of acquiring a powerful advanced class. Aiming for the Master Rune Mage class. Roland's voice pulled her from her thoughts as he finally turned away from the schematic. Ah, yes. That would be splendid. Professor Arian, her former teacher, was a Master Rune Mage. She wished to follow in his footsteps and had gathered all the necessary skills to qualify for the class. Now, all that remained was to enter the Ascension space and undergo the class change. I see. Is there something wrong? Is that a bad choice? Roland seemed to hesitate for a moment before shaking his head. Not necessarily. The Master Rune Mage is a powerful class. It's excellent for controlling runes and manipulating the internal components, but there could be other options waiting for you. Better options? She asked, unsure whether there were better options available or if she could even qualify for something superior. Even now, she wasn't certain she could attain the Master Rune Mage class, as it typically required 2 rune-based classes. Arian had chosen Rune Mage as his first Tier 2 class and had followed it up with another rune-focused class, likely Rune Enhancer. She wasn't entirely sure, but if she could turn back time and start over, that probably would have been her choice as well. Perhaps, I'm not sure yet, but it's worth a try. Roland replied while glancing toward Robert, as if this had something to do with him. Lucille didn't respond, sensing that Roland wasn't finished speaking. She listened intently. As you know, Robert here unlocked a special path through his vow to me. Yes? We discussed this before, but I'm not a knight, nor are there any mage contracts that work the same way. None without harsh consequences. Lucille had done her research. Magical contracts that connected 2 people in a way similar to a knight's vow of vassalage usually came with massive drawbacks. Most fell under the domain of dark magic, binding a person's soul to powerful demons or sinister spellcasters in exchange for enhanced abilities, but at the cost of complete subservience. Roland, you can't be asking Lucille to sign one of those slave contracts. Robert's voice rose in anger, but Roland remained calm, cutting him off before he could overthink the situation. Calm down, I'm not. It's not a contract or anything like that. It's more of a persistent buff that could, perhaps, function similarly. I'm not sure I understand, could you explain? Robert asked and Lucille leaned in to listen. This seemed to be some new development that Roland had in mind. It's not a contract in the traditional sense but a skill that I recently received. I'm not sure that it will work for the Ascension but it seems safe and without any real drawbacks on your part. Roland took a deep breath before continuing, ensuring he had Lucille and Robert's full attention. This new skill allows me to register up to 3 individuals as my vassals. Those who accept gain some buffs, enhanced mana regeneration, increased resilience, and a boost to their overall abilities. The effect is strongest when they are near me but remains even when they are farther away. Lucille tilted her head slightly, her analytical mind already dissecting the implications. And the drawback? I will always know your location and if you try to attack me or betray me in some way, there might be some kind of backlash. I'm not sure the skill description was vague but I imagine it's something similar to a knight's vow. Then you mean? I think it's worth a try, we'll see if it amounts to anything. Lucille was ecstatic, as she knew well how intriguing Robert's new class was. He was a knight who could imbue runes into his armor, something that should only have been possible for a runesmith. She already knew that he had achieved this through gaining the rune mastery skill and performing the vow. So perhaps, if she did something similar with Roland here, a new opportunity would open itself to her. You don't need to decide now, we can talk about it lat. Before Roland could finish his sentence, Lucille jumped forward to stop him. Later? No, that won't be necessary. I don't need to think it through. Let's perform the rite. Do I have to do something specific? Perhaps kneel. She had already been on board with making a nightly vow if it meant getting more involved with runic magic. However, when she noticed Roland looking somewhat uncomfortable at her willingness to go down on her knees, she blushed. Straightening herself, she remained in place, waiting patiently for him to perform his skill. Fine then. Accept it. A bond with an overlord is being offered to you, will you accept it and become their vassal? Oh. Overlord. She knew her benefactor had a somewhat unique class, but she had never actually seen his status screen. It was an unusual title, considering she knew him as a skillful runesmith. Without thinking much, she quickly accepted and immediately, a strange power washed over her body. Congratulations, the bond has been established. You have gained runic region skill, temporary. Oh. She gasped as a notification appeared. She had learned a new skill. The knowledge of how to use it rushed into her mind, similar to the sensation of an ascension trial. Is something wrong? Lucille glanced at the strange skill she had received. It wasn't something a rune mage would typically have. She already possessed rune control, but that skill required physical contact with a runic object. This new ability, however, seemed to alleviate that limitation, allowing her to manipulate runes from a greater range. I've got a new skill, she said. Did you get one of my skills, or is it something entirely new? Roland asked. It's called Rune Region. Roland nodded at her response but didn't comment further. The bond had been formed, and with it came a trait that reinforced their connection. Overlord's Rune Vassal. Temporary trait. Through the bond with the Overlord, the user receives a 15% boost to mana capacity and regeneration. The Overlord can lend his vassal a part of their power to increase their stats, but a penalty will be applied if the user harbors hostile intent. Lucille felt the rush of mana coursing through her veins, an invigorating sensation unlike anything she had ever experienced before. The runes within the workshop felt startlingly close, as if she could sense their presence and access them without even needing to touch them. This was truly a magnificent feeling, something she had long yearned for. Incredible. I can feel the runes. She whispered in awe as her fingertips tingled. I take it, you approve of this change. Approve? Yes. If you wish, I can always remove the skill if you change. Before he could finish, Lucille interrupted him again. No, please, never remove it. This is too grand of a gift. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to repay you for your generosity. You've already done so much for me, how could I ever hope to repay you? She spoke quickly, shaking her head as if Roland had given her something invaluable. Then, out of nowhere, she raised her head, clenched her fists, and proclaimed with fiery passion. This is it. Sir Roland, I'll make sure to get a great class and take control of those pesky golems. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. I'll surely gain the Master Rune Mage class. No. Something even better. With that, she stormed out of the workshop toward the training area, her eyes ablaze with passion. She was eager to test her new skill and refine the one she had just received. Well, at least she seems enthusiastic about it, Roland muttered. Robert chuckled before following Lucille to see what she was up to. Time was running out, but there was still an opportunity for one more person to reach their Tier 3 class. Ah, this brings me back, life was so much easier back then. Lucille picked up the teacup from the table and took a sip. Even though she knew this place was not truly real, she could taste the brew. Around her, a garden stretched out with vibrant green grass, neatly trimmed hedges, and towering trees. It was a perfect replica of the magical garden at the Institute. My heart still seems to waver back to this place. She let out a sigh while looking around. It had not always been like this. When she first attempted her change, this place resembled the library at her home estate. Yet, as time passed and responsibilities piled on, her ascension space shifted. It was an uncommon phenomenon, as this space usually retained the form of its first activation. To many, a changing ascension space indicated a troubled mind, a person unsure of their own self. Lucille set her teacup down with a soft clink, gazing at the picturesque garden before her. The sound of rustling leaves and the distant chirping of birds filled the space, but she knew none of it was real. This was merely the manifestation of her ascension trial, an illusion conjured by her subconscious. "This is the second time I've ended up at the Institute for an ascension," she murmured, brushing a stray lock of azure hair behind her ear. "The first time was when I gained my Ice Mage class, back at my old home. But now, here I am again." Beside her tea sat a slice of delicate cheesecake, one she had always adored in her youth. She took a bite, the sweetness melting on her tongue, reminding her that this place felt real. The tranquility of the area eased her worries, but she knew lingering too long would accomplish nothing. After finishing her tea and pastry, she stood up, her form draped in the old institute uniform she had once worn during a time she held dear. With a soft sigh, she strode toward the grand library where the ascension trial had last taken place. Back then, she was confused and struggled to find her way. The entire institute was a replica, and every familiar place was intact. She remembered being lost for hours, uncertain of where to go, before finally arriving at the library where she had encountered an irregularity. Her gaze lingered on a few things. One was the old Rune Department auditorium that later was taken away due to its wavering popularity. At one point she even dreamed of becoming an assistant professor at the institute, but then her family got in the way. Another was the fountain in the main courtyard where she and her classmates used to gather after exams. Not far away was an open field outside where she first encountered Robert on a joint exercise between them and the Night Academy. Those days were rather pleasant, but now she was an adult and had to move on with her life. Shaking off the nostalgic feeling, she continued walking until she reached the library doors. She pushed them open and stepped inside, her eyes scanning the towering bookshelves filled with tomes of varying sizes and colors. It was just as she remembered, rows upon rows of knowledge, neatly arranged and waiting to be explored. Yet appearances could be deceiving. Just like before. She moved to one of the shelves and picked out a book. As she flicked through the pages, she found nothing but blank white paper. Every book in the library was the same, even the ones she had read before. However, not far from here, in a corner where she had once researched runes, were a few special tomes, ones that would begin her journey to the next level. She made her way to the familiar study nook near the eastern wing of the library, where she had once spent hours deciphering rune patterns under Professor Arian's guidance. There was a specific table there where the light spilled through the grand arched windows, illuminating the pages of her books in a soft glow. It was there that she had always found clarity in her studies. As she approached, she saw them, several books stacked neatly on the table, standing out amidst the countless empty ones. They were much larger and uniquely crafted. Moving closer, she noticed something familiar. Just like in her previous trial, the same key she had used before rested nearby, designed to fit the locks on the books placed on the table. Each one was sealed, and unlocking any of them would initiate the ascension trial. Now, she had to decide which book to open. Just like with any other trial, there were hints indicating which class the book corresponded to. She grasped one of the books, one that radiated frost energy and had a cold bluish cover. Icicles were forming on its surface, clearly indicating that opening it would grant her some kind of superior mage class, something she no longer strived for. In the past, her father had dictated her future. She was expected to take the elemental mage class that aligned with her affinity for frost. It was her primary elemental affinity, with water as her secondary. Additionally, she had two minor affinities for plants and earth, allowing her to cast lower-level spells of those elements. However, doing so required significantly more mana as her abilities were primarily focused on ice. The path that her noble house had laid out for her would force her to become either a cryomancer, focusing purely on ice, or a glacial mage, who incorporated water into their attacks to some extent. These were the only two options given to her, but she went behind her father's back and chose a class that allowed her to work with runes. Even now, she could remember the book covered in magnificent runes. It had called out to her, and in the end, that was what she chose, much to her father's dismay. That was when father started to behave that way. That choice had been the last straw for him. It was then that he decided to use her as a bargaining chip for the other nobles. He must have believed that she would be unable to achieve anything with such an unusual class composition and that marrying her off would still bring the most benefit to their noble estate. Is father worried? Somewhere in her heart, she longed to return. Despite how she had been treated, he was still her father. She still planned to meet him again one day, but only after accomplishing something he could not deny. Only after achieving something great would she show herself again. But before that could happen, she needed to decide what her future path would entail. Now then, there are a lot of tomes this time. This won't be easy. Lucille stood before the collection of locked tomes, each radiating a different magical energy. The sheer variety this time surpassed her previous ascensions, making it even harder to choose. She ran her fingers along the ornate bindings, feeling the chill of the ice tome, the earthy sturdiness of another, and the flowing water-like sensation of yet another. There are so many, but... After a quick glance, she realized that most of the books here were of low quality. With her mana sense, she could determine which ones held the most potent energy, and the elemental tomes before her were relatively weak. It all made sense. She had only taken one elemental mage class and never reinforced it with another element or the same one again. To become a cryomancer, she would have needed to take a higher tier ice mage class, and to become a glacial mage, she would have required a water mage class. However, she had chosen to become a rune mage, a class that did not align with high elemental power at all. One by one, she began setting aside the weaker tomes, ensuring that only those with the highest concentration of magical energy remained. These were the ones that would grant her the most powerful Tier 3 class. Soon most of the books vanished off the table and only 3 remained behind, all which contained runes on their exterior. The first book bore an intricate cover of shimmering silver runes, etched deeply into its dark leather surface. These runes pulsed faintly in rhythm, as if responding to Lucille's very presence. The book radiated control, order, and powerful rune magic. It would most likely grant her a basic upgrade to her current rune mage class, probably advancing it to master rune mage or a lesser version of it. Her gaze soon shifted to the book in the middle, one that had a different kind of aura about it. She ran her fingers over the spine, feeling the energy beneath her fingertips. The title, though partially obscured by the runic etchings, seemed to hint at mastery over constructs. This became even more obvious with the depiction of a runic golem at the bottom of the cover. Choosing this path would grant her the ability to create and control golems far beyond what a master rune mage could. It was the perfect choice for her current position, where she commanded a small army of golems. Logically, it was the best option if she considered her role as a member of Arthur's Knights. But then, there was the third tome, one that was quite different from the other two. This third book was the most peculiar of the trio. Its cover shimmered with a fluid, ever-changing array of runes, as though they were alive. They spiraled and twisted, constantly shifting shapes and patterns, their movements hypnotic and entrancing. The colors that flowed through the book's cover were unlike anything Lucille had seen before. It was like she was looking at a rainbow made out of runes, a fascinating display of runic magic. The moment she touched the book, a surge of unfamiliar energy coursed through her fingertips, and she immediately felt something stir within her, an unexplainable pull. The runes on the cover seemed to sense her, and their movements became more intense, as if reacting to the mana within her body. For a moment, it felt as if she could alter them, change their very structure. What is this? The feeling faded almost instantly, but she was entranced by the third book. It was different, and it seemed to allow her to do something that shouldn't be possible for a rune mage, to change runes at a more fundamental level. Normally, she was limited to working within the confines of a runic system. She could not add to it or remove it directly. At most, she could direct resources from one place or alter the internal core of the spell, but she could never affect the components directly. That was the domain of runesmiths. Lucille's mind raced as she analyzed the possibility. Could she really gain the ability to alter runes in a similar fashion to a runesmith? The likelihood was low, but perhaps to some extent, this new class would allow her to do something with the runic structures. But at what cost? Her gaze fell back to the tome containing the class focused on controlling constructs and the one that was a direct upgrade to her current class, 2 safer choices. I should probably go with one of these two, but... She had been fascinated with runes for a long time, not just controlling them or the intricate ways of changing the matrix to form better spells, but also with the craft of runesmithing. While she had never wanted to hold a runesmithing hammer, the thought of being able to transform runes into different ones on a more fundamental level had always been a dream, one that could perhaps become a reality if she picked this tome. Her hand shook as she placed the book down and looked at the 3 possibilities. One was her old dream, the Master Rune Mage class, the other was probably something like a Rune Golemancer, which would be the best one for her current situation. Then there was the third one, an unknown, strange path, a class that could possibly allow her to transcend the boundaries of a typical rune mage, enabling her to manipulate the very essence of runes themselves. Lucille's heart raced as she gazed at the 3 books. The time to choose had come, and her hand trembled as she picked up the middle one for golem control. This would be the most useful of them all. She would likely gain many skills to enhance the power of constructs. She had seen Roland use strange floating golems, and perhaps she could start controlling and mastering them as well. However, she placed it back down and turned her gaze to the last one, its runes still shifting into strange, unknown patterns. Sir Roland did say that I should choose a class that is the most fitting, or unique. Her hand grasped the ever-changing tome as her mind was set. She was allowed to get a temporary skill along with many other skill books for rune-related skills to catch up. She was certain that Roland had predicted she would be allowed to take a more unique class, just like Robert did. Every part of her being urged her to pick this over the other two. If she didn't, she knew she would regret it for the rest of her life. Lucille took a deep breath and slid the key into the lock of the ever-shifting tome. The moment the mechanism clicked, a surge of energy pulsed through the room, and the book's runes glowed with an ethereal light. The shifting symbols on the cover expanded outward, lifting off the tome as if they were living entities. The pages flipped open by themselves, releasing a burst of radiant energy that enveloped her entire being. The entire library around her wavered before dissolving into shimmering fragments, and within moments, she found herself standing in an entirely different space. The world around her was vast and endless, filled with floating runes of varying sizes and colors. Some pulsed with gentle golden light, while others glowed with deep crimson or brilliant azure. They shifted continuously, rearranging into patterns before breaking apart and reforming once more. She was standing on an enormous circular platform that hovered in mid-air. The runes coalesced upon it, forming intricate geometric patterns that pulsed with a rhythmic energy. At the center, a grand obelisk stood tall, covered in runic writing. Lucille stepped forward cautiously, her eyes darting around as she took in the sight. This was far more elaborate than any ascension trial she had experienced before. No instructions. While she had expected the Tier 3 trial to be much more difficult than the last one she took, this was just confusing. There wasn't much to work with. The sequence of runes on the large obelisk seemed to be a clue, but she wasn't sure what kind. After circling the platform, she noticed that besides one table next to the obelisk, there wasn't anything else substantial. However, once she started interacting with the many floating runes around her, things began to make sense. Wait, could this be? She reached out toward one of the floating runes, and as if responding to her call, it drifted down into her hand. This didn't make much sense to her. Runes shouldn't be able to take form in thin air, yet this one was still functioning. As she examined it, she realized it was only a lesser component, a rune that wasn't quite complete. For it to work, it needed more parts, all of which seemed to be floating around her. Lucille furrowed her brows, her mind racing as she examined the floating rune in her palm. It pulsed faintly, as if awaiting completion. Around her, countless other runes drifted aimlessly, forming temporary patterns before dissolving once more. The obelisk at the center remained unchanged, its intricate script glowing in soft hues of blue and gold. So, this is the trial. She took a deep breath and let her instincts guide her. Reaching out, she grasped another rune from the air. The two runes were then brought together, and just like she expected, a reaction between the two components occurred. The two runes fused for a brief moment, then repelled each other with a sharp crackle of magic. I see, this one needs one more. She glanced around, searching for the correct runic symbol that would connect the two pieces. The constant pulsating and shifting nature of the runes made it difficult, but she knew what to do. Suddenly, she reached out, and a third runic part floated over. She brought it together with the other two. This time, there was no crackle. Instead, the runes merged, forming a much larger runic structure that remained in place without shifting. Now she understood what needed to be done. But could she finish before time ran out? In the distance, she noticed something else, a giant hourglass. Its sand had just begun to flow downward. The trial had begun and she needed to hurry. Lucille's lip quivered as she realized the trial had officially begun. The massive hourglass in the distance trickled fine grains of luminous sand, each one marking the precious seconds she had left to complete this intricate puzzle. She had no doubt that failing to finish before the last grain fell would result in her rejection from the ascension. And that was not an option. She hurriedly reached for another floating rune, analyzing its shape and structure. It was another part of the puzzle and needed to be combined with two others to form the correct runic structure. It seemed that at least this part of the Ascension trial was focused on testing her knowledge of runic components and how they interacted with each other. She was unsure if there would be a later stage where she would need to apply this in battle, as Tier 3 trials usually consisted of multiple tasks. To make things even more interesting, the rune that she previously created started floating towards the obelisk in the middle. It slowly merged with the runic writing there and combined with the first rune. It was now clear to her what she was to do, and before the sands on that hourglass ran out, she had to finish the whole runic passage. Lucille's pulse quickened as she gathered more floating runes, her mind racing to piece them together in the correct sequences. Each rune had a unique shape, glowing with distinct hues, and she quickly discerned their functions. Some were foundational, serving as the base for larger constructs, while others were modifiers, altering or amplifying effects. If she made a mistake in assembly, the unstable magic crackled and forced the components apart. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm despite the pressing time limit. As she carefully selected and merged the next sequence of runes, she realized that this was more than a simple memorization test, as it was also about intuition, adaptation, and mastery over the very nature of runes. This trial was tailored for someone willing to push the boundaries of rune magic itself, something she always wished to achieve. The obelisk in the center pulsed with growing intensity, absorbing each successfully crafted rune cluster. With every addition, the runic script filled out and glowed with increasing brilliance, indicating that she was nearing completion. The more runes she combined, the clearer the pattern became. Yet time was running out, and only a few minutes remained. Her eyes darted between the floating runes and the obelisk, assessing the patterns as she worked. Each completed sequence resounded with a strange chime before being absorbed. Sweat formed on her brow as she struggled to recall her past lessons under Professor Arian. She had fallen in love with runes the moment she discovered the vast possibilities of their applications. Many dismissed them as mere enchantments and favored elemental magic instead, but she was determined to prove that runes were the most superior form of magic this world had to offer. Runes can adapt to anything. They can be anything you wish them to be. That is their strength. They are only limited by one's imagination and knowledge. Just as the last grain of sand fell from the hourglass, Lucille brought the final sequence of runes together, her hands steady despite the pressure weighing on her. The moment they fused, a blinding pulse of energy erupted from the obelisk, sending a wave of power cascading through the space. The completed runic inscription glowed brilliantly, the shifting symbols settling into a final, perfected form. For a breathless moment, silence reigned. Then, the obelisk trembled, the runes upon its surface unraveling and began spiraling through the air like celestial constellations. The platform beneath her feet rumbled, and the entire trial space quivered as if acknowledging her success. Lucille shielded her eyes as the luminous script formed something resembling steps, each one consisting of a rune that she had just assembled. Not over yet. Lucille hesitated for a moment, staring at the floating stairs before her. Each step was made of radiant runes, glowing with an energy that felt both ancient and new, as if they were alive. The moment she stepped onto the first one, it hummed beneath her feet, as if her presence was awakening the magic within it. The instant her foot left the step, it froze over, activating a freezing spell. How magnificent! The spell has some kind of delayed frost effect, it's so beautiful. She couldn't help but marvel at the frost particles swirling through the air as she ascended. With each step she took, more frost appeared behind her, erasing the stairs she had already climbed. It was clear that this was a one-way journey, and she wondered what awaited her ahead. As she climbed higher, she arrived at another platform, where a much larger obelisk stood, adorned with an even more intricate network of runes. The runes pulsed with a crimson glow, indicating the type of runic spell she was about to work with. Fascinating, this time, it's some kind of flame spell. Lucille stepped onto the second platform, her eyes darting around. The frost-covered stairs behind her had dissolved completely, leaving only the path forward. The obelisk before her pulsed with a deep crimson glow, and as she approached, the runes along its surface became clearer. It was obvious that the complexity had increased, but the hourglass in the distance was of the same size. This won't be easy, but... Even though the intensity of the challenge increased, this test brought her immense joy. She loved identifying the correct components and bringing them together. In the previous test, she had needed to combine 3 runic parts, but now some required 4. The more she worked, the more she became consumed by the intricate symbols, each one more complex than the last. Yet, as time passed, her knowledge began to waver. The rune structures grew strange and unrecognizable, and before she knew it, her first ascension trial had come to an end. No. It's okay, you're safe. A soothing voice called out to her, but she had different things on her mind. No, let me study more runes. I wasn't finished. Hey! Lucille opened her eyes and found Robert standing before her. His confused gaze made it clear that her outburst was unexpected, especially for someone who had just failed their first Tier 3 Ascension trial. Did you enjoy yourself that much? First, focus on the trial. Recall what happened. Roland called out, his gauntlet hovering over her head, glowing with a golden hue as he cast the same spell he had used on Robert. As the memories of what had transpired returned, Lucille quickly began talking, describing every detail of her experience with excitement, to the point that Roland seemed almost uncomfortable. Ah, I see, interesting. Shifting runes and the power to transform them. Yes. Lucille's chest still heaved from the excitement of the trial, her eyes glowing with the lingering energy of the runic forces she had worked with. Failing should have devastated her, but instead, exhilaration coursed through her veins. She knew she could eventually return to the same trial with more knowledge and attempt to solve even more runic puzzles, a dream come true. I must return. I should be able to soon, right? Ha! As she stood up, she heard Roland chuckling strangely. Robert, meanwhile, watched her with a concerned expression, glancing at Roland as if to confirm that everything was truly fine. She is fine, I suppose. It was an interesting trial, but you won't be able to retake it for at least the next 12 hours. How about you rest for now, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. They had started the trial late at night, intending for her to rest if it proved too taxing on her mind. But she wasn't tired at all. Instead, her thoughts raced with new ideas, fragments of runes and structures swirling in her mind. She had no intention of resting. What she needed to do now was research the runes and write down everything she remembered before the details faded. Yes, I need some paper. Lucille shot upright and sprinted out of the workshop's resting area, where a comfortable leather couch sat untouched. She didn't care about rest as her mind was too alive with ideas. She rushed to the nearest desk, her hands trembling with excitement as she grabbed a fresh stack of parchment and a quill, dipping it hastily into ink. The torrent of ideas in her mind felt like a puzzle she had to solve before the intricate details faded. Her quill danced across the parchment, sketching the shifting runes she had encountered, trying to replicate their complex transformations. Every now and then, she would pause, staring at the patterns she had drawn, as if expecting them to come alive on the page as they had in the trial. Interesting. Eek. She had been so absorbed in her work that she completely lost awareness of time and of the two people standing behind her. The sudden sound of Roland's voice startled her so much that she nearly fell out of her chair. Fortunately, Robert caught her before she could hit the ground. I see. Wait here for a moment. Roland, more interested in the runes she had sketched than her near fall, studied the parchments briefly before disappearing from the room. When he returned, he carried several notebooks that looked familiar. She recognized them immediately. She had gone through many of Roland's notes in the past, but she hadn't fully understood them at the time or had chosen to focus on different aspects of rune research, particularly the inner workings of individual runes. Use these. Roland said, handing her the notebooks. They'll teach you the logic behind rune component placement and help you get past that trial. Lucille eagerly took the notebooks from Roland, ones she had gone through before. However, now that she had endured that trial and remembered some of the floating runes, the small components neatly drawn and explained here made much more sense than before. The system was logical, simple in design but difficult to master. There were many combinations, and for her to pass that test, she would probably have to go through all of them. Thank you. Don't worry. Now get some rest, you're making my brother worry. I wasn't worried. Robert, who was standing nearby, blushed and turned his head away as Roland pointed it out. Soon, Lucille was left alone with him in the room, and she smiled. Sorry for worrying you. Let's go home. The two returned to Albrook and their home, but instead of sleeping, Lucille stayed up the entire night, poring over Roland's notes with an insatiable hunger for knowledge. Every page she turned sent a rush of exhilaration through her veins, each diagram unlocking a deeper understanding of rune structures. She scribbled her own thoughts in her personal notebook, copying his old schematics and expanding on them with her own ideas. Her mind burned with possibilities. What if she could modify the structures mid-formation? What if she didn't just complete runes but created entirely new ones? The shifting runes from the trial had been alive in a way she had never encountered before. Was it possible to replicate that effect and make it her own power? The thought of not having to rely entirely on runesmiths was exhilarating, pushing her to work late into the night until exhaustion overtook her and she slumped forward, finally succumbing to sleep. When morning came, Lucille felt something soft against her face. Someone had left a pillow for her while she slept at her desk. Blinking groggily, she struggled to shake off the lingering haze of excitement from the previous night's research. Scattered notes and open notebooks surrounded her, proof of the hours she had spent immersed in her studies. "Robert!" She called out but received no response. Instead, her gaze landed on a single leftover note, the handwriting unmistakably his. "I've left to train with the knights." A smile crept onto her face as she read. He had draped a blanket over her and placed the pillow beneath her head after she had passed out from exhaustion. "Please get some rest," he says. "I should probably stop making him worry." After finishing the letter and stretching, Lucille exhaled deeply, staring at the golden morning light filtering through the window. The world outside was waking, but her mind was already racing ahead. She had tasted something in that trial and she now wished to complete it. Only then would her life as a true rune researcher begin. Lucille's research consumed her, to the point that she neglected her golem control practice. Fortunately, Roland allowed it, knowing she wouldn't be able to focus on anything else until she made a breakthrough. A second trial arrived a few days later, bringing with it another failure. She had made progress, pushing past 3 obelisks, but more remained. So she continued. On her third attempt, she finally succeeded. 5 obelisks were needed to complete the first part of the trial. To no one's surprise, it was more than just a simple runic puzzle. When the last obelisk was activated, another set of stairs appeared, leading to an unknown area. As the blinding light faded, she found herself standing at the entrance of a vast maze, another test she would have to overcome. The maze stretched before Lucille, its walls containing swarms of glowing runes. It was a work of art and magic, but also a puzzle in and of itself. Each turn held secrets, and each corner could lead to either further obstacles or the exit. The runes ignited on the walls as if waiting for her to study them and alter their composition. "It's another trial, this side looks like it has a trap but that one is a dead end." It quickly became obvious to her that this was going to be difficult. A rumbling sound resounded behind her as the path constricted. She had a limited amount of time to get through here and she would need to decode the runes on the walls to get through. Soon she appeared before the seemingly blocked wall only to discover a hidden passage that would lead her to a safer location. This was what this next test was about, to manipulate runes while facing death. Her struggle continued, and failure followed. Just like before, she found herself unable to press on, suffering another mistake when she misinterpreted some runes while frantically evading the ever-closing walls lined with spikes. Yet, all of this was worth it. With each failure, her understanding of runes grew deeper, and the longer this continued, the more she realized how little she truly knew. Though the failures persisted for weeks, she didn't mind. Each one was an opportunity to learn and uncover more about the world of runic power. On her 5th attempt, she finally succeeded, and a third trial awaited her. This one involved a giant automaton resembling an obsidian statue of a hero, strangely resembling a certain armored benefactor. It was cracked and fragmented in several places, and her task was to restore it. At first, it seemed like a strange challenge for a runic mage who couldn't truly mend runes or metals together, but the test granted her an intriguing new ability. "Congratulations, you have gained Transmute Rune." Through her understanding of the runic structures, she was able to grasp the method, though whether she would retain it for long was yet to be seen. The new skill was amazing, it allowed her to change and reshape the very runes she loved. It was a dream come true but required a lot of concentration and mana. It seemed that this part of the trial was about being resourceful as her mana had its limits. Lucille stood in the middle of the trial's potentially final stage, her heart racing as she focused intently on the ancient obsidian automaton before her. Her fingers twitched as she surveyed the cracks and fragments, the metallic surface gleaming faintly in the dim light of the trial chamber. "I can do this, I can reshape the runes to my will," her attention on a part of the golem before her. A lone cracked rune flickered and shifted there. Though the structure had been damaged by age or some accident, she could still manipulate the rune. Affecting the metal itself was impossible, but with her new skill, she could pull the rune closer, adjust its size, or elongate it to fit elsewhere on the piece of metal. She was almost there as the path toward rune transmutation was opening before her, and she would never forget who was responsible for it. Transmute Rune. Temporary. Active skill. This skill allows the changing of runes at the cost of mana. The more a rune is transmuted, the more it will deteriorate. Lucille looked at the skill she received. She knew that when she failed the trial, the skill knowledge would disappear, so she had to make the most of it while still accessing its intricacies. Every rune she adjusted, every fragment she transmuted, was another step closer to fully comprehending the very essence of runic magic. She took a deep breath, focusing her mind as she gently placed her hands over a fractured rune on the automaton's chest. The old rune flickered, unstable from seemingly years of neglect. She channeled her mana to activate her new skill to transmute the rune, to change it back to what it used to be, something that should be only in the realm of a runesmith. It was a fascinating feeling. She could sense the rune shifting under her influence. The edges expanded, merging with a nearby unused runic component to restore this part of the automaton's integrity. The moment she let go, the rune stabilized before her and reintegrated into the golem's structure. How magnificent! Her hands trembled slightly as she gazed at her handiwork. Most of the rune was intact, and she had only needed to recreate a few parts, yet this was beyond what a rune mage should be capable of. She could not stop her eyes from sparkling. She had seen runesmiths use their hammers to shape runes onto metal before, but now she could do something similar. However, she immediately noticed a glaring weakness in this skill. To transmute a rune, one had to be there in the first place. She spotted several dead spots on the automaton before her, areas she could not affect with this new ability. It was impossible for her to create a rune from nothing as the skill only worked on pre-existing runic structures that were not too damaged. It seemed that to pass this trial she would need to not only restore the damaged runes but also modify them enough to make the golem function with fewer. Lucille steadied her breathing as she moved her hands across the automaton's fractured surface, her mind rapidly analyzing each broken rune. The transmute rune skill pulsed through her fingertips, allowing her to reshape the old symbols, but she knew she had to be precise. Every alteration drained her mana, and she could already feel the strain creeping in. The automaton was massive, its frame carved from obsidian-like metal that pulsed faintly with residual energy. It stood frozen, lifeless, waiting for her to complete its restoration. The runes covering its form were quite elaborate, but she had seen far more complicated ones before. Roland, whom she now considered a mentor, had allowed her to study his designs. Thanks to that experience, this task was still within her capabilities. She selected the most salvageable runes first, modifying their structure to compensate for missing components. Where an entire rune had been lost, she adjusted the surrounding ones to create a functional approximation. It was delicate work, requiring both her knowledge and intuition. Every decision had consequences, as a single misstep could destabilize the entire array. Time slipped away as she worked. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she adjusted another sequence. Her mana reserves were depleting at an alarming rate, but she could not rest, as just like with any of the other tests, there was a timer. The automaton's chest plate held the most complex runic matrix, and she hesitated before making the final modification. A flicker of doubt entered her mind, but when she remembered all the knowledge and help she received recently, it faded away. No. She muttered under her breath, shaking off the thought. I've come too far to fail now. Gathering the last of her energy, she pushed forward, transmuting the final sequence. The moment her hands left the automaton's surface, a bright light filled the chamber. The runes blazed to life, spreading in deep blue arcs across its body. The once broken lines now shone brilliantly, seamlessly interwoven into a new, functional design. Lucille took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. The automaton's fingers twitched. Then its eyes ignited with a deep crimson glow. With a metallic groan, it straightened, dust falling from its immense form as its systems fully activated. The chamber trembled as the obsidian construct took its first step forward, the runes along its surface shifting slightly as if adjusting to its restored form. The weight of its movements sent vibrations through the ground, but Lucille stood firm, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the face of her triumph. I did it. Those runes were made by me. She whispered, hardly believing her own words. The golem was proof that she could create her own runic structures, shape them to her will, and achieve something that would normally require a runesmith. However, she was unsure of what would happen next. The golem seemed to have a will of its own, and the true purpose of its creation remained hidden from her. Even the main control matrix had been concealed, preventing her from fully understanding its design. Slowly, the golem turned toward the wall behind it. The chamber had no doors or tunnels leading out, and the entrance she had used had vanished the moment she stepped inside. It raised its massive hand, the dark metal and stone groaning as it moved. Pieces chipped away from its joints, but it pressed forward. After a long wind up, it threw a powerful punch. Its fist struck the wall, sending chunks of rock flying and revealing a hidden path beyond. Lucille coughed as the dust settled, revealing a passage beyond the shattered wall. She took a hesitant step forward, her exhaustion giving way to curiosity. The golem, now inert, stood like a silent sentinel beside the ruined wall, its task seemingly complete. With cautious steps, she entered the passage. The moment she crossed the threshold, runic symbols flared to life, casting a soft glow along the walls. These runes were simple and far less intricate than the ones she had worked on before. Yet, as she continued, their light began to pulse as if indicating that she was getting closer to the exit. The path led to a massive, circular chamber. At its center, a square platform loomed, made out of pure white marble. On the far side, a robed figure stood. At first, it seemed like a living person, but as she approached it revealed its true nature, an autonomous puppet. "It's not over yet," she mumbled to herself as she approached the large marble platform. This was already her fourth trial, yet she felt no fear. Instead, she was eager to see what this place would challenge her with next. The transmute rune skill was still with her, which likely meant she would need to use it again to progress. Oh! The moment her foot touched the platform, something shifted. Directly in front of her, the ground began to move. A small stand emerged from within, with a wooden top with strange silvery cards resting on it. Each card was identical, with a single rune inscribed on its surface. There were small indents in the wood, each perfectly shaped to hold one of the cards. Along the sides, small openings contained a bit of the same silvery metal the cards were made from. It seemed that she was meant to insert the cards into the designated places, but for what purpose and in what order? These runes, they aren't complete, and they're all the same. After examining the cards, she realized that none of the runes were fully formed. They appeared like unfinished runes, lacking a proper purpose, just waiting to be shaped into something new. It quickly became clear that she was likely meant to transmute these cards into proper runes. Almost as if on cue, her question was about to be answered. The automaton mage on the other side of the large platform started moving. The book it was holding began glowing and shifting pages. Once it came to a halt, a rune started to form above its head. It was a slow process and quite deliberate. Lucille could tell that it was forming into a flame spell meant for attacking. Wait a moment. This was quite surprising, and the test was not giving her much time to react. Her instincts told her to erect a mana barrier, but there was a problem. Regular spells could not be cast. This trial's spells seemed to be engulfed in specialized anti-magic that only allowed runic spells to take effect. This meant she had only one way to defend herself, and that was probably what this part of the Ascension trial was about. Lucille's hands trembled as she hastily picked up one of the silver cards. The unfinished rune upon it glowed faintly, waiting to be shaped. Her mind raced as she attempted to transmute the rune into a shield spell before the automaton mage unleashed its fiery attack. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she channeled her mana into the card. The rune flickered and shifted, its lines extending and twisting under her guidance. Yet, this task wasn't so easy. To assemble a strong enough shield, more of the cards were needed. Once one was complete, she set it down on the wooden stand and reached for another card. The automaton's spell was nearing completion, its fiery glow intensifying as the rune above its head solidified into a completed incantation. This was not an easy task. She needed to focus on the creation of the runes, place them in the correct order, and also devise the correct defensive spell. To make things harder, the timer for this quest was quite short, as even before she could grasp the last card, the heat in the area reached the apex. No, wait! Her hands fumbled as she was about to settle the last card for her defensive spell. It dropped for a moment into the wrong slot, and that was enough for her to fail. The automaton mage released its spell. A massive wave of fire roared toward her, its searing heat consuming the air around it. Lucille flinched as she tried to place her card down, yet just as the defensive spell was forming, the wave of heat collided with her body. She had no time to dodge and felt her body seared and turned to charcoal before waking up in Robert's arms. She had failed once more. And no, don't take it away. She knew she had failed and instantly noticed something was missing. Roland was also there, helping her retain her memories, but the knowledge of the new skill she had gained had already faded. While she had managed to pass the third test on the first try, it seemed the fourth one would be the hardest. She did not usually participate in battles actively, as she was mostly placed in a support role. Warriors and knights would keep enemies away from her while she cast her freezing or runic spells. Here, on the other hand, there was no one to protect her or give her enough time to focus. If she wanted to pass this trial, she would need to practice. It's okay, calm down, wait, where are you going? To do research and practice. Robert tried to reassure her that everything was all right, but this was no time to rest. She instantly jumped up from her seat and took off running. It was clear that she needed to understand the best applications for combat runes and how to counter spells directly. While she could no longer use the transmute rune skill, the feeling of it still lingered. She just needed to hold on to it and do more research. She had 2 weeks to retake her trial, and then a month if she failed again. Time was running out, and if she failed once or twice more, earning this class would become nearly impossible. But she would not give up. No, she could not give up anymore. Even if it took years, she needed to get her hands on that one skill. It was something she could no longer go on without. The next 2 weeks were spent training her battle skills with rune magic. Roland helped her decide on the best rune compositions for both offensive and defensive spells. With his guidance, she perfected the runic structures and minimized them for the upcoming trial. When she returned, the previous trials felt almost too simple. More than a month had already passed, and her training was paying off. She quickly made her way back to the third and fourth trials, and now, the rematch with the runic automaton was upon her. This time, she was ready. She placed the right cards together, forming a mana shield just in time. Her opponent unleashed the flaming spell once again, but this time, the shield deflected it with ease. That was when the true nature of the trial became clear to her. After launching its attack, the automaton stopped moving, as if waiting for her to retaliate. And, of course, she did. She swiftly assembled the cards to generate a proper attack spell, an enhanced Tier 2 Pinnacle Ice Blast, a technique she had perfected with Roland's help. The air crackled with energy as Lucille finalized her spell. The rune-edged silver cards pulsed with mana, linking together to form the spell structure. The effect materialized above her head in a manner similar to the runic construct, and soon the spell surged forward. The hit connected, freezing her opponent solid. However, this was not the end. A glow flickered over the automaton's body and within moments the ice dissolved. Then, a new development caught her eye. Behind her opponent, an entrance appeared adorned with glowing runes. As soon as she landed the first hit, one of the runes lit up. It was clear now that if she wanted to progress she would need to light all of them. This feels easy, but I must heed Sir Roland's advice, these tests sometimes have hidden variables. A new spell of a different element began forming, and naturally, it would be easy to defend against if she used the same defensive spell. However, during the assembly, she took a bit longer, using more cards than she needed to. Just as she expected, there was a problem with using the exact same spell. The test rejected it and would not allow it to form. She quickly exchanged one of the cards so that a newly adjusted defensive spell could take shape before being hit by a lightning elemental attack. Lucille was glad that she had people watching out for her. Otherwise, she would have failed this test once more. With the second spell defended against, she launched a new attacking spell at her opponent. The test focused on transmuting runes without relying on the same spell repeatedly. She just needed to determine what type of attacking spell the golemic enemy would use, adjust her shield accordingly, and then strike with an element her opponent was weak against, just as she had done previously. Lucille continued her assault, adapting quickly to each new spell the automaton mage cast. Fire, lightning, wind, and earth, each element required a different strategy and a different rune configuration. The constraints of the trial forced her to think swiftly, to reshape her runes in real time without hesitation. As the battle progressed, she felt the transmute rune skill evolving, becoming second nature. The final rune on the door ignited as she landed her last successful spell, an advanced ice spear spell. The automaton shuddered, its glowing eyes dimming as it ceased movement. The runes lining the walls pulsed once before vanishing, and the door slowly swung open, revealing a long, dark corridor ahead. Was this the end of the trial, or was there still something more to do? She didn't know, but she moved forward, her eyes furrowed and focused. She stepped forward, her face becoming illuminated by the dim glow of embedded runes along the corridor. As she proceeded, the air grew lighter, and a gentle breeze brushed against her face. Soon, the passage ended, revealing a vast landscape before her. A giant landmass stretched in all directions, with her standing at an elevated spot that resembled the top of a magical tower. Could this be the last one? Before her stood something resembling a podium, similar to the ones professors used during lectures. Above it, a complex rune floated in the air. It was unlike any she had encountered during the Ascension trial. This was a Tier 3 rune, created in a three-dimensional space, far beyond anything she had been able to use before. This truly seemed to be the final challenge. She just needed to complete this one rune, and the Ascension trial would be over. Lucille opened her eyes, gasping as she felt the lingering echoes of mana flicker away from her fingertips. A dull ache spread across her limbs, a reminder of her exertion, but it was overshadowed by the exhilaration coursing through her veins. She had done it. She had passed. Robert was standing over her, his expression clear with worry as he was unsure of her success. "Lucille, is everything all right?" His brother, on the other hand, wore a different expression. She didn't know how, but it seemed he had noticed something. Usually, his hand would already be hovering, casting spells to enhance her memories, but it wasn't. "Congratulations on reaching Tier 3. Robert quickly looked at Roland with a dumbfounded expression, then back at Lucille. However, before he could congratulate her, something started rising from within, and she could feel it. "Now then, try to bear with it. This should lessen the pain." She had witnessed the process when Robert achieved his Rune Archknight class, and it looked painful. Now, it was her turn. A cold sweat covered her body, and it felt as if 1,000 needles were pressing into her from all directions. Luckily, her brother-in-law was there, and it seemed he had figured out a way to alleviate the pain. After a few seconds, a golden aura surrounded her, and she felt more at ease. "You have gained the Rune Transmuter class. You have gained the Transmuter's organs passive skill. You have gained the Transmuter's muscles passive skill. You have gained the Transmuter's skeleton passive skill. You have gained the Transmuter's tendons passive skill. You have gained the Transmuter's nervous system passive skill." Thanks to Roland's pain-relieving spell, she felt only a slight tingle as her body underwent the transformation. When Robert went through it, his expression had been filled with pain, but for her, this was almost refreshing. She also noticed that all the sweat her body produced was being cleansed, along with any potential bad odors. However, her mind was preoccupied with something else. The runes glowing on Roland's gauntlets no longer felt so unfamiliar. Her transformation into Tier 3 had begun, and she had already grasped the basics of Greater Runes, an ability granted to her after completing the 5th and final stage of the trial. The last stage had been exhausting, but thanks to her studies on the complexities of Tier 3 runes and her constant observation of Roland using them, she had figured it out on her first attempt. It had taken her about the same amount of time to complete her ascension as Robert, and now, at last, it was over. "Lucille, how do you feel?" I feel great." Robert helped her up by taking her hand, his grip firm yet careful, as if still expecting her to falter from exhaustion. But Lucille stood tall, feeling the strength coursing through her newly refined body. It was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. Her mana felt denser, more fluid, and her senses were sharper. The world around her seemed clearer, as if every detail had been brought into sharper focus. She flexed her fingers and watched as faint traces of mana swirled around them. The transformation was complete. She was no longer just an aspiring rune mage. She was now a rune transmuter, a class she had fought and struggled for and one she had not even known existed. "Can you see it? It's there." Robert watched with concern as Lucille waved her hand and pointed at the air where her status screen was displayed. Of course, he could not see what she was seeing, nor did he have an identification skill to help him understand. However, she was completely focused on her new and improved status screen, which now displayed her class and all its upgrades. Rune Transmuter Class grants a 25% bonus to HP and SP. Grants a 75% bonus to MP. The mana cost of using runes and rune-related skills is reduced by 40%. Tier 3, Transmuter. Trait. Adds a multiplier of 3.55 to all basic stats except luck and charisma. The bonuses were staggering. Her old rune mage class had only reduced mana usage for runes by 20%, but now she could lower it by an additional 40%. With her newly enhanced mana reserves, she would likely be able to cast rune magic far more freely without suffering the usual drawback of high mana costs. This didn't even take into account the raised multiplier that exceeded the standard 3 times. A regular master rune mage was said to have a slightly higher multiplier, which meant that choosing this class had probably been the right decision. Her eyes quickly shifted to the most important skill she had received, and now, it was no longer listed as temporary. Transmute Rune L1. Active skill. This skill allows the changing of runes at the cost of mana. The more a rune is transmuted, the more it will deteriorate. There it was, the main skill that went along with this class. It allowed her to shape runes of all kinds and tiers. However, it was not the only skill she was blessed with, as there were some more. Store Transmuted Rune L1. Active skill. This skill allows the user to store previously transmuted runes. Load Transmuted Rune L1. Active skill. This skill allows the user to load a previously stored rune instantly. This skill requires a pre-existing rune. This was something that was not included in a trial. She wasn't quite sure how storing and loading transmuted runes worked, but she already had an idea. Then there was a skill that seemed similar to a basic runesmithing skill, just one adapted for transmuting. Rune Transmute Restoration L1. Active skill. This skill allows the user to restore a damaged rune to its previous state. The more times a rune is restored, the more it will degrade. Skill might fail depending on the state of the material the rune is inscribed on. It was similar to rune mending but had some drawbacks and limitations. She clearly could not affect the material the rune was on, so if someone cut a rune in half, she probably would not be able to restore it. Moving runes around metal did not seem possible, at least not for now. Transmute Ethereal Pathway L1. Active skill. Allows the rune transmuter to affect pre-existing ethereal pathways. Now this was an interesting one. She knew exactly what these magical pathways were. They were essential for almost all high-tier runes, since connecting runes through only physical paths was sometimes impossible. With this skill, she would be able to alter their composition, but she was limited to already existing ones, a restriction that runesmiths did not have. This was all she could see of the skills she received from the Rune Transmuter class. Various skills had their masteries raised when she reached Tier 3, but they were not that important. Now that it was finally over, a new challenge stood before her, as she needed to master greater runes, something she had been waiting to do for years. Lucille stood in silence, her eyes fixed on the status screen displaying her newly gained class and skills. The rush of power within her was intoxicating, and the two brothers noticed her growing obsession with it. "Why don't you two head home and rest for now? There's going to be plenty of work tomorrow," Roland suggested while Robert nodded, but Lucille didn't seem to be listening. She continued mumbling about transmuting runes and greater runic structures she wished to research. "Tomorrow? I don't feel tired at all. I wouldn't be able to sleep even if I wanted to." Lucille looked at them with pleading eyes, but Robert did not seem convinced. Then she glanced over at Roland, who was watching her closely, clearly examining the skills she had received. If it was him, then perhaps he would allow her to test her new abilities and study some of the old Tier 3 rune schematics she had never been able to fully grasp. "I suppose the spell I used on you had a refreshing effect. Come with me then, we should test your skills." "Yes." She jumped high, much higher than she expected. Before her head could collide with the ceiling, Robert managed to yank her down. Her multiplier had increased and her reinforced muscles and organs made her much stronger. Even though she was a mage, her physical abilities were now far beyond what they had been before, and she would need time to adjust. Rune Transmuter, an interesting class. Roland glanced at the worried Robert, but his mind was elsewhere. Lucille's new class was intriguing. Though he would have preferred her to have a class that controlled golems on a wider scale, this was not a bad alternative. He already had an idea for a customized weapon she could use, as he had been aware of the transmute rune skill beforehand. She still has all the basic control skills, so it should be fine. The three of them walked as Roland analyzed all of Lucille's skills. He was unsure how powerful she could become as a spellcaster, but with a transmuting ability, she was now capable of much more than that. In theory, she could reshape runic constructs to some degree and adapt to many adverse situations, similar to his own runesmithing masteries. The downside of her class was its reliance on external runes, but with him around and his capabilities, he could probably create powerful gear that would make her class shine. His sister-in-law was ecstatic, so he decided to bring her to the training chamber to see what she could do with her new skills. He also wanted to measure her limits. After draining her mana and stamina a few times, she would probably settle down and go home with Robert, who still seemed concerned about her well-being. "Fine then, how about you show me exactly how that transmutation skill works?" Of course. They set up a series of tests for her. The first involved having her adjust runes on metal plates, changing them into different forms. Roland had Sebastian measure her speed, mana wavelength, and anything else he could with his detection skills. Interesting. In some cases, this skill seems even better than regular runesmithing. As he watched, he could tell that she used less mana to reshape these runes than he would if he attempted the same. Regular runesmithing required a hammer but could also work with direct mana infusion. The drawback of using mana directly was its immense energy cost. Rune transmutation, on the other hand, consumed far less mana but lacked the same level of detail. The runes were weakened to some extent and could not shift beyond their pre-existing internal components, whereas regular runesmithing allowed him to alter them however he wished. Considering these limitations, it was clear that he needed to develop foundational runic structures that Lucille could use as a base to create the most runes possible. I could probably reduce it to a few fundamental rune structures, but it won't be easy. It seemed he had his work cut out for him, but the power she now wielded could not be underestimated. While she was not yet at his level, her mana reserves were high, and her class significantly reduced the mana cost of runes. Combined with a higher than normal stat multiplier, she would be a force to be reckoned with. The other interesting aspect was that she could register a limited number of runes for later use. It was somewhat similar to what Robert could do with his invoke rune skill. Store could save up to 5 runes for now, while load could instantly reconfigure a structure for quick casting. That's enough. You should probably rest now. I'm fine. Ha. He sighed, watching her insist on continuing even after having her mana drained several times. Just go back home, you're making Robert anxious. Only when he mentioned Robert and she glanced in his direction did she finally relent. He handed her another notebook with some basic greater rune schematics, and then she was off, heading home. Another Tier 3 class holder was now in the city, and their power had grown even more. One step closer, but if someone finds out, this could get dangerous. While his forces were expanding drastically, this was becoming a problem. The number of Tier 3 class holders had grown to a staggering level, and if outsiders took notice, they would start asking questions. He wanted to push further, but continuing to train people through the divine runes was impossible for fear of church retaliation. It was one thing to help his brother and those closely connected to him, but expanding this training method to outsiders was another matter entirely. He hadn't disclosed it to people like the guild master, even though the man probably suspected something was amiss. I hope this is enough for the culling. Now, what about that weapon? His mind drifted back to the task at hand. He began scribbling, sketching a design that could hold multiple rune symbols within itself, allowing them to shift using a transmuting skill. His fingers moved quickly, and soon he had drawn a book. Instead of paper pages, it contained thin metal sheets, each etched with different rune structures for Lucille to manipulate. The idea was for her to activate multiple pages at once to form larger spell structures. Though the metal was thin and the runes wouldn't last long, the pages would be easily replaceable, even in combat, or at least, that was what he hoped. Master, it's dinner time. Oh. As he was working, Sebastian interrupted his thoughts. He glanced at one of the monitors and saw Elydia entering the dining room along with Lobelia, Armand, and a few others. Ah, right. Today was the day. He smiled slightly as he got up from his seat. After some persuasion, Elydia had finally agreed to run a small school for orphaned children. Today, they were celebrating her new position, and he wouldn't miss it. While there was always work to be done, sometimes even he needed a break. After setting down the schematics for the new weapon, he headed upstairs. The elevator doors opened, and he quickly jumped to the side to evade a tackle from Agni. Woof! Ha, you're too slow. Awoo! The chase began. He dodged and weaved behind his windmills as Agni tried to tackle him. Luckily, he was rescued by the sharp voice of his annoyed wife. Wayland, Agni! Stop it! The food is getting cold. Both of them froze before quickly heading inside. As he glanced around the room, he saw familiar faces. Some were smiling, while others smirked in mockery at him being scolded. He did not mind. Instead, a small smile crept onto his own face, something that seemed to be happening more and more lately. Ugh! Stop yawning, you're going to get me to do it. Ugh, we still have 4 hours left. Just bear with it. 2 guards stood with slouched backs outside the gates of a city. A cold wind was blowing in their faces and helped to keep them awake. The night was quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves carried by the wind. One of the guards, a lanky man, groaned as he stretched, rolling his shoulders with a sigh. I swear, I'm about to just let my soul leave my body. This shift is never ending. His companion, a stockier man, chuckled dryly. Better than patrolling the slums. At least here we don't have to deal with drunkards trying to pick fights with us. The lankier man grunted in agreement but then rubbed his stomach with a grimace. Yeah, well, I had too much of that stew earlier. Gotta go take a piss before I explode. Great. Just don't wander too far. One of the guards muttered, adjusting his stance and leaning against his spear. The other waved him off and walked a short distance away, stepping past the low stone perimeter and into the cover of the trees. The cool night air sent a shiver down his spine as he unbuckled his belt, sighing in relief as he handled his business. But then, something shifted beneath him. A faint tremor. A soft crunch. He furrowed his brow and stepped back just as the ground ahead of him began to crumble. Dirt and small stones tumbled down into a dark, gaping hole that had not been there before. He swore under his breath, stumbling backward. What the hell? He cautiously stepped closer and peered into the newly formed sinkhole. The edges of the earth still crumbled inward, revealing a deep cavern beneath. A faint, almost unnatural glow pulsed far below, sending eerie shadows flickering across the rough walls. And then he saw them, a pair of inhumane eyes. Is there something on my face? No. You sure? You've been staring for a while. Just taking in the view. I didn't know you were such a flirt, Mr. Wayland. Only with you, Mrs. Wayland. Elydia laughed softly as she sat up in bed. Roland watched her, though his eyes flicked to the system message lingering in the corner of his vision. He'd tried before, but it seemed impossible to grant someone vassal status without a battle class. It was just another rule of this world he'd have to accept. Oh, look at the time. Just as their lips were about to meet, Elydia pulled away, her eyes darting to the clock. There should be some leftovers from yesterday. Just heat them up. I have to go. We're having our first extracurricular activity today. Oh, that was today. Roland felt a flicker of disappointment, but when he saw the excitement on his wife's face, he held back any complaint. Instead, he got ready to tackle the day himself. A lot had happened recently, and the formation of the school for children was just one part of it. As Elydia stepped outside, 2 guards approached her. A carriage waited nearby to take her back to the city, along with the orphans who were still living at the estate. The scene reminded Roland of his past life, as he also rode the bus to get to school on time, always rushing to avoid being late. Things have been going smoothly lately. With the house now empty, he decided to check on what was happening in the city. Nearly a year had passed since he rescued his brother and Lucille, his brother's wife. It had taken a few months for them to settle in, but now both served as respected knight commanders in the Valyrian army. I'll just grab a few sandwiches, should be enough for now. After grabbing some food from his version of a refrigerator, Roland headed down into his workshop. Rows of screens lit up to greet him, the sterile overhead lighting reminding him of the kind of office spaces people spent their lives trapped in. As he munched on his breakfast, his eyes scanned the screens, monitoring the movements of his allies. Durandal had become one of the leading knight commanders in Arthur's army. Robert now acted as his right-hand man, handling most of the logistics and responsibilities that came with the role. With them managing the military side of things, Roland had been free to focus on leveling his own skills, though progress had slowed lately. Name: Roland Arden L216. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L41 Primary, T2 Runesmith Lord L50 Tertiary, T2 Runic Engineer L50 Secondary, T1 Mage L25X, T1 Runic Monoscribe L25X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X. While he'd managed to keep leveling, the pace had dropped off sharply. The main issue, a lack of proper monsters to hunt. Combat-based advancement was becoming inefficient, forcing him to lean more on the craftsman side of his class. Thankfully, the elemental armors had given him a significant boost. But assembling the resources and finding the time to craft them had taken months. Should I take a trip to the super dungeon once all of this is over? Roland leaned back in his chair, finishing the last bite of his sandwich. He knew he was much stronger than the average adventurer. With his current strength, he could hunt monsters well above his level, making it relatively easy to progress. The only thing holding him back was the weight of his responsibilities in Albrook, along with the need to wait for the upcoming culling event. Once that was out of the way, he would finally be free to focus on his growth again. However, venturing into the super dungeon was a different matter entirely. It was dangerous. From what he could gather, most of the creatures inside were Tier 3, and there were even reports of Tier 4 monsters lurking deeper. The main boss was said to be a Tier 5 creature. At least, that was the rumor. Hard evidence was scarce since few ever dared to approach the creature's territory. Most adventurers kept their distance, afraid it might awaken and attack without warning. The dragon was unique, a slumbering beast said to rest in the heart of a volcano. Challenging it without permission from the Duke's house was forbidden. Doing so would bring condemnation from the entire island. Roland was far from being ready to face something of that scale. He had not even reached the level of a Tier 4 class holder. At his current pace, it would take him over 10 years, perhaps even longer. He did not fool himself into believing he would reach Tier 4 as quickly as he had reached Tier 3. Still, this was his goal. He was well aware that powerful threats still existed, and any one of them could endanger him or the people he cared about. Only a handful ever reached that level. Tier 4 class holders were considered the elite of the elite. Each country or empire treated them as living weapons, valuable enough to change the course of wars. Tier 5 class holders were rarer still. They remained within their own territories, acting as symbols of power and deterrence. They rarely moved unless another of equal strength appeared. When they did, legends were born, and the world around them was forever changed. The training is going well, and thanks to all the mana fluid, we were able to pay off the debt much sooner than expected. The loan Arthur had been so concerned about was quickly paid off after they discovered the long, winding tunnels filled with mana. Using their specialized filters, they could liquidate the mana. Besides powering their golems, it could be sold for a considerable profit. Coupled with the resources they were gaining from monster farming through the runic turrets, they had cleared the debt a few weeks ago and were now beginning to turn a profit. If this continued, they would catch up to Arthur's brother in no time. Roland's gaze swept across the training grounds, where several golems moved in perfect formation. Lucille led the group, but she couldn't control them all at once. To solve this, they had implemented a command unit within their forces. Only those units were directly under her control, and they relayed orders to the lesser intelligent golems. Her runic magic had grown stronger after numerous upgrades to her gear, equipment she had a hand in assembling. I wonder how Lucienne is doing. Seeing Lucille always reminded him of his younger sister. He still visited the institute every week, sometimes even conducting lessons in the nearby dungeon. This time, at least, no one was trying to kill him. But his sister never returned. Their father had apparently decided it was too dangerous for her to continue studying there. It was a decision Roland agreed with. Viola Castellane had also stayed away, but the power of her house still stretched across the region. It was probable that some assassination attempts would be carried out against his sister. Wentworth was powerful, but he had few retainers strong enough to protect her outside their territory. Instead, she had a private tutor and remained within the Arden estate. It was the safest option, but it also meant Lucienne would suffer for it. Without the Institute's experts and facilities, it would be much harder for her to develop her skills and gain levels. Her growth would slow, and Roland couldn't help but wonder if there was something he could do about it. He was a respected professor now, but even that was not enough to guarantee her safety. Soon, his gaze shifted to another point of interest, Arthur Valerian. His noble friend had made significant progress, but he had not received a vassal skill. It would have been unusual for the son of a duke to become his vassal, even if it meant gaining a powerful skill in a rare class. Instead, Arthur had chosen to walk his own path, a decision Roland respected. However, this also meant he had to postpone his Tier 3 ascension. He had been training rigorously, pushing his skills and levels to their limits, but the right moment had yet to come. It was unknown to Roland what class Arthur was aiming, but it seemed to require some skill books that were hard to come by. A wise choice. He can't keep relying on outside forces, and he probably isn't sure if I'll remain in his service forever. It was the most logical decision. If Arthur obtained a rune-related class, he would always be dependent on Roland or other runesmiths. What he truly needed was a class he could rely on without outside help. Runic classes were not the only prestigious options available. Just as Roland had received his Overlord class, there were likely other rare classes reserved for a chosen few. Unlocking them would require unique skill combinations, and perhaps even a special bloodline or rare artifacts. With their current earnings on the rise, this possibility was becoming more realistic. Arthur had already been making several interesting purchases, no doubt in preparation for what was to come. Roland's eyes flickered to the screen, drawn to the orange flash that pulsed insistently in the corner. His fingers moved instinctively, bringing up the alert window. One of the perimeter sensors had detected something, an anomaly within the underground tunnels. That's strange. Sebastian. Yes, Master. Dispatch a scout golem to these coordinates. The mana concentration seems to be rising rapidly. I want confirmation on whether it's a natural event or something else. Understood. Sebastian remained a floating wisp of light, his new humanoid body still incomplete. He was now responsible for monitoring the entire city and controlling nearly every golem within it. The warning came from the tunnels. Almost immediately, a wheeled golem unit was activated and sent to investigate, providing a visual feed of the situation. They had been steadily expanding their sensor network, but the underground tunnels seemed endless. The high concentration of mana made it difficult to deploy golems effectively, forcing them to rely on alternative methods. Armand and Lobelia, both strong enough to withstand the mana density, played a crucial role in these efforts. Many sections of the tunnels, including the one where the alert had originated, were still not fully equipped. To compensate, Roland had set up specialized stations with mobile camera golems. These units could navigate closer to trouble spots and relay information even through the interference caused by the dense mana fields. Roland leaned back in his chair, wondering if he should get more food as he watched the live feed from his scout golem. The dark tunnels stretched endlessly, twisting and turning like a labyrinth, with glowing crystals embedded in the walls providing some light. For a while, there was nothing unusual, just the mana haze disrupting the signal intermittently. Then, suddenly, the image blurred. He sat up, eyes narrowing as static flickered across the screen. The golem's vision distorted for a moment before stabilizing. A figure loomed ahead, barely discernible in the shifting light. Before the golem could capture a clearer view, something moved, fast. The screen flashed violently before cutting to black. Unit lost. Sebastian informed him about the obvious and a grim expression crossed Roland's face. Whatever had destroyed the golem had done so with alarming efficiency. He rewound the feed, slowing it down frame by frame. The last clear image showed a silhouette. It wasn't clear if it was humanoid or beast, but one thing was clear, the time had come. These coordinates. Roland placed his hand on the keyboard, linking with the runic console. Within seconds, a holographic image flickered to life, displaying the underground caverns they had managed to map. The anomaly was deep within one of the furthest sections. It's still far away, we have some time. Sebastian, initiate Code Orange. Evacuate all non-combatants from the dungeon. Anyone below Tier 2 needs to leave immediately. Yes, Master. The order was given, and the evacuation process began. The underground dungeon, usually bustling with miners and soldiers, was now in a state of controlled chaos. Low-tier combatants and civilians rushed toward the teleportation gate while the first response teams mobilized. Inform Arthur. We need to assemble the commanders. Roland wasted no time. He moved quickly, making his way to the armory. After passing several security checks, he entered a room lined with suits of armor, each glowing with its own unique energy. First was Flame Salamander, followed by Wind Zephyr, the second armor he had built. His third, made from Terranite, bore the name Onyx. Two more suits stood beside them, each representing another elemental metal he worked on. With a flick of his hand, he called his armor over. The parts quickly connected to his silver grace suit. Once his helmet was on, he activated his spatial storage, sucking in all his creations as he was unsure what troubles he would be facing. Time was of the essence as what was likely the beginning of the culling unfolded. While the sirens blared throughout the dungeon, the regular citizens of Albrook remained unaware. Roland had refrained from alerting the populace. This responsibility lay with Arthur. As the lord of the city, it was his duty to take charge and defend it. Roland, though considered Arthur's right-hand man or even his partner, had no authority to command the city's residents to return to their homes. That responsibility belonged to the city's ruler, not to him. Instead, he headed toward Arthur's estate to inform him of what was happening in the dungeon. I can't use the gate. It needs to be ready for the evacuation. He thought to himself as he stepped into the elevator and ascended to the top floor. There was only one gate in the city, and he could not afford to clog it up when people needed it to escape. The gate had a limited number of uses per day. If overused, it would overheat and break beyond repair. For this reason, he chose a different approach. He would use the new flight unit he had designed. Once he was outside, he activated his spatial storage. Runes on his back started glowing, and from within his armor, a metallic contraption unfolded. Segments of polished metal clicked into place as the flight unit emerged, seamlessly integrating with his runic mithril armor. With a sharp hiss, the wings extended. They were broad, sleek, and lined with shimmering runes that pulsed in sync with his breathing. They resembled the wings of an airplane, made of reinforced alloy and layered with runic circuitry. Soon a surge of energy was sent to the thrusters. His previous design was better suited for both combat and flight. It allowed him to stand on it while casting spells and even wielding his weapons. However, it was too distinctive and closely tied to his past crime of aiding Robert and Lucille's escape. To avoid drawing attention, he had created an alternative device. This new model resembled a jetpack with wings, making it far less recognizable. Looks like the calibration is perfect, let's go. Without hesitation, Roland engaged the flight runes fully. A powerful burst of wind erupted from beneath him as he shot into the sky, leaving a faint contrail of blue mana in his wake. The city of Albrook stretched beneath him, its buildings and streets bathed in the soft morning light. He angled his wings slightly, adjusting his trajectory toward Arthur's estate. The unit responded instantly, shifting his flight path with minimal effort. This was the culmination of months of research, refinement, and testing, his very own jetpack, but powered by pure runic engineering. As he soared above the rooftops, the urgency of the situation weighed on him. Whatever had taken out the golem had done so with terrifying speed. The tunnels were a known danger, and this confirmed what he had been afraid of. Luckily, the constant siphoning of mana for many months would give them some time to prepare and defend their region with minimal casualties. We don't have much time. Arthur needs to mobilize the knights, and I need to prepare the defenses. His wings adjusted once more, sending him hurtling forward at breakneck speed. The battle was coming, and Roland intended to meet it head-on. Look up in the sky. Is that a bird? Is it a wyvern? Not, it's Lord Wayland. Roland cut through the sky, his runic flight unit muffled by a silencing spell as it propelled him toward Arthur's estate. The people below raised their heads and shouted, many waving energetically. It was still something that he was getting used to, but his reputation with the population was rather good. Many of them attributed the current state of the city to his presence. As he whizzed by, he took a moment to look at Albrook below him. It had been many years since he arrived here, and the city was almost unrecognizable. What was once a settlement devoid of proper infrastructure had transformed into a thriving hub of innovation and prosperity. The roads were paved, the markets bustling, and stone buildings lined the streets, many of them enhanced with runic technology. Defensive walls were lined with automated turrets, all powered by runic generators. On the streets, various golems strolled around, some part of their military unit and others just assisting people with their work. Roland exhaled as he increased his speed. This was his home now, and he wasn't about to let anything threaten it. After around a minute, he reached Arthur's estate, his arrival heralded by a gust of wind as he slowed down and descended. The guards barely had time to react before recognizing him, stepping aside to let him pass. He landed smoothly on the main grounds before Arthur's mansion and deactivated his flight unit, which was retracted back into his spatial storage. Mary along with Arthur were exiting the estate as they had already been alerted of the issues. Sir Wayland. Arthur called out to him first, his expression serious. Sebastian sent word. The culling. It's started, hasn't it? Roland nodded. The culling. It's coming, we need to call all the commanders together. Arthur nodded back and then quickly asked. How bad is it? How much time do we have? By my and Sebastian's estimations, we should have until nightfall. Roland could see Arthur exhale, his shoulders easing slightly, but his expression remained tense. Nightfall gives us some time, but not much. We need to act fast. Yes, we should follow the plan. Indeed, I should go make the speech then. Is that device ready? Roland nodded. Luckily, we managed to assemble it a few weeks ago, it's ready. Great, gather the commanders then, I will be with you shortly, my friend. Both men nodded at each other and headed in different directions. Arthur moved back into the estate, while Roland headed to a specially prepared war room for such an occasion. With his rank as High Knight Commander, he could call all the officers there and inform them about the current situation. Arthur, on the other hand, needed to inform the populace about what was coming and enforce martial law. Arthur strode through the halls of his estate with purpose, his mind already formulating the words he would need to reassure his people. The device Roland had mentioned was a relatively new addition, something they had been testing in secret. Now, it would serve its true purpose, to deliver a message to the entire city at once. As he entered the designated chamber, a team of technicians was already making final adjustments to the runic device. The large, circular platform pulsed with energy, its surface carved with intricate symbols that shimmered as they activated. The device was connected to a large runic console, one that would transmit his image directly to the city square, where a large holographic projection would appear above the fountain dedicated to his family. One of the people, a person wearing a butler uniform, turned to him and nodded. "Lord Valerian, everything is ready. You may begin when you are ready." Arthur inhaled deeply, then stepped onto the platform. As soon as his boots made contact, the runes flared, and a soft light filled the room. The area around him glowed as his body was illuminated by a magical haze. It pulsated for a brief moment before fading away, and he looked forward onto a screen that relayed the image of what was happening in the city square. A statue of his father, Duke Alexander Valerian, stood tall, surrounded by the shimmering water of a white marble fountain. Now, the water glimmered even more brightly as the runes beneath it began to activate. At first, the distortion was subtle, with ripples forming just beneath the surface. Then, the hidden mechanisms within the base of the monument came to life. A series of gears and enchanted runes activated in perfect sequence. The fountain's water, once cascading freely, suddenly slowed to a halt as an image appeared above it. The people of Albrook gasped as their city lord's enormous, luminous form took shape. Some had seen this device in action during minor tests, but never on such a grand scale. Arthur's holographic presence loomed over the square, his expression resolute yet reassuring. The plaza, once filled with the chatter of merchants and townsfolk, instantly fell silent. Arthur took a breath. His voice, now resonating through sound amplification magic, carried across the city as he began his address. "Citizens of Albrook," he began, his voice carrying across the city with the help of the runic sound amplifier. "I stand before you today not just as your lord, but as your protector. A great danger approaches. Just as you have been told, the calling is upon us." The citizens looked up, many murmuring among themselves at the mention of the calling. For months, city officials had been spreading information about the impending dungeon break, ensuring that the people were prepared for its eventual arrival. Their efforts seemed to have paid off, as the citizens did not appear as alarmed as they might have been otherwise. "As you know, we have long prepared for this moment. Today, danger is upon us, but fret not." A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd, but none descended into panic. Arthur's leadership had ensured the city was well informed and prepared. His voice remained firm, commanding attention without spreading fear. "The city walls will hold. Our defenses are strong, our golems and knights stand ready. However, I must urge all non-combatants to proceed immediately to the designated shelters at the city center. These locations have been fortified and provisioned to ensure your safety." The runic amplifiers carried his words across every district, from the merchant quarters to the residential sectors. Across the city, designated guards and officials began guiding citizens toward the shelters while trying to maintain order. "Let me make one thing clear, Albrook will stand. Our preparations have been thorough, and our resolve is unshaken. Stay vigilant. Stay united. And know this, I Arthur Valerian stand with you. And I promise on my father's name, no harm will befall you and this city." A brief silence followed, then a unified cheer rang out. The people trusted their lord, and Arthur's unwavering confidence reassured them. With those final words, the hologram flickered and vanished, leaving the people with some time for everything to settle in. Arthur stepped off the platform, sweat appearing on his brow as he took a moment to take a breath. "Lord Arthur, that was a great speech." Mary approached him first, a reassuring smile on her face. "You think so, Mary? I improvised some at the end there. Nevertheless, we should join Sir Wayland and the others." "Yes, Lord Arthur, everyone should have gathered now." Arthur and Mary made their way swiftly to the war room, where Roland and the city's highest-ranking commanders were already assembled. The room, carved from reinforced stone, was dimly lit by glowing orbs embedded in the walls. A massive, enchanted map of Albrook and its surrounding regions was projected above the central table, constantly updating with the latest reports from sensors and golemic cameras. As Arthur entered, all eyes turned to him. The tension in the room was palpable, but it was not the only emotion felt by those gathered, there was also anticipation. Everyone here had been preparing for months. Their forces had grown steadily over the past year, and now, the time had finally come to reveal what they had been hiding from the world. Roland and the others knew that once the culling was over, Albrook would finally be recognized. With that recognition, however, would come its own set of problems. All the knight commanders from Albrook were here. Just as we predicted, the monsters are beginning to form. Roland, standing at the head of the table, wasted no time. Durandal and Cortana stood beside him, both glancing at the magical representation of the city. Their armor bore clear signs of runic enchantments. Durandal's was much thicker than the lightweight suit Cortana wore, but each served a different purpose. On the other side, Sir Gareth and Sir Morian waited. Both wore knightly suits of armor inscribed with runic symbols, a seemingly common feature. All held the rank of knight commander, but a new presence was among them, a man named Whiskhard. He was at least twice the age of everyone gathered. His hair had turned grey long ago, and a thick beard covered the lower part of his face. However, what stood out most was the large, golem-like hand of runic dwarven steel attached to his right shoulder. Arthur took his seat at the head of the table, eyes scanning the assembled commanders. Each of them had spent years honing their skills, preparing for a moment like this. They had been through countless drills and war games, but nothing could fully prepare them for what was coming. Roland wasted no time, activating the projection table in the center of the room. The runic interface flickered to life, displaying a detailed topographical map of the dungeon beneath Albrook. Red markers pulsated within the caverns, indicating areas of intense mana concentration. This was where the creatures of the culling would likely emerge from. As of now, it seems the monsters have just begun to form. Thanks to our efforts to siphon away the mana around the city, we managed to successfully delay them, but they will come. This was the truth Roland had discovered many months ago. The tunnels were connected to the super dungeon, and he was certain of it. They spread out underground like arteries in all directions, likely covering most of Dragnus Island. It had been a shocking discovery, but after further investigations, it became undeniable. These tunnels had not formed overnight. They had been systematically created by the dungeon over many years, perhaps even centuries. Roland had no idea how it had started, but after analyzing past culling events, he became convinced that the dungeon had been expanding beneath the surface all along. It had existed on this island for hundreds of years, and now it seemed ready to attack. He was unsure of the strength of the monsters that would emerge, but he expected many Tier 3 creatures to appear. Do we know where they will emerge from? Arthur posed the question and Roland was quick to reply. There are a few points, here, here and here. As he pointed out, the map expanded and shifted to a few parts outside of the city. Where Roland pointed, a bright red dot appeared to display areas where the dungeon's mana was at its highest concentration. These would be the primary emergence points for the large dungeon break that was called the culling. Arthur quickly studied the map closely and noted something that he observed. All of these areas are outside our walls. That is correct, my lord. Thanks to our efforts, the emerging tunnels have been shortened. The monsters will not be able to surprise us from below. They will be forced to face our automated defenses head-on. That is rather splendid. Roland nodded, knowing well that many runic turrets lined their walls, with even larger ones positioned on each tower. If everything went according to plan, the turrets would handle most of the work. However, they were still uncertain about the strength of the monsters or how long the attack would last. The strategy was to rely on the magical defenses to eliminate the majority of the threat before sending in their army to finish the job. What about our friends from the Adventurers Guild? Are they ready? Eager and ready. The culling event was widely known within the whole kingdom. Adventurers from across the region had been gathering on Dragnus Island. While most of them were drawn to the main city or the larger settlements around it, a good chunk of them were also here. Some came for glory, others for gold, but all knew the stakes. The Adventurers Guild had already set up a command post within the city, working alongside the knight commanders to coordinate their efforts. Ordhan, the guild master, had been earning quite a fortune this year. A significant amount of coin had found its way into his pockets for withholding information about the last level of the dungeon, which was now under their control. Only those directly approved by him were allowed to venture into that level and face the final boss. Even then, most of the area was used by his people for resource gathering and training, leaving the adventurers with a dungeon that lacked a proper boss. Good, now let us discuss. The meeting continued for another 10 minutes where Roland along with Arthur and the assembled commanders went over troop deployments, fallback points, target prioritization, and reserve placements. They strategized with brutal efficiency as time was of the essence. As the meeting concluded, the magical map slowly dimmed, retreating into the runic table. People began standing, some exchanging quick nods or final notes before departing to their assigned roles. The mood was tense, but there was no panic, instead, only a resolve to achieve victory. Arthur rose from his seat, his expression stoic as he tried to remain calm. He turned to speak with Morian briefly before Mary leaned in with a hushed update about the shelter preparations. Across the room, Roland hadn't moved. He remained still, arms crossed, seemingly watching the projection fade with a furrowed brow under his helmet. As the final few people filed out, Arthur turned to leave but paused as Roland's voice reached him. "Arthur!" he called calmly, not loud, but just enough to be heard. "A moment." Arthur looked back, unsure about the reason, but nodded. The other commanders in the war room took the hint and quickly retreated to leave the two alone. As the last of the knight commanders and aides exited, the two men remained standing opposite each other. Only once no one was listening, did Roland start discussing an issue he saw within their planning. "Is that so? You make a great point, but it will not be an easy feat." "It won't be, but this is probably the best and only time something like this is possible." Their conversation moved quickly, and Arthur seemed to hesitate. Roland had proposed a strategy that could potentially bring trouble to their doorstep, but if it succeeded, the rewards would be great. "I think it's a worthwhile endeavor, worth the risk." "It is, but are we truly ready?" "I think so, but you'll have to decide that for yourself." Arthur paused for a moment, his head lowering in contemplation. Then, suddenly, he looked up with a grin on his face. "Is this only to further my cause, or do you perhaps have your own noble agenda?" Roland was surprised by the question and took a step back. "You can't fool me, my friend." "Very well, if everything goes well, do as you please, you have my blessing to act freely." Thank you." While this had not been part of the original plan, Roland had long been focused on the bigger picture. The culling event would not only be a chance for Arthur to prove himself to his father, but also an opportunity for other gains. If they could take advantage of the chaos it would bring, they stood to significantly boost their standing on the island. Arthur gave him a firm nod before turning on his heel. As he left the war room, the heavy doors shut behind him with a final thud that echoed like the sounding of a war drum. Roland remained still for a few moments more, staring at the dimmed runic projection table, now only reflecting the glimmer of the runes buried within the metal. "A lot will change after this," he murmured to himself before heading out. The display on his helmet showed him everything he needed to see, and it was time to prepare. If what he had discussed with Arthur came to fruition, he would need to take a far more active role than he had initially anticipated. "Step back, it's closing." A heavy metallic groan echoed through the dim tunnel, followed by a deep vibration that rumbled through the stone beneath their feet. Sparks shot from the walls as runic mechanisms pushed a massive steel frame forward. It was a solid slab of metal, at least a meter thick. "I wish I were on the other side." Armand stood just beyond the threshold, eyes fixed on the towering wall of dwarven forged steel. He let out a sigh of disappointment as strange clasps on the sides locked into place. A series of bolts began to spin, slowly driving themselves into the tunnel walls, likely added reinforcement to keep the monsters from breaking through. "If Wayland was right, we'll get our chance. For now, let's get back to the portal and make sure everyone gets out." Lobelia leaned against the wall, the bow Roland had crafted for her resting across her back. "Bah, fine." Armand kicked a loose rock, sending it tumbling down the now mostly empty corridor. Aside from a handful of remaining adventurers, the place had been cleared out following the evacuation order. He and Lobelia walked alongside a few dwarves who had stayed behind to help operate the closing mechanism. Some of them pushed heavy carts loaded with metallic canisters, each one filled with mana fluid harvested from the area. "I never could have imagined this," Lobelia said, breaking the silence. Her voice carried a hint of admiration. "Hey? What do you mean?" Armand, lost in thought about the monsters that might appear, turned to her with a curious glance. "This whole thing," she replied while gesturing around. "Big Sis getting married, Albrook becoming, whatever it is now. And look at us. We're rubbing shoulders with nobility. If we really wanted to, we could probably end up as knight commanders, just like Wayland." "Ha! I knew from the start there was something different about that bastard." Armand puffed out his chest, boasting as if everything had gone according to his grand plan. But Lobelia cut him off before he could get too carried away. She remembered all too well how his first encounter with Roland had gone. "You did?" Didn't you attack him and get your ass handed to you? That was different. It's a good thing Wayland's so open-minded. Otherwise, you'd probably be dead by now. Haha. I would have found a way to escape. You're underestimating the great Lord Armand. Lord. Lobelia raised an eyebrow at the title. They say people get wiser with age, but with you, I'm starting to think it's the opposite. Have you actually gotten dumber? Armand clutched his chest in mock pain, his expression theatrical. You wound me, dear sister. My intellect ages like fine wine. More like milk. She rolled her eyes and gave him a playful shove, nearly knocking him into one of the dwarves. The dwarf grunted and muttered something under his breath that sounded very uncomplimentary. Before they could continue walking, a voice echoed through the corridor. It was the voice of the man responsible for the entire operation. Guide the dwarves to the teleportation gate and make sure that everyone makes it out in one piece. Once everyone's out, return with them. Aye, boss. Lobelia responded with her best Bernier impression, speaking into the armband on her wrist. She wasn't entirely sure how the runic device worked, but it kept her in contact with Roland as long as she was within the city's range. It was both fascinating and a little unsettling how he could keep tabs on them from afar. Are the monsters coming? Will we get a grand battle? Armand leaned in close to her wrist, trying to listen in. She immediately kicked him away with an irritated scowl. You've got your own wrist thing, you big oaf. Don't spit in my ear. Lobelia rolled her eyes again, but a faint smirk tugged at her lips. Despite all his antics, Armand had a way of keeping things light, which was something they all needed now. Even as a Tier 3 archer, she felt the tension creeping in. From what she understood, this dungeon break would not be like the others. It was going to be worse. More powerful monsters, more chaos. Behind them, the corridor groaned once more as the last of the dwarves hauled their carts past the second reinforced door. Is everyone out? Great, close it. Hey, what about that thing? Are we just leaving it in there? Armand pointed toward a strange contraption hidden beneath a heavy cloth. Something dark stuck out from under the covering, its surface marked with a zigzag pattern he did not recognize. I guess so? If it wasn't supposed to stay, he would have said something. Let's just go. The massive door slammed shut with a thunderous clang, followed by the familiar hiss of the locking mechanisms they had seen previously. With the task complete, the group began making their way out. The monsters inside the dungeon had already been eliminated by the automated turret systems, leaving the area temporarily secure. In time, Armand, Lobelia, and the remaining adventurers reached the teleportation gate. Once activated, the gate shimmered to life, and they stepped through, arriving in Albrook where the others had already gathered and were anxiously waiting. Within a few hours, the monsters would come. And despite everything, Armand and Lobelia could not help feeling both excited and afraid. Good, the dungeon is now empty. How is the monster concentration looking? Roland glanced at his display as Armand and Lobelia arrived at the main city teleportation facility. With their return, they could finally begin assembling their forces at the walls that had been constructed for such an occasion. For a while, the city had been reinforced from all sides to become a proper fortress to keep the people inside safe, and now was the time to test it. Nothing yet, but the concentration is increasing, the exit is starting to form. There were sensors placed within the underground dungeon, but the dense mana concentration made accurate predictions difficult. However, months of siphoning mana had forced the dungeon's exit tunnel to form much farther away than it was likely intended to. This was the true purpose of the culling, something engineered by the super dungeon itself. When Roland first discovered the place, he was confused. But over time, the mystery revealed itself. The dungeon was creating underground tunnels by slowly eroding the rock with mana while simultaneously reinforcing the passages to a staggering degree. This was why it had taken so long to dig their way into the area, but once inside, the nature of the threat became clear. Somehow, the dungeon was extending its tunnels beneath the entire island, and worse still, it was targeting large settlements like Albrook. If Roland had not uncovered that path, the tunnel might have emerged directly within the city. Fortunately, they had managed to redirect the process. Now, the exit was forced to form half a kilometer outside the main defensive walls. It had been nothing but pure luck that he managed to discover it. The walls surrounding the area were thick and designed to prevent any mana from leaking out. That was why it had remained hidden from the higher-tier mages and warriors living above ground. The only reason he had sensed anything unusual was because the tunnel happened to be located near an actively expanding dungeon. The two dungeons had reacted to one another, with the one he had previously cleared resonating in response to the monosaturated tunnels nearby. This resonance triggered a strange fluctuation in the surrounding mana, catching his attention. That chain reaction was what ultimately led to the tunnel's discovery. Are the entrance points designed to collapse after the last monsters make it out? Is this really something planned by a dungeon core? Roland pondered the question as he made his way toward the main command tower, where Arthur had already arrived. He had only interacted with a single dungeon core before, and that one had shown no sign of being capable of such complex strategies. What he was facing now felt entirely different. This dungeon had crafted a plan so elaborate that it had fooled everyone for hundreds of years. And the worst part was, he still was not sure if this was the final stage or just another part of a larger test. Perhaps the true goal was not just this island. Maybe the dungeon was preparing to expand across the entire continent. And if that were true, then perhaps the whole world was next. A gold coin for your thoughts. Roland's thoughts were interrupted by Arthur, who now stood beside him clad in a fully enchanted suit of armor. At his side was Mary, his ever-loyal guard and the leader of their information-gathering network. He looked quite royal, the suit was made out of pure mithril and had blue accents. When this is over, we might have to show the underground to your father. Or at least, parts of it. Arthur's eyes widened slightly. His father was still a sensitive subject. Even so, the threat posed by the dungeon was undeniable. If they left it unchecked, it could become a disaster. Still, perhaps they could delay revealing the full truth. It all depended on how far the dungeon had already spread. Might. Yes, perhaps we can postpone it and turn the situation to our advantage. But first, we need to get through this. Indeed, let us discuss this issue after we get through this. Both men nodded to each other, then turned their attention to an interactive magical map. It resembled the one in the Valyrian estate but featured an additional function: it could project troop placements in real time. Their soldiers were marked by green spheres, while any detected monsters appeared as red. To make things even clearer, commanders were represented by blue markers, allowing for quick and efficient coordination on the battlefield. Now then, I hope our friends from the church don't cause us too much trouble. Did they complain about their arrangements? Somewhat. The new paladin leader isn't as easy to talk to as those gentlemen from the Inquisition. Arthur replied as Roland studied the interactive map. In addition to the standard colors, there were two others displayed. Gray indicated common civilians, while yellow represented individuals affiliated with the Solarian Church. After the wedding night incident, the church had taken up residence in Albrook. They had established a small training facility for their holy warriors within the city. The members of the Inquisition who had been present at first had departed to respond to cult activity reported elsewhere in the kingdom. In their place, a new leader had taken command of the paladins, someone far less cooperative. I see. So what did they decide? Roland's gaze lingered on the yellow markers glowing faintly on the map. His research into elemental mana had made it relatively easy to detect individuals with priestly or divine energy-based classes. Most of the yellow orbs were gathered at the church inside the city while only a few were gathering with their forces. They agreed to heal our soldiers if they get injured but they refused to participate. Roland nodded and quickly asked a follow-up question. What if the monsters make it into the city? The same, all they care about is their precious church and followers. They will defend anyone that gathers there but they won't lift a finger beyond that unless they absolutely have to. Arthur's voice was laced with quiet frustration, but not surprise. Roland exhaled, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied the yellow markers clustered like a shield around the central church building. Typical. Roland muttered. They always protect their own first. Can't say I blame them, but I think we can make them move if we have to. Roland expected this behavior but he had an ace up his sleeve. Your wolf. Precisely. If they see their holy beast in trouble, even those paladins will act. Thanks to Agni's existence, they had an ace up their sleeve. If the monsters breached the city walls, Roland could rely on Agni, who was currently stationed at the church, to move in and intercept them. The holy warriors would be forced to defend him, even if they didn't want to. Agni's level had surpassed 200 and now far exceeded most Tier 3 paladins. Only the leader of the paladins could match his strength. I just hope he follows the plan. Roland muttered under his breath, remembering the annoyed expression on Agni's face when he told him to stay with the fanatical clergyman. It was clear his partner had no love for their company, but for now, they still needed the church's support. Their presence remained the best defense against cultist activity, which had quieted down since their last encounter. What was that? It's nothing. I'll head out then. Go ahead, I'll be here. Arthur suddenly fell silent, his eyes fixed on the map with an intense focus. Roland wasn't entirely sure what the young noble was thinking, but he could tell that he was nervous. This culling event was Arthur's opportunity to prove himself. If he could show the other nobles that he was a capable and worthy heir to his father, the Duke, then he might earn a place in the succession competition, something that would no doubt bring him closer to whatever goal he had been quietly pursuing. The High Knight Commander turned and marched toward the balcony of the command tower. Beyond it, the massive walls of Albrook stretched out in all directions, standing like silent guardians over the city. He moved with a steady stride, his eyes scanning the many defenses they had spent months preparing. Every section of the wall was manned by at least Tier 2 archers, each one strategically placed to complement the automated turret systems. These defenses would finally be put to a test, and if successful, give them another bargaining chip. His gaze swept over the landscape beyond the outer wall. The open fields they'd cleared over the past few weeks were eerily still, the horizon distorted slightly by the warping mana pressure bleeding in from the emerging dungeon exit. With his skills he could see it, the current was increasing and a fog of mana was starting to gather in the distance. Then his gaze shifted further, toward the direction of his own home. Fortunately, the exit point this time was nowhere near it. Even so, Elydia and the others had already been evacuated to the inner city, where the entire army was now stationed. While his estate was well defended, the chances of survival were far greater within the fortified heart of Albrook. Without Agni or himself present, he could not bring himself to leave anyone behind. Everyone, including Rastix, had been moved to secure shelters within the city. His wife had been placed in the safest location available, close to Arthur's estate. We have a few hours left. As he moved along the rocky walls, Roland glanced down at the forces he would soon command. Rows of soldiers stood at attention, their eyes steady and full of resolve. To them, he was their superior, and he had every intention of keeping them alive through the battle ahead. Still, he understood the reality of war. Danger was everywhere, and no matter how well they planned, there would always be risk. Lives could be lost. Long live the High Commander! It's Commander Wayland. Thanks to his enhanced hearing, he caught the voices of a few city residents calling out from a distance. Even though he had ordered them to stay indoors or seek shelter, there had been little resistance. Their trust in him felt real, and he carried the weight of that trust like armor. He would protect the city from being breached, no matter what. This brings me back, if those monsters turn out to be wooden puppets. With slow steps, he reached the center of the wall facing the thick haze of mana. Robert and Lucille were already there, waiting for him. Both were clad in runic armor and prepared for battle, though he was not certain they would be needed here. He still held on to the hope that his alternative plan would come into play, and if it did, their strength would be required elsewhere. "Are you two ready?" he asked while casting a glance at them. I'm feeling a bit nervous," Lucille admitted, clearly weighed down by the pressure of her new position. Robert, in contrast, appeared calm. As a former knight stationed at the border, he had faced monsters and enemies of the kingdom for years. To him, a dungeon break was almost nothing new. "Good. Well then, let us wait and see." He turned his eyes to the horizon where the fog of mana thickened. Soon, an exit point would form in exactly where he had predicted. If everything went according to plan, those monsters would not stand a chance. The sun sank low over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of deep purple and fiery red. The last rays of light moved over the battlements and the weary faces of those gathered. Some of the soldiers and civilians began to murmur in soft, anxious tones. Their voices blended with the rustling wind as one of them whispered. "Maybe the High Knight Commander was wrong. Maybe those creatures aren't coming. Has the High Commander ever been wrong before? No, but, what if this is just a drill? Some kind of test?" They shifted uneasily. They had been standing there for hours. The threat of a dungeon break had loomed for some time, but no one could ever predict exactly when it would happen. Yet their leader had gathered them here as if they had known almost the precise moment it would begin. As the final sliver of sunlight faded, a heavy silence settled over the defenders. Then, suddenly, strange and distant sounds broke through the still air. A low, rumbling vibration trembled beneath the ground and rippled along the fortified walls. Hesitation turned to alertness as the watchman strained to identify the source. *CRK. CRK. SHHHK*. A sound like bones splintering echoed across the open field, followed by a piercing wail that brought every soldier to a standstill. The fog beyond the walls churned as if something massive moved within it. Something's coming. Look! Scouts in the towers pointed toward the distance. The magical haze, once invisible, shimmered into view for all to see. A burst of blue light surged from the mist as the ground cracked and heaved. Roars filled the air. Some were deep and menacing, others high and piercing. Some figures were vaguely human in shape. Others resembled beasts. The dungeon break had begun. And in that moment, no one doubted the High Commander ever again. For a heartbeat, silence returned. Then came the footsteps. Not from a single creature, but from hundreds. The sound echoed further with each passing moment. As the monsters emerged, their growls rose, growing louder with every second. Soldiers along the wall instinctively raised their weapons. Automated turrets stirred to life, their cannons swiveling toward the distance from where the creatures advanced. The fog parted slowly, revealing the first wave. Large beasts made of twisted stone and chitin stomped forward, their limbs bent at unnatural angles. Their eyes glowed faintly with nothing but malice. Behind them, skittering shapes crawled like giant insects, forming a grotesque carpet of armored bodies that stretched in all directions. Robert was the first one to step forward. His hand rested on the pommel of his runic blade which he was eager to use. They've started to emerge. Just give the order, and my troops will make short work of them. His voice brimmed with confidence, but Roland stepped in quickly, cutting him off before he did anything reckless. There's no need. We'll let the automated turrets handle it for now. These monsters shouldn't be a problem. Most people wouldn't be able to gauge the strength of such creatures, but for Roland, it was simple. The larger ones were a type of golem, crudely formed from a mix of insect parts and stone. They looked like something cobbled together by a deranged scientist, a patchwork of chitin and rock. Behind them came a swarm of smaller creatures, scarabs, centipedes, and beetles. Insectoid monsters not commonly found within the Albrook dungeon. Still, they shared one notable trait: none of them were above level 100. Roland raised his hand. The moment had come. Activate the runic turret systems. While he could have done this task by himself, he wished to give the people here a chance to learn how the defenses worked. A few people were operating a console hidden in one of the nearby towers. Once he gave the command, they activated the turrets through a series of commands. Gears shifted, runes flared, and barrels began to swivel and lock onto their targets. Then came the roar of arcane-powered destruction. The first volley struck like thunder. Bolts of searing light flew in a straight line to strike a golem straight in its chest. The creature exploded in a shower of stone, its glowing eyes fading into oblivion. Another beam followed, then another, each one striking a monster and devastating it into oblivion. The sky above the city flared with energy as turret after turret discharged volleys of condensed mana at the oncoming horde. The creatures never had a chance. Explosions of light and fire blanketed the battlefield. Stone and insect-bodied abominations shattered like porcelain, their legs buckling as they fell under the relentless fire. The smaller insectoids didn't fare any better as they were incinerated by runic pulses that cleaved through their ranks in blazing arcs. The battlefield turned into a glowing furnace of runic magic. By the gods! Lucille whispered as she raised a hand to shield her eyes. This is extraordinary. She wasn't the only one left speechless. All around her, people stood with mouths agape, captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them. The turrets lining the walls had been there, silent and still, their power only theoretical in the minds of most. But now, as every single one fired in perfect unison, their true strength was revealed. Roland remained silent as the battlefield lit up with fire and smoke. The mechanical hum of the turrets filled the air as they continued tearing the monsters apart, spraying the ground with gore. Their cannons, forged from various alloys, prevented them from overheating too quickly. Still, there was a limit to how long they could fire without pause. Soon, a third of the turrets entered a cooldown phase. Once they recovered, another third would shut down to begin the same process, assisted by ice runes that had been placed nearby, though they weren't part of the turrets themselves. With a third of the automated defenses offline, the monsters managed to push farther into the fray. Yet Roland didn't move. He stood still, unmoving as ever. The archers on the walls held their positions, waiting for the signal that still hadn't come. A bit more. A distant boom echoed across the plain, like the cracking of ancient ice. From the fog of mana came movement, slow at first, then faster than any of the monsters before it. The earth trembled beneath the weight of something immense. And then they saw it. A creature the size of a two-story building emerged from the haze. Its body was covered in uneven, dark green plates, fused with writhing limbs of pulsating flesh. Dozens of eyes blinked in a sickening rhythm as it charged forward, heading straight into Roland's next trap, a field packed with mines. Boom! Several mines erupted beneath the Titan's left foreleg, tearing through its strange biological armor. It roared in pain but kept moving. Another explosion hit, then another, each blast piercing its defenses and forcing it to stagger. The mines had been buried a quarter-kilometer from the walls, set precisely to intercept the approaching monsters. More creatures followed behind it. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Twisted beasts, malformed horrors with too many limbs and far too many mouths. They poured into the minefield, and what followed was a symphony of destruction. The mines detonated in controlled intervals, one after another, triggered by monosensitive enchantments. Blasts of earth and shrapnel filled the air. Limbs flew. Screeches echoed across the battlefield. Smoke rose in thick columns as crater after crater tore through the charging horde. The monsters slowed, then faltered, their momentum shattered by the relentless barrage. The delay worked. The pressure on the turrets eased, allowing their runic systems to cool and recover. Roland could already feel the energy levels balancing out, returning closer to where they had started. It saved us a lot of time and money to know which side they would be coming from. As the carnage unfolded, Roland could not help but feel a touch of pride. This defense had been in the making for many months. In addition to the array of turrets that had been relocated from the opposite side of the walls to reinforce this section, he had planted numerous explosive devices underground. Some were simple rune scrolls he had prepared long ago, while others were crafted by alchemists like Rastix. Together, they created the explosive spectacle now unfolding as hundreds of beasts were torn apart. Their numbers are dwindling fast. Before long, a few Tier 3 monsters began to emerge. These were far more resistant to turret fire and explosions, but the constant barrage wore them down. Even their toughened hides and regenerative abilities could not withstand the accumulated damage. One by one, they fell. It's going well enough. Roland stepped forward. Those around him were astonished by the spectacle of the monster horde being pushed back so easily. With this much preparation, the outcome was hardly surprising. The real issue now lay with the waiting troops and the adventurers who had gathered in hopes of loot. They remained near the gates, ready to push forward if any monsters broke through the first line of defense. Still, the monsters continued to press on. Though the turrets and explosions had wiped out a large portion of them, a few began slipping through. The growing pile of corpses eventually started to interfere with the blast radius of the explosives. Some of the monsters were small and agile, darting through the gaps and closing in on the main wall where the defenders stood. The archers raised their bows, ready to eliminate the insect-like creatures weaving through the tall grass. But they were difficult to spot. It was time to deploy one of their newer units. Exoskeletal Division, you're up. I want you to torch them. A small group stepped forward, moving with heavy strides. They wore suits similar to the one Robert had used during his trial, though these lacked the full exterior armor. Only 20 of them stood ready, and each one was distinct in that none held a proper battle class. Leading them was someone Roland knew well, his assistant, Bernier. All right you lot, let's go. Bernier called out, his voice indicating excitement. The group in exoskeletal armor responded with a synchronized hiss of pressurized pistons and the low hum of runic circuits activating. Their armor, unlike traditional knight plating, was sleek and angular, covered in engraved runes that pulsed with a dull orange light. Cables along their spines connected to tanks containing mana fluid on some units, and rune batteries on others. The 10 units advanced to the edge of the wall, their towering forms making the pilots inside appear small by comparison. Instead of hands, each unit featured a cylindrical extension covered in glowing runes that were now beginning to activate. Through mana phantom technology, the pilots controlled these limbs with precision, guiding their movements as if they were their own. As the mechanisms came to life, the cylindrical arms began to radiate intense heat. Within moments, bursts of flame erupted from them, sweeping across the battlefield below. Fire rained down, engulfing the monsters that had slipped through the outer defenses. The insect-like creatures screeched in agony as the flames consumed them. They writhed and thrashed, the fire clinging to their limbs and burning through their shells and joints within seconds. This was no ordinary fire. Each burst latched onto their bodies, immune to water and unaffected by a lack of air. It would continue to burn indefinitely unless extinguished by magical means. None of the creatures attempted to flee. Their instincts were not their own, guided instead by the will of the dungeon. They behaved more like mindless golems than living beings. That made things easier. They simply hurled themselves into the inferno until nothing remained but ash. "Burn, you crawling bastards!" Bernier shouted from within his unit, which stood out from the others with its superior design. His morale was high. He wore a custom silver-grey suit, complete with a helmet to shield him from the rising heat. Behind the wall, the soldiers could feel the temperature spiking on the other side, but nothing was breaking through. Not a single monster had managed to scale the walls. It was beginning to seem like they had overprepared for this assault. "That's enough. Boss. I mean, High Commander." A few of the nearby soldiers glanced at Bernier with wide eyes. Many of them were wary of him and wouldn't dare speak so casually. But because of his familiarity with Roland, they viewed him in a different light. Bernier wasn't just another officer, as he was the High Commander's personal assistant, someone who had stood beside him for years. That connection alone earned him a level of respect and reverence few others enjoyed. Roland gave Bernier a nod, and with a quick flick of a switch inside the exosuite, the magical flames ceased. Within the large arms of the exoskeleton were several switches, each corresponding to a different spell. Fire wasn't the only element they could unleash, as the suits were also capable of producing ice and discharging bolts of lightning. "Is this enough?" he asked himself as he observed the field littered with scorched and broken monsters. None had managed to breach even the first line of defense. Their forces, along with the hired adventurers, remained ready, but given how things were unfolding, they might not be needed at all. Time was ticking, and Roland had other missions in mind, but the safety of this city and the people close to him took priority. Still, he couldn't help but feel his skills could be put to better use elsewhere. "It's the Lord." As he stood deep in thought, Arthur arrived, clad in a full suit of gleaming mithril armor. His long white hair fell over his half-elven ears, and paired with his vivid green eyes, it gave him an ethereal presence. The crowd instinctively lowered their heads, and even Roland had to act as though Arthur were his superior. "How is it?" Arthur asked, his gaze fixed on the ongoing spectacle of light and fire. The runic defenses were still firing relentlessly, and the screams of the monsters echoed without pause. "Their numbers are dwindling, same with the concentration of mana." "As expected." Roland nodded. Everything was going according to plan. Months of siphoning mana from the dungeon tunnels had weakened the dungeon break significantly. The number of Tier 3 monsters was minimal, and even if a few managed to reach the city walls, they would be swiftly dealt with by the defenders. "I see. Then go. Leave the rest to me. Once this is over, I'll join you as we discussed." "Is there a problem?" "No, it should be fine. It's just..." Arthur chuckled. "Don't worry. Trust in your plan. And even if something goes wrong, look." He turned his head, gesturing toward the large crowd gathered behind them. Soldiers stood ready, including Mary, the two knights Roland had helped reach Tier 3, and a host of experienced adventurers prepared to defend the city. Roland knew there was little to fear. The preparations were thorough, the defenses strong. But still, he couldn't help but worry. "As you wish, Lord Arthur." After confirming that nothing unusual was occurring on the battlefield, Roland turned his attention to Robert and Lucille. "Sir Durandal, Lady Cortana, please follow me." "Yes, High Commander." They responded in unison, already briefed on the plan ahead. This mission wasn't one he could carry out alone. Besides these two, he would be gathering 3 more individuals. Some soldiers looked on with mild confusion as their High Commander began to walk away, but none voiced a word. They simply watched him head toward the adventurer encampment. "Come with me, you two." Armand blinked, clearly puzzled by the sudden order, but Lobelia quickly smacked him on the back of the head. "Don't question the High Commander. Just move your ass, idiot. Don't call me an idiot. Then stop acting like one." Roland rolled his eyes behind his helmet and continued toward the final person he had in mind. His options for this mission were limited, but this last recruit was by far the strongest. The man's large bald head gleamed in the glow of magical attacks, and he already looked annoyed before Roland even reached him. Still, he wouldn't refuse, not after everything he had gained through Roland's support. "Guildmaster." "High Commander Wayland." The Guildmaster, a mountain of a man with arms thicker than most men's torsos, crossed them over his chest and let out a low grunt. The runic lights above cast a sharp gleam across his bald head, emphasizing his imposing presence. Strapped to his back were two massive axes, each too large for an ordinary man to wield even with both hands. His brow was furrowed as he stared down at Roland, who stood before him. "When I signed that contract, I never thought you'd use it like this. Do you really expect me to go with you? Isn't there someone better suited, like that knight commander with the metal arm? Someone of his caliber needs to stay behind and protect Lord Arthur. I can't trust you with that kind of responsibility, Guildmaster." "Ha, you think I'm that cold-hearted?" Ordhan asked, barely moving from his stance. "Yes." "Hat. Well, at least you know me," Ordhan said, his tone softening slightly. "So, where are we going? And what about that vixen? Shouldn't she be here too? She was smarter with her contract. Took a bigger pay cut to leave that clause out." Ordhan went quiet. Roland almost let out a sigh of relief as the Guildmaster's intense stare finally eased. The man had signed several contracts with both him and Arthur. Through them, he had become their partner, not just in moving goods through unsanctioned channels, but in far more delicate matters. Alongside the leader of the Thieves' Guild, Ordhan had been helping them launder money. Surprisingly, the woman, despite being a known thief, had proven herself less greedy than the Guildmaster of the Adventurers' Guild. Her contract lacked the critical clause that now bound Ordhan. In exchange for large sums of money, he had agreed to assist them in times of crisis. He couldn't refuse when called upon unless the task was highly unreasonable. This was the easy part. Roland had gathered 5 people so far. Robert and Lucille stood beside him, with Ordhan now part of the group as well. Armand and Lobelia were already en route, leaving only one person left to recruit. Where they were going demanded highly experienced fighters with powerful abilities. They needed to keep the team small, just a handful of elites as time was critical. "Go to the teleportation gate and wait for me inside the dungeon. I'll be there shortly." "Yes, High Commander." Robert gave a respectful nod, maintaining the illusion that Roland outranked him. Ordhan, along with Armand and Lobelia, weren't aware of the truth about Roland's brother, so for now, it was safer to keep up appearances. To them, Robert was just another knight commander serving under Lord Arthur. The group departed quickly, leaving Roland alone. Without wasting time, he turned toward his next destination, the Church of Solaria. They really invested a lot into this church, can barely recognize it. The grand archway leading into the current Church of Solaria loomed ahead, its ornate structure flanked by towering marble statues. Each one had been painted in gold, reshaped visually to reflect the radiant image of the golden sun goddess. In the distance, a solemn hymn echoed from within as the worshippers remained deep in the middle of Mass. Despite the faint screeches of monsters beyond the city gates, there was no sign of alarm. The congregation seemed undisturbed, likely believing that the armed paladins would shield them from any danger. "Halt!" Roland was stopped at the entrance by a man clad in gold-colored armor. Although only a Tier 2 class holder, he wore the full plate mail of the Holy Knights, identical to those serving the Church of Solaria. This institution was far more than a place of worship. It was one of the most powerful organizations on the continent, rivaling entire nations in influence and surpassing some in strength. "It's the High Commander." As soon as the second guard recognized him, both men simply nodded and stepped aside. Although Roland was not officially part of the church, he was known as the bearer of the Holy Beast, a title that granted him a certain level of reverence and authority within these walls. Once inside, he saw rows of worshippers kneeling in prayer, their eyes closed in devotion. None of them spared him even a glance, completely absorbed in their rituals and hymns. Now then, Agni's shrine should be right there. There had been many changes to this church throughout the years. It was not much more than a small cloister when he first arrived in Albrook, but now it was a grand cathedral which had been assembled in only recently. With building magic, golems and a lot of money, it was quite easy to spread their influence within this church. "I don't really want to go in." Roland could have entered the church and asked someone to guide him further, but he had no time for formalities. Instead, he activated his runic magic to amplify his voice and let out a sharp whistle. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, distant shouting echoed through the halls, followed by the thunderous sound of wolf paws pounding against stone. Agni was coming. The horse-sized woven creature charged forward with ferocious speed. The main entrance doors slammed open as Agni burst outside, his tongue lolling out in pure excitement. His eyes immediately locked onto his master. Roland braced himself. He activated several runes etched into his armor just in time for the impact. Agni collided with him head-on, sending him sliding several meters across the stone floor. "Calm down, Agni." Woof. It must have been a strange sight for the worshippers to witness their so-called holy beast behaving like an overgrown house dog, tail wagging and leaping around with joy at the sight of Roland. Just as Roland was starting to push Agni off him and wiping a bit of slobber from his armor, a heavy clang echoed from within the cathedral. "The sacred beast, where did it go?" It just left in the middle of the ceremony and ran outside." "Quickly, we must bring the holy beast back." The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the hall as several armored men approached. 4 paladins, each clad in polished golden armor, emerged from within the church. All of them were powerful, easily Tier 3 class holders. Behind them strode a 5th figure, his armor more elaborate and radiant than the rest. It was their leader, the High Paladin, Gustav. "What is the meaning of this?" Roland studied the man before him, taking in every detail. Gustav, the High Paladin of the Church of Solaria, was a figure both revered and feared. Though he was nearing 60, he looked far younger, just like any high-level Tier 3 class holder. His body carried the marks of lifelong discipline rather than age. His face was sharply defined, with a high-bridged nose and a strong, squared jaw. On his left cheek, a sun-shaped symbol had been seared directly into the skin, a mark of devotion or perhaps something more ritualistic. His silver-white hair was cropped short and swept back in precise, orderly rows, matching the gleam of his neatly trimmed beard. But it was his eyes that left the strongest impression, piercing and golden, as if a fragment of the sun itself burned behind them. His armor was unlike any worn by his fellow paladins. Forged from sanctified alloys created by the church itself. Engraved across his breastplate was the sigil of Solaria. Interwoven into his armor were faint silver runes, pulsing with divine energy and enchantments layered over decades of service. A massive warhammer hung from his back, its handle carved from holy whitewood and wrapped in strips of holy cloth. The head of the weapon, almost absurdly large, bore the edged likeness of the sun, its rays spiraling outward in swirling, flame-like patterns. Despite its weight, Gustav could wield it in a single hand. "Those eyes are unsettling, must be some kind of after-effect of using holy energy." The man radiated authority, and his gaze was sharp enough to make lesser men falter. Still, he was not on the level of the High Inquisitor. To Roland, he was more reminiscent of Gideon, the paladin from the Golden Knight Order who had once served in this region. There was a familiar edge to Gustav's posture and presence, suggesting some connection to Gideon. No doubt, Gideon had already filled his ears with unfavorable opinions. It was clear Gustav did not like him. Even so, at this moment, Roland outranked him. Whatever personal grudges the High Paladin held were irrelevant. Agni was his companion, bound to him by the world system, something even the Church could not go against. The game-like system was considered a god in itself, a force of nature that dictated how the world operated. "Greetings, High Paladin Gustav, I have come to retrieve my companion." Roland had Agni settle down near his side while he conversed with the man in front of him. Gustav did not respond immediately. Instead, he studied Roland in silence, as if weighing whether it was worth clashing with the High Commander here and now. Around them, the other paladins remained motionless, their gauntlets clenched tightly against the hilts of their weapons. Though none dared act without orders, the tension in the air was thick enough to taste. After a long pause, Gustav finally spoke. "You summoned the sacred beast, with a whistle." "I did." Roland replied, brushing a smear of Agni's drool from his chest plate. "There is no time to kneel and pray for half an hour, lives are at stake." Normally, there was a formal process these fanatics followed to approach Agni. During the ceremony, the sacred beast was meant to remain within the cathedral while prayers were offered and rites performed. However, time was short, and Roland had no patience for empty rituals. He had simply called Agni over, bypassing the entire process. The church members might object to the interruption, but none of them would dare lay a hand on the sacred beast they so deeply revered. "Lives? Could you explain?" The old man raised an eyebrow, clearly expecting an answer. But Roland had no intention of giving one. Without a word, he turned away. The gesture alone was enough to enrage some of the paladins nearby, who saw it as a blatant insult. 4 of the golden-armored knights reached for their swords, their anger rising. Luckily, Gustav lifted a hand, stopping them with a silent command. "There's no time," Roland said without turning back. "Your sacred beast is needed elsewhere. Once his task is complete, he will return." Agni trotted to Roland's side, letting out a loud snort in the paladin's direction. Then he turned and raised his head high, a motion of proud defiance, as if to remind them exactly who he answered to. Gustav's golden eyes narrowed, but he gave no further protest. There was a long, drawn-out silence as the High Paladin's fingers twitched against the head of his massive hammer, considering perhaps a dozen different things he could say. But in the end, he chose to hold himself back. Yet, his gaze remained on the slow-walking beast and remained there until it vanished around the corner. That went better than I expected. Roland glanced at Agni, who trotted happily beside him, clearly just thrilled to be out for a walk with his master. The creature had no idea how difficult it had been to strong-arm the church into letting this happen. The Church of Solaria held nearly unlimited resources and influence. If they truly wanted to, they could make him disappear under the guise of divine intervention, all to reassign Agni's bond. The only reasons they hadn't acted already were likely due to the High Inquisitor's protection or perhaps because forcibly removing a beast from its original master was still frowned upon, even among zealots. Still, Roland knew this balance could not last forever. He had already sensed the Church's growing displeasure with him constantly taking Agni away. Sooner or later, something would snap. And when it did, he needed to be ready. "Let's go, boy." Woof. By the time Roland arrived at the teleportation gate, the others were already gathered. Robert stood quietly in his own runic armor. Beside him was Lucille, cradling a large, oddly shaped tome under her arm. It looked uncomfortable to carry, but she held it tightly. Across from them stood Armand and Lobelia, both clearly bored. Armand was mid-yawn, while Lobelia leaned against the wall off into the distance with a dull expression. In the center of the group stood the guild master, Ordhan, and he did not look amused. "So, mind telling me where we're going?" "You'll see once we're in the dungeon." A thick vein pulsed on Ordhan's forehead, but he managed to swallow whatever string of curses he was about to unleash. With that, the group of 7 stepped through the teleportation gate together. In the distance, runic turrets continued to fire relentlessly, cutting down waves of monsters. The screeches of the dying echoed across the battlefield, but it was clear the beasts would not be breaking through any time soon. They finally arrived inside the dungeon and made their way toward the cleared boss chamber. Only once they were safely within its sealed walls did Roland decide to reveal their destination. Even though the city fell within his sphere of influence, there were still factions, like the Church, that had their own methods of acquiring information. It was safer to keep everyone in the dark until the last possible moment. Every minute of the plan mattered. "We're going to Aldborn?" Ordhan asked, furrowing his brow as he walked beside Roland. Armand, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He barely even seemed to remember the name as he strolled along with casual disinterest. The others, however, exchanged knowing looks as they had already been briefed on the preliminary details. "Yes. But through here?" Ordhan asked, glancing around the dungeon chamber with visible skepticism. Before long, they reached the once sealed entrance to the deeper, excavated part. "Guildmaster," Roland said, turning to him. "You're already familiar with the tunnels beneath this place, right?" "Yes, I am, but what about them?" "Wait." Ordhan's eyes widened as realization hit. "You want to enter them now? While a massive dungeon break is happening above us? Are you insane?" The large man looked genuinely stunned, his voice echoing in the chamber. His reaction stood in stark contrast to the rest of the group. The other 5 didn't flinch. No one looked nervous. They were calm, composed, and even ready. "Something like that, now let's go." The runes etched into the entrance door began to glow, pulsing softly with energy. Slowly, the mechanisms securing the door started to shift, and the bolts turned in reverse. Within a minute, the door creaked open, revealing the path ahead. The group moved forward toward a large device tucked away beneath a heavy cloth. As they approached the long object, Ordhan's scowl deepened. With each step into the tunnels, his muttering grew louder. "I swear, Wayland, if this goes south." "Relax, Guildmaster," Roland replied calmly. "Everything's under control. The outer tunnel hasn't filled with monsters. The constant siphoning of mana down here prevents them from forming anything too hazardous." Ordhan didn't look too convinced. "But why use these tunnels at all?" "Because it gets us to our destination faster," Roland said, glancing over his shoulder as they conversed. "And more importantly, no one will know we went there until we complete our mission. If Theodore notices and sends out troops before we can finish, it will be all for nothing." The large man still didn't understand what any of this was about, and once Theodore Valerian's name was mentioned, he wanted nothing more than to run away. However, he had already signed a contract, and if he left now, he would lose more than he was willing to risk. Roland quickly stepped forward, grasped the edge of the cloth, and gave it a single, firm pull. The cover fell away, revealing something quite strange. At first glance, it looked like a kind of metallic carriage or chariot, but it had 6 wheels along the sides, wheels unlike anything he had ever seen before. The outer shell was thick and covered with runes. With a flick of Roland's finger, something activated, and where there had been no visible opening, a door suddenly appeared. "Now then, get in. Lord Valerian. Speak." A man with a large metal arm knelt before Arthur Valerian. As he rose, another oddity came into view, a glowing artificial eye, its surface laced with fine runes that pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm. Was it wise to let the High Commander leave? What if the monsters break through? If that happens, Sir Whiskhard. Arthur replied calmly. You'll finally get a chance to test that new arm of yours. But even if not now, be ready. The real battle is coming, soon. Yes, Lord Valerian. Sir Whiskhard gave a short bow and turned to leave, his face without emotion. All around him, controlled chaos unfolded. Runic turrets fired in carefully measured bursts, cutting down waves of monsters as they surged toward the outer defenses. Mines detonated with fiery violence, shaking the ground with every explosion. The exoskeletal units bathed enemies in flame, clearing entire clusters in moments. The archers had yet to be called, waiting patiently on the walls, and despite the monsters' advances, the tide seemed to be slowing. If things go as Roland predicted, it shouldn't take more than a few hours. Arthur's gaze wasn't on the battlefield anymore. He looked far beyond the dying monsters toward a distant city, a place that would become his next opportunity to prove himself. You want me to get in that? Yes. The large, bald man rubbed the back of his head as he stared at the strange mechanical contraption in front of him. His expression made it clear he wasn't exactly thrilled. It looks like a coffin with legs. Roland didn't bother to argue. The prototype was rough and bulky, the angular armor plating gave it a crude, blocky silhouette, somewhere between a box and a wedge. 6 thick, black wheels lined its sides, each crafted to resemble the tires he remembered from his original world. They weren't inflated with air, instead, they were made from a layered rubber-like substance in a flexible pattern designed to compress under pressure. It wasn't perfect, but considering the limitations of this world, it was a remarkable feat. The vehicle ran on a custom-built runic engine, capable of drawing power from either monofluid or Roland's original runic batteries. Think of it as a mobile golem, he said, stepping toward the open door. It'll get us there a lot faster than walking. Haha, I didn't know you were such a coward, Guildmaster. Before Ordhan could respond, Armand stepped forward with a smug grin and casually shoved past him. A thick vein on Ordhan's forehead bulged even more, his jaw tightening as he was brushed aside by his former disciple. Roland watched the exchange with mild curiosity. He wasn't entirely sure, but it seemed Armand still harbored some resentment over the past. After all, Ordhan had cast him out following his defeat to Roland years ago. Now, having risen to a Tier 3 class, Armand might finally feel bold enough to push back. The fear that once kept him in line seemed to be fading, replaced by something like pride or maybe even spite. Aren't you overthinking things again, Guildmaster? When has our Wayland ever let us down? Lobelia stepped in right after her brother, tossing a glance over her shoulder with a slight grin. The mobile golem, bulky as it looked from the outside, had a surprisingly roomy interior. It was wide enough to fit all 7 of them without much trouble, even Agni. Soon, 4 people were seated inside, leaving only the Guildmaster and the massive wolf still standing outside. Ordhan crossed his arms and muttered something under his breath, but in the end, the weight of collective social pressure wore him down. He entered with the others, taking a seat next to Robert, who sat in the middle. Robert acted as a barrier between the Guildmaster and his former disciple, while the 2 women sat opposite them. Agni, no. You're not sitting there. Awoo. Agni froze, ears perked and confused. He had started to move toward the main seating area like he belonged there, but Roland cut him off. Agni was still as large as a horse. The seats were not made for someone of his size. You've got your own spot. In the back. Go on. The Sunlight Wolf gave an unhappy snort, clearly unimpressed with being separated from the rest of the group. Roland gave him a few nudges, and eventually Agni gave in. With a reluctant shuffle, he climbed into the rear compartment designed specifically for him. A moment later, a pair of wolfen eyes peeked through a small opening between the cabins. Lobelia leaned forward and gave him a scratch behind the ears, which made his ears perk up and his tail thump against the metal floor. Haha, you look funny like that, Agni. Lucille shifted slightly to the side to make room for Agni's head, which was now resting comfortably through the small opening between compartments. She looked like she wanted to reach out and pet him, her fingers twitching in hesitation. In the end, she resisted the urge, clutching her large tome tighter and turning away. A faint blush crept up her cheeks, though it was hidden beneath her runic helmet. With everyone gathered inside, Roland remained the only one still standing outside the vehicle. He didn't step in right away. Instead, he lingered beside the front of the machine. There was a third cabin located at the front, designed for a driver, but he didn't need to occupy it. The vehicle could be controlled remotely just like any of his other runic creations. He glanced at the group, their voices muffled behind the armored walls. Then he looked ahead, toward the dark path leading through the tunnels. It was time to move and fulfill the next part of the plan of getting to Aldborn. Roland placed his hand against the metal plating of the vehicle, and the runes etched across its surface began to glow with a soft, pulsing light. It wasn't subtle. This machine hadn't been designed with discretion in mind. Arcs of magic traced intricate patterns over its frame as power surged through the runic network. The engine came to life with a faint crackling, the sound not unlike static electricity building in the air, until a silencing spell kicked in, muting it entirely. Despite its bulk, the construct now gave off no more noise than a whisper. Good, everything seems to be going well. The runes are stable, and the mana is flowing through correctly. Soon, he began walking, his metal boots echoing through the tunnel. The vehicle rolled forward behind him in perfect synchronization, its heavy frame gliding smoothly over the uneven terrain. Dust shifted beneath its wheels as they pushed the dirt aside. The weight was substantial, leaving distinct marks on the hard, rocky ground as the mobile golem and, more precisely, the runic combat transport vehicle, moved forward. After a few minutes, the tunnel began to widen. Up ahead, a second massive door blocked their way. It was identical in construction to the first one they had passed through earlier. Runes sprawled across its surface, flickered faintly as he had already activated the unlocking mechanism. However, the lock was disengaging, and soon he and his companions would be in the tunnels the dungeon had created for the break. The massive bolts retracted, dirt puffing outward as the door slowly creaked open. Beyond it lay the exit tunnel, long, straight, and quiet. Roland stepped forward, scanning the area. He listened for the telltale growl or clicking of monsters, but there was nothing. Just as expected. It's clear. Hey, Wayland, what's happening out there? Though Roland had stepped through, the people inside the mobile golem couldn't see what was happening outside. The vehicle had been built for maximum protection, heavily armored and sealed against outside disturbances. It had no windows, nor a standard ventilation system. Instead, runes etched into its frame slowly produced oxygen and filtered out the used air. Roland waited for the vehicle to pass through the door while he kept watch. Once it was out, he directed the runic door to shut itself again. This time, the bolts shifted slightly before plunging into fresh sections of the rock wall. Everything is fine, but the ride might get bumpy from now on. If you look up and to the sides, you'll see handles. Roland said, responding to the guild master, who seemed unable to stay quiet. Yes, I see them. Good. Hold on to them and don't let go. There had been no time to prepare proper seat belts for everyone, and they likely wouldn't have helped much anyway. Everyone inside was a Tier 3 being and fairly resilient. Even if the vehicle picked up speed, serious injuries were unlikely, or so he hoped. Finally, Roland entered the forward cabin, which was designed for a single occupant. He floated above it briefly before dropping down. As he settled in, the screen on his helmet lit up, displaying the outside view through one of the golemic eyes he had installed. Now then, let's get moving. Roland tapped a glowing rune on the panel in front of him. As soon as his gauntlet made contact, the panel began to slide open, revealing something that resembled a steering wheel. The surrounding runes pulsed with light, signaling that it was time to move. Although he could control everything using his runic abilities, gripping a physical wheel felt more natural, more responsive. It reminded him of the day he took his driving test. He could still picture his 18-year-old self nervously switching places with the instructor, only to fail the exam after nearly forcing another car to stop abruptly. It took him another attempt to pass, but he eventually got through. This vehicle didn't feel like a typical car. The steering was too rigid, more like something designed for an armored transport. Still, it brought back those long-buried memories. Slowly at first, the massive vehicle rolled forward, its 6 wheels compressing and expanding over the uneven floor of the dungeon-formed tunnel. Then, bit by bit, the speed increased. Dust kicked up in swirling gusts behind them. The golemic transport moved faster, gliding sedately through the rough terrain. At the same time, inside the cabin people started speaking. "Is it just me, or are we speeding up?" Armand muttered, gripping one of the overhead handles. "We are indeed moving faster." Robert spoke calmly, his eyes half closed as if meditating through the jolts and bumps. The others, including the guild master, remained silent, focusing instead on the sounds coming from outside. Although the vehicle was insulated to prevent any sound from escaping, they could still hear what was happening beyond its walls. Faint at first, the cries of distant monsters soon reached their ears. The vehicle surged forward, vibrations rattling through its frame. The tunnel ahead twisted and widened unpredictably, shaped by chaotic mana surges during the dungeon break. Uneven stones jutted from the walls, but they crumbled beneath the weight of the behemoth forged from thickened dwarven steel. "Brace yourselves! Monsters ahead!" Before anyone could respond, the golemic vehicle lit up, its outer runes flaring to life in a brilliant blue blaze. A spherical barrier of translucent mana erupted outward, encasing the entire construct. It shimmered like crystallized moonlight before thinning into a protective coat around the vehicle. Dozens of monsters poured into the tunnel ahead, twisted, half-formed abominations of flesh and bone, spawned by unstable dungeon magic. They shrieked, clawed at the walls, and some turned directly toward the advancing vehicle. "Are those monsters? Shouldn't we slow down?" Ordhan shouted, a hint of concern in his voice, but Roland didn't ease up. Instead, the vehicle roared forward, accelerating. Magic surged around the wheels as the barrier flared, glowing brighter and humming louder, until it slammed into the first creature. Boom! It didn't stop. The beast's body crumpled under the reinforced frame, exploding into black mist. More followed, but the vehicle didn't so much as stutter. The shield flared with each impact, burning away flesh with holy flames and reducing limbs and torsos to smoldering ash. The machine bulldozed through the chaos, an unstoppable force of metal and runecraft. "Whoa! Ack! I can't hold it! Don't you dare!" The ride inside was not going smoothly. Even the Tier 3 class holders were rocked in their seats. The floor trembled with every collision. Agni whined briefly, bracing himself in his rear compartment, tail tucked tightly, but even he seemed to understand, this was necessary. Armand braced himself with one hand while the other clutched his mouth. His stomach wasn't handling the ride well. "I told you not to eat that second helping of lava boar stew before a mission. And didn't you also down 2 whole tankards of dwarven ale?" Lobelia hissed, leaning as far away from her brother as the cramped compartment allowed. "I didn't think we'd be launched through a monster-infested tunnel at this speed." Armand groaned, squeezing his mouth shut with his hand with all his might. "That's exactly why I told you to listen to me, you damn idiot." Lucille muttered something under her breath but didn't complain. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying the bumpy ride as a quiet giggle escaped her lips. Robert, on the other hand, leaned as far from Armand as possible, clearly debating whether to switch seats and take his chances beside his wife if Armand couldn't keep it together. Ordhan looked moments away from snapping, but instead clenched the metal handle beside him. His grip tightened until the steel bent under the force of his strength. "I'm never signing a contract with this madman again." He muttered a few words under his breath, and the rocky ride continued. Roland glanced at the display in front of him, now swarming with red dots. Using a combination of pre-programmed software and his own abilities, he had mapped out the route with the fewest monsters. Still, that didn't stop them from colliding with plenty along the way. What he saw was fascinating. Monsters were forming out of pure blue mana, and he could observe the process in real time. Despite the thick mana pollution outside, the exterior of the vehicle remained shielded, allowing Roland to use its magical sensors to feed him visual data. The creatures materialized from condensed energy, then either surged toward the tunnel's exit or turned to face the vehicle. There were many, but it seemed most had already formed, and the density of the mana was beginning to thin. Some monsters were heading in other directions, some to Albrook and others to the destination he was heading. His plan was straightforward: reach Aldborn and assist with their monster problem. There were other ways to approach it, but this method offered the lowest risk of detection. No one else knew about these underground tunnels and would not expect them to come. Attempting to open a teleportation gate above ground would risk exposure, and setting one up down here was nearly impossible. The mana pollution would interfere, preventing the gate from forming. Traveling through the tunnels by vehicle was a shortcut and a strategic one. The passage led almost directly to the city and was wide enough to accommodate even the armored vehicle he created. They just needed to continue at top speeds, which would allow them to arrive at their destination in just 2 hours. I got lucky this dungeon created such a convenient shortcut. Without it, unless I built a flying ship, there'd be no way to get there in time. Despite the rough journey, Roland felt confident in his creation. It was holding up well under the pressure. Still, the constant impacts with monsters were beginning to wear it down. He had already been forced to channel his own mana into the barrier, reinforcing the shielding to keep the vehicle stable. By his estimates, this would be a one-way trip. Hold on tight. This might get a bit uncomfortable, but bear with it. Roland's voice echoed through the bumpy main compartment, where Armand was still fighting to keep himself together. Moments after the warning, everyone inside felt a sudden surge of force. In an instant, they were all pulled toward the back of the vehicle, where Agni and the 2 women were seated. Roland had activated the boosters, having finally cleared the main cluster of monsters. With fewer obstacles ahead, it was time to push the speed even further. The vehicle became a blur, tearing through the tunnel and leaving behind nothing but shattered stone and scattered monster remains. It didn't matter if the golemic craft held together for more than 2 hours, what mattered was that once that time was up, they would still need to complete their mission, to conquer the city of Aldbourne. Where are our reinforcements? Have you contacted the Lord's men? Why yes, Captain Alric. They said they are facing troubles of their own and will need some time to mobilize more soldiers. They ordered us to hold out until they arrive. They mentioned it could take days. Days? Hold out on our own? Are those bastards mad? We won't last another hour like this. How do they expect us to survive for days? Those beasts are going to break through the walls. An older man clad in heavy armor spat out the words in fury, taking out his anger on the trembling guard before him. The younger man could only lower his head in fear as his commanding officer vented his rage. The older man turned away from the trembling soldier, gripping the battlements so tightly his gauntlets scraped against the stone. His eyes darted across the battlefield or what remained of it. The outer wall of Aldbourne was cracked and broken in dozens of places, monsters clawing and tearing through weak points like a tide of living nightmares. Some of the larger beasts were already attempting to scale the damaged sections, clinging to the slick stone with clawed limbs. Others battered against the gates with brute force, their twisted frames driven by mindless hunger. What are these monstrosities? No one said anything like this would be coming. Have the gods abandoned us? What the man saw before him were abominations, twisted and disfigured beyond recognition. There were many of them among the regular monsters, and they had not prepared for this type of enemy. During the last dungeon break, the number of monsters had been minimal, and they had been much weaker. These creatures, however, possessed high regenerative abilities, with some able to survive even after being struck by dozens of arrows from the strongest bowmen. The city's defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear they were losing ground. Barrages of arrows darkened the sky, raining down death upon the seething mass below. Mages hurled fireballs, lightning, and freezing winds into the throng, momentarily carving open space between the walls and the encroaching swarm. Buckets of boiling oil were poured from the murder holes, shrieking creatures dissolved into smoking, shriveling husks, but it was still not enough. From the tower window, Captain Alric could see the truth plain as day. Their line was folding. Every time they repelled the enemy, twice as many rose to take their place. In the distance, large holes had opened in the earth, releasing thick mist into the air. From these rifts, the beasts poured out with no end in sight. Their city was quickly becoming surrounded, and if the monsters broke through even one gate, it would all be over. Suddenly, a muffled boom echoed across the walls as one of the enchanted ballistae exploded from overload, sending shrapnel and flaming wreckage flying in all directions. Several soldiers screamed as they were caught in the blast. The others barely glanced their way, too focused on holding the crumbling defenses. Alric gritted his teeth, heart pounding in his chest. They needed a miracle. Captain! There! One of the soldiers shouted, pointing into the distance. What is it now? Alric looked, squinting through the narrow slits of his helmet's visor. His blood ran cold. Something was emerging from one of the distant rifts, spreading its massive wings wide. A wyvern? But how is it so big? The monster shot forward, arrows bouncing harmlessly off its thick hide. The ballistae, already strained from continuous use, were their most powerful defense against the monster horde. But against a massive flying beast like this, they would be easy targets, and the wyvern seemed to recognize them immediately. It's a flame wyvern. Get back! The monster stopped in mid-air, flapping its wings furiously to stay afloat. Its chest began to glow with an ominous, molten light. Then, with an ear-splitting roar, it unleashed a torrent of blazing fire upon one of the few remaining ballistae. The shields aren't holding. Run! Some of the mages tried to protect the siege weapons with mana shields, but they were far too weak against such a powerful opponent. They quickly scattered to the sides, forced to watch helplessly as their enchanted weaponry was destroyed. The siege engine stood no chance. The wooden frame caught fire instantly, the runes sputtering and exploding into showers of sparks as the structure melted into a heap of slag and ash. Several nearby soldiers screamed and stumbled back, raising their shields in a desperate attempt to block the wave of searing heat. Somehow, with the mage's help, they managed to survive, for now. Captain Alric shielded his face with his arm, grimacing as the wyvern's fiery breath washed over the battlements. The defenses were crumbling faster than he had feared. He dropped his arm just in time to see the great beast turn in the air, its glowing eyes locking directly onto him. The wyvern's jaws widened again, fire gathering once more in its throat, ready to annihilate the captain and the few defenders still holding the line. But then... crash! A thundering roar of steel and earth erupted from the ground below and, more precisely, from one of the rifts that had just opened at the edge of the battlefield. A massive shape shot out from the gaping hole, a battered, rune-covered armored construct, glowing with cracked but still burning magical inscriptions. To the captain, it looked like a strange metal carriage with even stranger wheels, spinning wildly and burning with a bright, unnatural fire. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. It all happened so fast, but it had happened. Some kind of miracle. The metal monstrosity soared through the air in a clean arc, heading straight for the fire-breathing wyvern. The beast turned, but it had no time to react before the vehicle slammed into it with crushing force. Then, right before the devastating impact, Captain Alric could swear he saw figures leaping from the vehicle, and among them, something that looked like a furred beast. The wyvern screeched in pain and fury, its breath attack firing wildly into the sky as it was knocked off balance. The vehicle crumpled like a tin can under the collision, metal plating buckling and shattering in a shower of sparks and molten runes. Chunks of armor flew in every direction, embedding themselves into the stone walls and enemy ranks alike. Alric shielded his face as the explosion tore through the air. The wyvern was still high above, not directly overhead, which spared him from being caught in the blast. But to his horror, the monster was not dead. When the smoke cleared, the wyvern emerged, its thick hide pierced with shards of metal, blood spurting from its wounds. It was badly injured, but very much alive. The wyvern let out a thunderous roar, enraged, staggering from the impact but already turning its burning gaze toward the battlements again. Captain Alric shouted orders, trying to rally what few archers remained, but the defenders were too scattered, too battered to form any real resistance. The wyvern flapped its torn wings, kicking up a violent gust that sent soldiers and debris flying. It reared its massive head back, the fire in its throat flaring to life once more. Before it could unleash its fury, a long sword struck deep into its back. A heavily armored knight appeared, clad in gleaming runic armor and gripping a heavy sword. To make the sight even more astonishing, he was joined by a burly warrior wielding a massive axe, which he charged with a glowing red aura before slamming it into the creature's neck. It was astonishing to see the monster's body being chopped and pierced so easily by two people. It tumbled down with them, blood splurting from its neck and back. It collided with the ground hard, tossing up dust everywhere. The two men jumped to the side and landed on their feet with a thud. The wyvern struggled to get its neck up again, but could not, and so it fell, now dead and defeated. It had happened, something the guard captain had never expected. He had no idea who these men were, but one thing was certain, they were powerful. Even better, they were not alone. In the distance, he spotted a radiant wolf leaping across platforms made of light. On its back rode two women, one clad in armor and wielding a strange tome, the other wearing light armor and firing arrows with deadly precision, each shot felling a monster instantly. Suddenly, another blast echoed nearby. He turned toward the sound and spotted what at first seemed to be an ogre. But as he looked closer, he realized it was a man with reddish skin, wearing a strange harness. Towering and muscular, he struck down the approaching abominations with powerful blows from his metal-clad fists. Yet none of these 6 compared to the last figure. Hovering in the air where the wyvern had once been was a man clad in glowing armor, radiating a strange magical energy that drew all eyes to him. Around him floated several strange devices, some rectangular, others more rounded but still edged with sharp angles. Without warning, beams of light erupted from the devices and streaked across the battlefield. It was the miracle the captain had prayed for. Before his eyes, salvation unfolded. The monsters that had been scaling the walls or preparing to break through the gate were struck down by the relentless magical assault. It was as if death itself rained from the sky, catching the creatures completely unaware. The defenders of Aldbourne, battered and bloodied, watched in stunned awe as the tide of battle shifted before their eyes. Captain Alric could scarcely believe it. Just minutes ago, they had been on the brink of annihilation. Now, the monstrous horde was being torn apart by a small group of warriors whose sheer power seemed to defy understanding. I managed to get here in time, but there are still a lot of them. Roland thought, hovering in midair as his golemic drones fired in all directions, cutting down the monsters trying to scale the walls. He was crippling and destroying them at an impressive rate, but their numbers were staggering. Below him, his armored vehicle lay in ruins, a smoldering heap of twisted metal. It had done what it was meant to do, bring them to Aldbourne as quickly as possible. The armor had barely held together, and when they collided with the wyvern, it shattered completely. Fortunately, no one had been hurt in the explosion, as they had all jumped out just before the impact. Now, the 7 of them had to defend the city of Aldbourne, a place Roland had visited once before. Now then, I have to do this right. You there, soldier, where is your leader? He called out to the man who looked to be in charge, which took him by surprise. Leader. Roland floated down toward the man who appeared to be the guard captain, wearing heavy armor and a closed helmet. Roland had come to rescue this city, but there were still steps he needed to follow. One of them was securing a direct plea for help from the acting leader. Yes, where is the mayor? Will I find them here? He descended lower but remained hovering, while his golems continued to fire at the enemies surrounding them. The soldiers nearby did not seem to know how to react to his sudden arrival. It was understandable, since they had no idea who he was or what he intended. Thankfully, the captain kept his composure and answered quickly. The mayor left before the dungeon break began. The one in charge now is the deputy mayor. He should be in the main mansion. I understand. Roland nodded. It seemed the man in charge had temporarily abandoned the city. It was possible he had received information or believed the rumors that the intensity of the dungeon break would be far greater than usual. Nevertheless, he had chosen to flee and seek shelter elsewhere, perhaps in a better defended city. It was not unusual, as many wealthy merchants and nobles often did the same in times of turmoil. Just as he was about to head toward what appeared to be the mayor's mansion, Roland was stopped in his tracks. Captain Alric, breathing heavily beneath his helm, took a cautious step forward while gripping the sword at his side. Who are you? State your name and allegiance. Are you with Lord Valerian's forces? Lord Valerian? Yes, I am. The moment he spoke, he saw the older man exhale in visible relief. However, as Roland continued, he watched the captain's face grow pale. Lord Arthur Valerian. You had better remember that name. He will be your new lord soon. Lord Arthur. The man was stunned by the revelation, but Roland had more pressing matters to attend to. The monsters were still swarming from all sides and they needed to defend this place until the cavalry arrived. Even though he had gotten a lot stronger and his companions were here, they were gravely outnumbered. Lady Cortana, I give you permission to use the Golem Battalion as you please, defend the city at all cost. Of course, High Commander. He informed Lucille through his helmet. Both she and Robert could communicate with him directly through their armor, and everyone in their group had been given a device that allowed them to contact him as well. Even the guild master had one, though Roland wasn't entirely sure the old man fully understood how it worked. While Roland prepared to leave, Lady Cortana raised her tome, her primary weapon. It was a book filled with blank runes, ready to be shaped by her transmutation skill. The pages were thin, allowing her to quickly alter the rune structures and cast multiple spells in rapid succession. Once a page was used up, it could easily be replaced with another previously prepared page, giving Lucille a versatile tool to create any spell she could imagine. Come forth. At the moment, she focused on using it as a spatial transportation tool, summoning the many golems they had reconstructed for this very purpose. A field of mana shimmered on the ground where the spatial gate would open, and from within, rocky soldiers began to emerge. The opening wasn't wide, so only 2 obsidian golems came through at a time. They resembled armored humans, each wielding a shield and spear. Despite the narrow passage, their numbers quickly grew, and once outside, they wasted no time forming ranks. They spread out in front of the city walls, creating a defensive line to hold back the advancing monsters. Roland nodded and quickly activated his runic flight system to pick up speed. The attachment on his back unfolded its wings, and he soared into the smoky sky, pushing the system to its limits. His destination was the mayor's mansion at the heart of the city. Normally, he would have expected it to be heavily defended, but it looked oddly deserted. His mapping device barely picked up any signs of life inside. He must be a scapegoat. If the city falls, all the blame will fall on him and not the real mayor. Roland wasn't sure if the man had known about the monster siege beforehand or if this was a decision made in the midst of the chaos, but either way, the mayor looked suspicious. His people had been observing the city for a while now, and it was clear the place was poorly managed. The citizens had little love for those in power. He touched down softly on the cobblestone path leading to the front entrance, noting the eerie quiet surrounding the building. There were no guards posted, no frantic servants running about. Only a skeletal handful of soldiers and a few wide-eyed attendants remained, looking more like survivors than defenders. Inside, the mansion was in disarray, furniture hastily pushed aside to barricade windows, valuables either stripped away or left abandoned. In the main hall, illuminated by the flickering light of half-melted candles, stood a young man barely older than 20, wearing an ill-fitting breastplate over expensive clothes. A trembling rapier was gripped in his hand, though he looked like he didn't know whether to fight or flee. Who? The man pointed his weapon at Roland, who had appeared out of nowhere. The guards beside him fumbled awkwardly, moving as if this were their first mission. To Roland, it was clear that no one here was capable, and that suited him just fine. You are the acting mayor, right? Why yes, I am. But who are you? That is not important. Roland said, cutting him off. What matters is that you request assistance from me and my troops, because if you don't, all of you will die. You want me to request assistance from you? But, who are you? How did you get in here? Sir, stand back. 2 guards moved to shield the acting mayor, leveling their spears at the armored figure standing before them. It was Roland. He had barged into the partially deserted mayor's mansion for a specific purpose, and he needed to fulfill one final requirement to truly begin his mission. Saving the city from monsters was only part of it. For his plan to succeed, he needed this man's cooperation. Who am I? I am High Knight Commander Wayland. I serve under Lord Arthur Valerian, and I have come to aid you. Lord Arthur Valerian? Not Lord Theodore Valerian. Indeed. The young man was clearly confused. This land officially belonged to the older brother he was supposed to serve. Arthur was a new name that had only recently emerged. However, as the acting mayor, this man had the authority to act in the mayor's absence and could legally fulfill his duties. That included granting permission to defend the city during a crisis. There were many rules surrounding nobility, especially in times of political conflict like the current squabble between brothers. Normally, it would not be possible to seize a territory without open battle, but there was one exception. If a disaster occurred and the ruling lord failed to offer assistance, the city's leader could request aid from another lord. Doing so would signify that the city was accepting the new lord's protection and, in effect, changing sides. It was an obscure law, rarely invoked, but now all the conditions had been met. The city was under attack, Theodore's forces were tied up defending more important settlements within his territory, and reinforcements would not arrive for days. This was exactly what Roland and Arthur had planned for. Once the acting mayor gave his consent, all that remained was to turn the tide of battle, occupy the city, and announce that, due to Theodore's failure to protect his people, the city was now under Arthur's rule. The acting mayor swallowed hard, his grip on the rapier trembling even more. His eyes darted toward the shattered windows, beyond which distant screams and the thunder of battle echoed. Yet still, he hesitated, the weight of the decision paralyzing him. Accepting aid from a new lord was tantamount to treason against Theodore. If reinforcements did arrive in time, he could be executed for betraying his rightful lord. But if he refused, there might not be a city left. I can't. The young man stammered, stepping back. If I accept help from another lord without permission, it could mean my head. Lord Theodore will send soldiers. If I just wait. It seemed this man was aware of the law that Roland was trying to invoke. Even though he was only a temporary replacement, likely meant to be discarded later, he knew the rules. Roland had expected the mayor to immediately ask for help to save his life from the immediate danger, but this young man clearly understood the long-term consequences of agreeing to it here. Wait. Roland's voice was cold, sharp enough to slice through the panic thick in the hall. He took a step forward, his armor gleaming with an eerie light. His drones hovered menacingly behind him, a silent threat as much as a defense. If you wait any longer, there won't be a city left to protect. Roland said, his voice low and menacing. Do you hear that? The gates are buckling. The walls are falling. The monsters will break through at any moment, and when they do, hundreds of people will die before Theodore's soldiers can even cross half the distance here. The young acting mayor flinched visibly, the weight of Roland's words crashing down on him harder than any sword. His guards glanced nervously at each other, their hands tightening on their weapons, but even they knew the truth of what was happening outside these walls. You have two choices. Roland continued, raising a gauntlet hand and clenching it into a fist. Either you request my aid right now, or you can pray that your rapier will protect you when the monsters come clawing through those doors. For a moment, no one spoke. Only the sounds of death and battle in the distance filled the heavy silence. The acting mayor's lip trembled. His fingers loosened around the hilt of his sword. His voice cracked when he finally spoke. But if I do this? It was clear he was still hesitant. Although the young man was clever enough to grasp the long-term consequences, he had missed one crucial detail. I think you are misunderstanding something. Roland said, his voice cold. You are already dead. Hey! The city will fall without our help. That is certain. As he spoke, he stepped forward. The runes on his armor pulsed, sending a wave of force that flung the two guards aside. They crashed into the walls, groaning, held in place by a strange, magical aura that paralyzed them. Roland approached the deputy mayor, who stumbled back, dropping his sword in his panic. The weapon clattered to the floor. And who do you think they will blame for all of this? Why do you think your mayor ran at the first sign of danger and left you behind? And no, the mayor would never. He would not. You seem like a smart man. So tell me, who do you think they will blame? You, the man left behind to fail, or the mayor who is no longer here? I'm sure you're smart enough to figure this out. Your only chance at survival is me. The young man's face was completely drained of color. Roland could see the exact moment the full horror of his situation settled onto his narrow shoulders. His rapier lay uselessly on the ground, forgotten. His trembling hands clutched at the fine silk of his ruined jacket as if trying to hold himself together. Outside, another crash echoed through the city. A distant scream carried on the wind. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and dust fell from the cracked chandeliers above. The monsters were all around them, clawing at the gates and ready to kill anyone still inside. You were left here to die. Roland said, his voice softer now, but no less intense. He leaned in closer so that only the acting mayor could hear him. You are already the scapegoat. If you refuse me and survive by some miracle, you will be executed for incompetence. If you refuse me and die, no one will even remember your name. But if you accept my help, I will guarantee your safety. Lord Arthur and I will protect you. The acting mayor's breathing turned ragged. His mouth opened once, closed, then opened again. His heart hammered so loudly in his ears that he almost missed the chaos raging outside. Roland watched him carefully, seeing the shift in his eyes as the words sank in. I, Joseph, acting mayor of Aldbourne, formally request aid from Lord Arthur Valerian and his forces. Please, save this city. He finally relented, sweat beading on his forehead. Roland gave a small nod at the request. Before moving out, he quickly produced a set of papers for Joseph to sign. Although he already had a recording of the conversation, it was always safer to have a written contract, complete with a signature and a mono fingerprint. This is just a few documents you have to sign, acting mayor. Just jolt your name on the dotted line and push your thumb down on that square. Joseph stared at the parchment and the shimmering mono square at the bottom, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Every instinct screamed at him not to do it, but the cold, merciless logic in Roland's voice left him no escape. His thumb hovered over the mono square for a long, agonizing second. Then, with a choked sob, he pressed it down. His mana signature was quickly recorded and seeped into the contract like ink. Blue threads of magic wound themselves into the parchment to complete the contract and bind it to the man who was here. Roland carefully tucked the signed document away in one of his spatial runes. Now that the formalities were complete, it was official, Aldbourne was under Arthur Valerian's protection and, by extension, under his. Maybe I should have become a villain instead. Roland examined the young man before him. Joseph's hands were still shaking, and his heart was pounding so loudly it echoed through the silent room. It was clear he was terrified of what was to come. Do not worry, Mr. Joseph. Everything will be fine now. Just stay here and wait. Keep your men inside and stay out of the way. I will handle the rest. I will not let these monsters break through the walls. Without another word, Roland turned and strode toward the shattered doors of the mansion. His golems, still hovering ominously nearby, rotated in perfect synchronization to follow him. As he moved, Roland directed some of the golems to ascend into the night sky. This was not the end of the show. He needed to make it clear to everyone in the city who the true savior was. One by one, they arranged themselves in a massive circular formation high above the center of Aldbourne. Runes etched into their bodies began to glow, first a dull blue, then brighter and brighter until they shimmered like stars against the darkness. From the center of the formation, a pulse of mana spread outward. The air wavered like a mirage, and then, slowly, an enormous holographic image formed over the city. It was a towering, translucent projection of a man, Arthur Valerian himself, garbed in noble battle attire, his expression solemn but filled with conviction. The citizens who were hiding out in their homes started to peek outside and looked in awe at the image. Many of them were terrified. Although the monsters had not yet breached the walls, everyone inside was well aware of the situation. The noises outside grew louder and more violent with each passing moment. There was nowhere to run, as the monsters had surrounded the city completely. When the figure of a noble appeared in the sky, carried by strange mechanical golems, it caused a ripple of confusion and hope among the people. They wondered if, at last, rescue had arrived. People of Aldbourne. Arthur's voice, clear and powerful, resonated across the city, magnified by magic so that no ear could miss his words. I am Arthur Valerian, brother of Theodore Valerian, the lord who was entrusted with your safety. Yet, when the hour grew dark, he abandoned you. He left you to die, thinking your lives expendable. But I. Arthur's hologram placed a hand over his heart, his gaze filled with something akin to resolve. I will never abandon you. I have seen your courage. I have witnessed your struggle. And I promise you this, I will stand with you. He really played it up for this one. Roland made his way back toward the walls, heading for the section where his allies were not present. The monsters had surrounded the city completely, and it was better for him to deal with one of the areas that had been left undefended. Today, my knights fight alongside your brave soldiers. Today, we reclaim hope from despair. Arthur's hologram played above him, projecting the young lord's voice clearly across the city. It was a speech Arthur had rehearsed many times, spending nearly an entire day recording it. Roland had to give him credit. His ally was taking his role as a noble very seriously. Ever since Arthur had declared his intent to compete against his brothers, he had changed. In the past, he paid little attention to how a proper noble should act. Now, he embodied the role more fully than many born into it. It had taken him almost a year to master the speech patterns and courtly mannerisms, but now, no one could deny that he sounded like a true noble. By your bravery and our strength combined, Aldbourne will not fall. Under my banner, you will know safety, prosperity, and honor once more. I swear it, upon my blood and upon House Valerian. The massive image of Arthur raised his sword high, the blade gleaming with a golden light that cascaded over the city, pushing back the heavy darkness that clung to the streets. It looked truly magnificent, a vision of hope and strength, but in truth, it was nothing more than a carefully crafted parlor trick. To the desperate citizens below, Arthur appeared as a noble savior, almost divine in his presence. In reality, he was a meticulously crafted illusion, carefully designed to portray him as the hero of the people. He had even enhanced it afterward, adding countless sparkling effects to make the image more convincing. In a sense, he was probably one of the first magical editors that this world had ever seen. Now, all that remained was to save the city from the onslaught and to do it before Theodore could muster a retaliation force. As the speech ended, the golems moved in formation once more, sending shimmering trails of light into the sky, sketching a glowing sigil of Arthur's house, a standing stag with a crown on its head, and now it hovered over the city like a beacon of hope. The people were silent for a long moment. It started small, almost lost in the wind, but it grew, spreading from house to house, street to street. A cheer. A desperate, grateful cheer, as the people of Aldbourne raised their voices together in ragged unity. Hail Lord Arthur! Save us! Hail the Valyrian stag! From his position atop the wall, Roland listened. He could hear it even over the groaning city gates and the screech of the monsters battering against the barriers. It was working, they had the people on their side. They sound desperate, but this is where it starts. Roland floated over the gate, his eyes scanning the area. On either side, he could see the destroyed ballistay that had overheated from overuse. To most people, they would have been considered nothing more than scrap. However, thanks to their runic enchantments and the many metal components they were built with, Roland saw an opportunity. With his current skill level, he was still able to restore them to working order. Not all of them had been completely destroyed, some had merely suffered from damaged runes, a problem he could mend with ease. As he descended onto the damaged battlements, he spread his hands wide in both directions. His skill activated, and the mending process began. The soldiers stationed there had no idea what they were witnessing. Metal groaned and shifted, repairing itself under his command. Where the runes had cracked, they stitched themselves back together by magical means. In seconds, the first ballista stood fully restored, leaving the nearby soldiers baffled by what they had just seen. "Don't just stand there!" Roland barked, his voice aided by Overlord's intimidation and lordly articulation to bring his point across rather easily. "Load it! Aim for the largest cluster of monsters near the main gate. Fire at will!" The men scrambled to obey, adrenaline replacing their awe. Roland moved swiftly down the battlements, restoring more siege weapons as he went. Each mended ballista shimmered briefly with residual magic before settling into full operational readiness. The defenders, sensing a sudden shift in momentum, rallied behind Roland. They too have watched Arthur's speech, and the Valyrian crest was shimmering on his armor to showcase his position. Below the walls, the monsters were beginning to gather and climb, but Roland would not allow it. Just as Lucille commanded her golem forces, so did he. As he moved along the battlements, restoring the monster defenses, he used his spatial runes to summon some of his heavier golems. They resembled his usual spider golems but were larger, each carrying a massive cannon strapped to its back. The first one appeared and quickly moved into position along the wall. Its legs clicked sharply against the stone as it fastened itself securely to the ramparts. Each leg was equipped with latches that locked onto the stone, anchoring it firmly in place. Once secured, the cannon on its back roared to life, firing down at the monsters below. More golems continued to emerge with each step Roland took. Soldiers stepped aside, clearly surprised by the mechanical cannon arachnids. "We need to hold out for at least 2 days, or even 3. Roland's gaze swept over the battlefield, where endless waves of monsters surged toward the walls. Among them were creatures as dangerous as the Tier 3 wyvern they had slain upon arrival, and others that looked even more problematic. Still, they had to endure. They needed to hold the line and set the stage for Arthur's arrival. Only then could they unveil him as a true Valyrian, a leader potentially destined to shape the future of this island. "What are those strange golems?" "I don't know, but they're on our side." 2 soldiers exchanged words as more and more magical constructs attached themselves to the castle walls. The process was swift, and before long, the golems were firing cannons that matched the power of their heaviest magical ballistae. Even more surprising, they outnumbered the soldiers' own magical devices and took up significantly less space. With their relentless fire, monsters began to fall in waves, and for now, the enemy was being pushed back from scaling the walls. "I thought that the other brother was more useless? Who are these people?" The soldier caught himself, lowering his voice. They had all seen the grand illusion projected over the city. No one without true power could have created something so immense. Either the rumors about Arthur Valyrian were false, or someone even stronger, perhaps the eldest brother, was backing him. What does it matter? Help is help. Now shut up and get back to your post. This isn't over. However, the enemy's retreat did not last long. For every monster torn apart by magic cannon fire, 2 more seemed to rise in its place, crawling from the darkness beyond the walls like an endless tide of nightmares. Roland moved quickly, hands crackling with magic, restoring more defenses and positioning his golems along key weak points. His mind calculated distance, angle, magical drain, and structural stress all at once. He had no time to waste. "It's going well for now, but..." Roland analyzed the situation from a distance. His golems were performing well, but they could not match the finely tuned defenses of Albrook, which had been engineered to be the best. In terms of power and effectiveness, these temporary golemic turrets were, on average, 30% weaker than their stationary counterparts. To make matters worse, they also overheated and burned through magical energy quickly. Fortunately, Roland had anticipated this problem and prepared a portable charging station to counter it. Thanks to his mastery of spatial runes, he had become not only a one-man army but also his own supply line. Soldiers nearby couldn't help but watch in awe as a large metallic canister materialized, covered in glowing runes. It was followed by several floating drones. Unlike the combat-ready ones that floated around him, these drones carried no weapons or offensive enchantments. Their sole purpose was to deliver replacement mana canisters to the turrets that continued firing at the oncoming monsters. One of the floating, octagon-shaped drones moved quickly into action. It drifted over to the main mana fluid unit, a large drum filled to the brim with concentrated magical energy. Within city limits, it was simple to power the turrets by connecting them directly to the local grid, allowing for continuous fire without the need for refueling. Out here, however, that wasn't an option. Roland had to rely either on his runic batteries or, as he had chosen for this mission, smaller canisters filled with mana fluid. Although the runic batteries were capable, they had a major drawback: they took hours or even days to fully recharge. In a field environment where constructing a generator was impractical, it was far more efficient to use the mana fluid they had harvested from the dungeon. In a poetic twist, he was now fighting the monsters born of the dungeon using its own stolen energy against them. The drum stood nearly as tall as a man, reinforced with thick plating etched in runes to contain the magical essence sealed within. As the charging process began, a nozzle extended from the drum's circumference, aligning with a rotating circular bracket that held several empty canisters. Each canister, no larger than a lantern, was crafted from a specialized metallic alloy capable of safely containing condensed magical energy. Once a canister rotated into position, the nozzle aligned with a designated port on its side. A safety latch secured it in place, and the mana fluid was pumped inside. When the fill was complete, the nozzle retracted and the canister moved to the next phase of the operation, delivery. One of the stationary floating golems hovered into position. It approached the freshly filled canister, which had been held in place by the latch, and lifted it using a magnetic grip. Secured to the flat underside of the delivery drone, the canister was then flown out toward the cannon golem that had been active the longest. The golem remained still, focused on its task. A circular hatch on its side opened, and an empty canister ejected, landing gently on the ground. Once it cleared the compartment, another hatch opened to receive the fresh canister. Each golem was equipped with 3 internal canisters, allowing it to function with at least one still within. With the charging station now in place, Roland ensured that his mobile turrets would never have to stop firing. The replacement canister slid smoothly into the open chamber, and the golem's internal systems absorbed the new energy source, returning to full power. Meanwhile, the spent canister was picked up by the delivery drone and returned to the charging station for refueling. Through this well-orchestrated system, Roland could keep his golems fully operational without expending any of his own mana. Somehow we are managing to stick to the schedule. Once all the spider golems he could spare were deployed from his spatial storage, Roland ascended back into the sky. His level had risen enough that maintaining this spell came easily. For most mages, hovering like this would quickly drain their mana, but for him, it was little more than a mild inconvenience. From above, he had a clear view of the battlefield as it stretched out in every direction. By now, all of his golems had positioned themselves along the battlements. The initial wave of monsters had been successfully repelled, but he wasn't the only one responsible for the turnaround. Armand, Robert, and the guild master were doing an excellent job of drawing the monsters' attention away from the city. Lucille, Lobelia, and Agni supported them from behind with powerful ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the golem army they had brought from Albrook had secured a foothold at the city gate. Together, they held one side of the city, while Roland's constructs defended the other. Everything seemed to be running smoothly. But Roland knew better. This wasn't over. The gamble paid off for now, but will it be this easy? He hovered silently above the chaos, the faint glow of his armor flickering in the dim light. Below, his drones continued their relentless defense, working in unison with his companions. He spotted Agni unleashing a torrent of fire, his breath attack sweeping through clusters of enemies. The Tier 2 monsters stood no chance, incinerated in seconds as they bunched together, making themselves easy targets. Fortunately, these creatures lacked any real combat strategy. They charged forward blindly, relying solely on their overwhelming numbers. But numbers alone were not enough. With so much magic concentrated on the battlefield, it became a blazing inferno of raw mana. Monster after monster was obliterated, vanishing beneath the unrelenting waves of magical firepower before they could even reach the walls. Then it happened. A sound rolled across the battlefield, low, deep, and thunderous, like the grinding of distant mountains. The moment it reached the city, all cheer vanished. A sudden silence fell over the defenders. Soldiers froze, their eyes wide, weapons half raised, caught in a moment of paralyzing dread. The cannons continued to fire, their rhythm unchanged. But the sound had already signaled a shift. Something is approaching. A city-scale monster. Roland turned sharply in the air, his senses stretching outward like a net. There it was again. A rumble, deeper this time. The ground shivered in response, and the faintest crack split through the earth beyond the northern ridge. Out past the treeline, the horizon shifted. Trees were torn from the ground like weeds. Earth buckled and snapped as something enormous pushed its way forward. The first thing visible was its shell, an uneven, moss-covered dome so wide it looked like a moving hill. But it was not the shell that silenced the entire battlefield. It was what rose above it. A serpent's head, and not just one but three. They stretched skyward, impossibly long and scaled with dark crimson armor that shimmered like wet stone. The mouth was lined with needle-pointed teeth, too many for any natural creature, and its eyes glowed a sickly yellow. One of the necks coiled once in the air, then snapped downward with an audible crack that split several trees into pieces without even touching them. If I'm not mistaken, that thing is a hydrid tortoise. Volcanic hydrid tortoise Titan L252. It was quite the mouthful of a name, but it suited the creature perfectly. The volcanic hydrid tortoise Titan. It towered over the forest with ease. Its shell alone rose nearly 20 meters high, and the writhing hydra heads extending from it added another 20 on top of that. But even more terrifying than its height was its sheer bulk. The creature was massive, wide enough to flatten trees in every direction as it advanced. Each step it took sent tremors through the earth, the ground quivering beneath its weight. It moved slowly, but there was an unstoppable momentum behind it, like a mountain deciding to walk. To make matters worse, the creature's massive shell was covered in small, cone-shaped openings that looked eerily like miniature volcanoes. From within these vents, smoke billowed in thick plumes, glowing with the heat of red-hot magma. The smoke pulsed in sync with the creature's slow, rumbling breaths, as though each time it inhaled it built pressure within its armored body. Then, with a loud growl that rippled across the battlefield, the volcanoes erupted. A storm of molten fire shot into the sky, arcing high above the treetops before crashing down in wide, indiscriminate bursts. Entire sections of the forest were consumed in flame. Nothing was spared. Smaller monsters were either trampled beneath the beast's colossal feet or incinerated in the blazing downpour. The Titan moved at a crawling pace, but its presence alone brought devastation. Its three hydra heads twisted and turned, each moving with eerie independence, scanning the battlefield with a predatory awareness. They had not attacked yet, but they were watching. One of the heads turned slightly, its gaze settling on the city walls with what could only be described as curiosity. If that thing reaches the city, hundreds will die. To Roland, the creature looked like a living siege engine. Although it was not classified as a Tier 4 monster, it was clearly an elite variant. Most would call it a boss entity. It was far stronger than others of its class, likely enhanced by the same kind of stat multipliers that made Roland himself so dangerous. And worst of all, this was not their only problem. While the initial waves had been repelled, more Tier 3 monsters were beginning to rise and press forward. As Roland had feared, the attacks were coming in waves. They had arrived during the second one, and this was the third one. This was very different from what he had witnessed during the attack on Albrook. Based on the data he was receiving from his external sensors, no creature of this scale had appeared there. It was clear that the mana siphoning process had ensured their victory in that battle. However, this city and many others would not be so fortunate. If monsters like this one are beginning to form, the island is in more trouble than I anticipated. Roland bit his lower lip. He had not foreseen such a massive assault. When he had made his preparations, he had never expected a dungeon break of this magnitude. The situation was rapidly escalating beyond the scope of his original predictions. It was becoming clear that many of the lesser defended cities would likely fall. The thought weighed heavily on Roland. Perhaps he should have revealed the existence of the underground tunnel system he had discovered. But out of fear for his own safety, he had chosen to remain silent. Now, he was beginning to regret that choice. Still, there was a more immediate threat that demanded his attention. The situation before him could not be ignored. There were not many cities on the island, and it seemed the dungeon prioritized its attacks based on population density. Smaller villages appeared to be ignored. Only larger settlements, those with at least 1,000 inhabitants, were being targeted. Fortunately, most of those cities had some form of defense and established evacuation protocols. They were not entirely helpless, and adventurers played a critical role in their defense. Even here, many had joined the soldiers on the walls. Arrows flew and spears struck down from above as fighters, driven by coin or duty, helped repel the climbing monsters. This was not the time to doubt himself. He could not protect everyone, and he had long accepted that reality. The people in other cities were the responsibility of their own lords, and Roland had done his part by spreading rumors of increased monster activity. That alone had likely helped some prepare. What reassured him slightly was the fact that the dungeon appeared to be focusing more on this city than any other. He suspected it was reacting to the high number of monster casualties in the area, or perhaps it possessed some mechanism to detect powerful foes. If that was the case, then the dungeon had identified him as the primary threat. The arrival of the giant tortoise-like monster could very well be its attempt to eliminate him. Roland quickly assessed the creature. From its appearance and aura, it was clearly attuned to the fire element. Its body radiated heat, glowing with unstable fire mana, and the volcanic structures on its back erupted rhythmically with bursts of molten energy. In this world, the natural counter to fire was water. The creature's true weakness was not its heads or massive limbs, but the volcano-like vents scattered across its shell. Those openings were constantly active, spewing smoke and fire without pause. Targeting them would likely yield the greatest results. I suppose it's time to test the transformation system in battle. He had spent months developing and testing his elemental suits. This would be the first time he used them in actual combat. The volcanic tortoise was the perfect target to test how effectively he could fight while shifting between elemental modes. Listen up, everyone. I'll handle that massive monster. The rest of you focus on the targets I assign. Before taking off, he sent a voice message to each of his companions. With the help of his mapping system, he could pinpoint the locations of the most dangerous enemies among the horde. He also knew which of his allies were best suited to deal with each one. It was a tactical advantage that allowed him to coordinate the battlefield with precision. Without another word, Roland drew a deep breath and activated the spatial runes embedded in the back of his armor. They flared to life, summoning several armor components he had spent weeks perfecting. The pieces were forged from tied metal, a metal known for its softness and malleability. Only through rigorous testing and the careful bonding of other elements could it be transformed into a hardened shell, one that rivaled mithril and, in some cases, even surpassed it in durability. People noticed strange energies gathering around him and couldn't help but point and stare. However, Roland had foreseen this reaction. Before allowing his regular armor to separate from his body, he used the elemental energies from the replacement set to form a shimmering barrier that surrounded him like a swirling orb of water. Roland stood at the center of it all, spreading his arms to the sides to allow the outer shell of his runic armor to detach from the silver-gray suit beneath. The position was awkward, and it was one of the main reasons he preferred to use concealment whenever he switched armor elements. His body formed an X shape, limbs fully extended as he braced himself for the next pieces to attach. First came the greaves, locking onto his legs with a deep clunk. Their design was smooth yet scaled, resembling the pattern of his salamander variant. Next, the bracers wrapped around his forearms, inlaid with fine conduits for mana flow. The chest plate followed, forming around his torso in a series of interlocking segments. Finally, the helmet encased his head, its design inspired by ancient ocean kings. The visor, shaped like the gaping maw of a great leviathan, gave its name to the entire set. As the armor sealed into place, Roland dispelled the tide bubble around him, revealing his new azure form. His flight unit connected seamlessly to the new armor set, just as it had with the old one. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, racing toward his next destination. His goal was clear: he had to stop the monster before it reached the city and harmed even a single resident. HAAA! A punch rocketed toward the ogre's chest with the force of a falling boulder. The massive creature barely had time to lift its club before Armin's fist slammed into its ribs, collapsing its chest with a sickening crunch. It didn't even cry out before it was hurled backward, crashing against a stone outcropping like a puppet with its strings cut. Armand stepped forward, eyes narrowed, blood dripping from his gauntlets. His bare chest, always proudly displayed, was covered only by a runic harness offering minimal protection. As usual, he looked pleased. All around him lay the broken bodies of defeated monsters, shattered jaws, crushed limbs, torsos caved in like cracked eggshells. It was a graveyard built by sheer strength and unmatched technique. Ha! Are numbers all they've got? This is starting to get boring. Another creature lunged at him, this time, a giant scorpion. It tried to catch him in its massive pincers and strike with its venomous tail. Armand didn't flinch. As the pincers closed in, he kicked them aside and drove a punch straight into the incoming tail. The barbed stinger shattered on impact with his metal-clad fist. His punch connected with the monster's head, the force compressing it back into its shell. The kinetic shockwave hurled the creature backward and sent chunks of flesh flying in all directions. Lesser monsters like goblins were thrown aside by the blast, scrambling to escape. Armand stood tall, arm raised, inviting the next challenger. On the nearby wall, soldiers could only watch in awe as the frenzied war monk carved a path through the battlefield with terrifying precision. His punches defied all logic. Monsters dropped like wheat before a scythe, their remains scattered in piles of twitching limbs and shattered bone. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, a voice crackled through the communication link. Armand. It was Roland, his tone sharp with urgency. Forget the tier 2 and one small fry. There's a lich to the northeast of your location. Kill it first. Don't let it revive the fallen or summon any high-tier skeletons. Armand grinned, teeth bared like a predator. A lich. A tier 3 monster. Finally, something worthy of his fists. Understood. Northeast. Leave it to this Lord Armand. He couldn't see the lich he was supposed to defeat, not with the swarm of monsters blocking his view, but that wasn't going to stop him. The ground cracked and cratered beneath his feet as he launched himself forward, bounding across the shattered terrain faster than most could follow. As he leaped high into the air, his eyes scanned the battlefield. In the distance, he spotted it, a skeletal figure draped in a tattered robe, standing still amidst the chaos. Surrounded by undead skeletons and bloated corpse golems. The lich raised its staff, chanting in a language that gnawed at the edges of sanity. Dark necrotic energy swirled around its bony form as it continued to use the defeated monsters around the battlefield to create its undead army. Armand's heartbeat quickened. The thrill surged through him, not just from the prospect of battle, but from the moment he'd been waiting for. The time has come. This is what I've been waiting for. His skin flushed crimson, and muscles bulged unnaturally as though he were swelling from within. Blackened tattoos erupted across his arms, chest, and face like molten scars carved by infernal fire. Horn-like ridges formed along his brow and jawline, while his eyes burned with a demonic glow. His canines lengthened, his fingers ended in claw-like nails, and his voice dropped as if he had turned into a red ogre himself. This was one of his skills as a frenzied war monk. It allowed him to take on the form of an Oni, drastically increasing his combat power. But the technique came with a steep cost. The blank expression in his eyes said it all. His sanity was slipping away. A frenzied roar tore from his throat, sending a shockwave outward that knocked back the monsters closing in around him. For a moment, his gaze drifted from the lich in the distance. His focus shifted to the nearest enemy, instinct taking over. He was ready to charge in another direction when a rune on his harness lit up. The golden symbol pulsed with light, and a radiant glow spread across his body. Tiny golden particles flowed into his reddened form. Moments later, Armand felt his mind clear. His senses were returning. That was close. For a moment, he stood still, his mind dazed. He had used this skill a few times before, but the transitional phase always disoriented him. Without the harness and the runic devices Roland had crafted, he would have become a mindless beast, lashing out at anything nearby. Though the power boost was immense, it was completely unsafe around allies. Thankfully, the runic device embedded in his body cleansed the frenzy effect automatically. In time, he might develop a natural resistance to it, but for now, he didn't need to worry. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. The runes embedded in his harness shimmered, locking his consciousness in place. Armand stood straighter now, crimson energy still radiating from his skin. His fists clenched and unclenched with anticipation. The monsters surrounding the lich began to react, forming a defensive line. Bloated corpse golems surged forward, their stitched-together forms reeking of rot and malevolence. Skeletons drew rusted blades and raised cracked shields, but it didn't matter. He launched himself like a cannonball, crashing into the first corpse golem with enough force to vaporize its upper body. The impact left a smear of corrupted flesh and bone on the ground. A follow-up spinning backhand bisected two skeletons trying to flank him, their bones exploding into powder from the sheer force. The air trembled with each movement. In this form, his speed defied reason, a blur of red and black that moved through the battlefield with lethal precision. Every swing of his fist sent shockwaves pulsing outward, knocking down the undead like rows of dominoes. The Lich noticed him now. It raised its staff and began casting a direct attack spell, but Armand was already closing in. There was a reason Roland had sent him instead of Agni. Before the monster could finish the incantation, a powerful kick slammed into its sternum. No chance I'm letting you finish casting. In many cases, casters could easily defeat warrior types if they kept their distance. But once that gap was closed and they had no time to prepare counterspells, they became little more than targets for fighters like Armand. The Lich wasn't dead yet. Even as it tried to rise, the only thing waiting for it was another punch. Armand's gauntlets flared with radiant holy light for a brief moment before his massive fist crashed into the creature's skull, shattering it almost instantly. Oh? Not dead yet? That's what I'm talking about. It wouldn't be any fun if you just dropped from that. The Lich was not quite dead, and its minions swarmed in from all sides. But Armand didn't let up. With boundless stamina and punches powerful enough to shatter boulders, nothing could stop him. He tore through the encroaching horde, a whirlwind of brute force and relentless motion. From a distance, one of his allies watched the destruction left behind by the frenzied monk. Mr. Armand is incredibly strong, but that's only natural for someone fighting alongside Sir Roland. I have to give it my all, too. In the rear stood one person wearing armor under a dark crimson robe. She was surrounded by a plethora of golemic soldiers which were used to intercept any monsters that made it through the powerful defenders in the front. Lady Cortana, can you hear me? I can hear you loud and clear, Sir Wayland. Just as she was about to order her soldiers to move forward to aid both Armin and the man called Ordhan, she was stopped by the man in charge. Good, remain at the wall, you are our last defense, use the golems to take out any monsters that make it through. Ah, of course. She felt a hint of disappointment at the order but understood there was wisdom behind it. Compared to the other fighters in their group, she was likely the weakest in direct combat. Still, there were things she could do that they couldn't, like controlling multiple golems and casting powerful support spells. Also, remember, Armand is quite the idiot. He'll probably burn through all his holy charges on that one undead lich. Restore his gauntlets if you have the time. I told him to run back to you if that happens. I will. I mean, yes, Sir High Commander. Once the call ended, the monsters began moving toward her again. Her golems formed a solid defensive line in front of the gate she was ordered to protect. Her primary task was clear. She could not let a single one through. The golems she commanded were not as advanced as the ones Roland used. These were refurbished dungeon golems, their original control cores replaced so they could follow new commands. Still, they were made of durable obsidian stone, capable of being melted down and reforged into new parts if needed. They were hers to command, and she had no intention of letting them go to waste. She knew exactly how much blood, sweat and tears the dwarven craftsmen had poured into restoring them. I might not be as capable as the rest at fighting, but even I can do this much. Some monsters had slipped past the front-line fighters, forcing her to act. She held out her runic grimoire, and as it opened, the page containing a simple rune structure began to shimmer and shift. It started with a white glow, then pulsed into a deep crimson as a large fireball materialized above her weapon. She pointed forward, and the raging sphere of flame launched toward the approaching monsters, exploding on impact and engulfing them in fire. It was a magnificent sight, watching the creatures burn. Her natural affinities leaned more toward plants and ice, but with this weapon in her current class, she could cast any spell she chose. Within seconds, she had selected the spell and used her transmutation skill to reshape the base runes into the form she needed. Any monsters that slipped past her spells were quickly intercepted by her golems. Their spears struck with precision, dispatching the enemies efficiently. She focused her casting on threats the golems couldn't handle. Fortunately, her allies were holding the line well, and so far, no Tier 3 monsters had reached her position. Suddenly, a sharp clang echoed across the battlefield. Her eyes shifted toward the sound, where her most important ally was locked in combat with a strange monstrosity. It was a blade demon, a demonic creature with 4 arms, each ending in a dark, sharp blade. Its opponent was her husband, who was wielding his new armor with ease. The demon's weapons could not pierce the reinforced metal plating, while his own sword, encased in blue flames, was slicing through the demon's limbs one by one. By now, it had only a single blade arm left. Ha! With a clean vertical slash, the monster was cut in half, and the blue glow around his blade faded. Almost immediately, a new rune flared to life on his shield as another similar creature lunged at him from the side. Its blade struck the metal surface, but the enchanted barrier absorbed the blow without leaving a mark. Robert pivoted smoothly and, with a swift slash, removed the creature's head in one precise motion. How is it this easy? The thought lingered as he surveyed the fallen enemies around him. He was beginning to grow accustomed to his new class and its style of combat. Every time he needed to defend himself, he simply activated the appropriate defensive rune. Slashing weapons, blunt force, even spells, everything could be countered, as long as he had a moment to read his opponent. All of this was only possible because of the specialized armor he wore. The alloy had been custom forged to suit his new skill, imbued rune. The same applied to his shield and sword, each piece crafted to complement his abilities. Still, he knew he had a long way to go. Until he could switch runes in the blink of an eye, he wouldn't be satisfied, and mastery would only come with relentless practice. His battle resumed as he turned his focus toward monsters vulnerable to heavily armored knights. With each precise strike, he exploited their weaknesses. Overhead, a fearsome duo was dealing with the flying enemies so effectively that he didn't even need to glance upward. Agni, a bit to the left. Awoo! Lobelia rode atop Agni, using the great beast as her mount while letting her bowstring speak for her. With every notched arrow, another monster fell from the sky. Each shot struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the eyes of the bloodthirsty vulture-like creatures as they dove toward the battlefield. We make the greatest team, Agni. Woof! Lobelia chuckled as Agni conjured glowing platforms in the air, allowing them to maneuver freely above the battlefield. The flying monsters swarmed toward them, but neither wavered. Her bowstring moved with blinding speed, loosing arrows like a rapid-fire rifle. Each shot was clean and lethal. Arrows materialized instantly from a spatial rune, appearing mid-draw for seamless use. With this kind of prepared firepower, defeat wasn't even a consideration, and she was thoroughly enjoying herself. Below and around them, Agni unleashed waves of divine fire. His flames rained down, incinerating undead and demonic enemies alike. Together, they swept through the skies, clearing out enemy flyers just as their leader had ordered. I wonder how our great leader is doing. Her keen archer's eyes focused on the distance. She spotted a bizarre monster, a massive turtle-like creature with 3 serpent heads writhing from its shell. The beast was attempting to devour the strange floating golems deployed by their commander, but their small, agile forms made it nearly impossible to catch them. Everyone seems to be doing fine, I just need to get rid of this thing, and the wave might end. Roland found himself facing the strongest monster on the field. Roland hovered in the sky, runes flaring across his body and the Leviathan armor glowing with potent water mana. He felt the temperature spike again. The magma vents on the creature's shell exploded in synchronized bursts, forming a spiraling storm of flame that raced skyward toward him. He surged to the side, twisting in midair, but the attack's range was too wide to fully evade. The thermal shockwave slammed into him, but a thick barrier of water energy absorbed the brunt of the heat. Steam hissed around his body, cloaking him in a dense mist for a single heartbeat, just long enough to make the soldiers on the wall fear their savior had been caught in the blast. Then the mist burst outward in a wave of pressurized water, revealing Roland unscathed. His armor gleamed with lingering energy, the glowing runes flaring briefly as they vented the excess heat. The Leviathan set was proving effective, he barely felt the temperature. The monster roared in frustration and unleashed a torrent of searing flame, furious that he had lasted this long. But Roland's golem swarmed around its many heads, disrupting its aim and keeping it from locking onto him. I need to take out those vents. That has to be its weak point. While the monster was vulnerable to water and cold, the real challenge lay in lowering the temperature enough to make a difference. Few could withstand, let alone counter, the overwhelming heat radiating from its body, but Roland was no ordinary mage or craftsman. With his new armor equipped, all water-based spells were enhanced, and even ice magic saw a boost. It was time to start shifting the battlefield in his favor. He would begin with a simple tactic to bring the temperature down, by tossing some water bombs into those volcano openings. Roland dove toward the monstrous turtle, narrowly avoiding another pillar of flame. In his hand materialized a large sphere, a variation of an old signature weapon. Without hesitation, he streaked toward the creature's back, weaving through jets of molten lava and clouds of dark smoke. When he spotted an opening, he hurled the sphere inside. A moment later, it detonated with a watery burst, flooding the interior with a surge of water and glacial energy. The explosion sent a pillar of steam blasting into the air, briefly obscuring the monster as water met molten rock. For a few seconds, it was impossible to see whether Roland had succeeded, but the turtle-like monstrosity answered that question with an earth-shaking roar, stumbling forward as scalding mist poured from its vents. One of the serpent heads writhed in agony, steam rising from its slackening jaws. Roland didn't pause to celebrate. Another bomb was already forming in his hand as he darted to the opposite side of the beast, weaving between fireballs. His floating golems zipped around the monster, drawing its attention and buying him precious seconds. When a second vent began to glow red-hot, signaling another eruption, he hurled the bomb without hesitation. It struck true. Steam burst outward as the intense heat clashed with the cold watery energy of the weapon. As the temperature dropped, a crackling layer of sub-zero energy spread across the vent, freezing it solid and halting the eruption. The monster howled, its internal lava flow disrupted. Pressure was now building dangerously beneath its shell, and if this continued, it spelled disaster for the massive monster. Roland grinned. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. But just as he prepared to target the remaining vents with his freezing water bombs, the beast shifted. Its entire body turned a molten red, glowing like heated metal. Waves of searing heat rolled off its shell, and even with the protection of his enchanted armor, Roland could feel the temperature spike. The massive, turtle-like monster began to tremble, its entire frame convulsing with a deep, earth-shaking rumble that echoed across the battlefield. The light in its serpentine eyes flared red with fury. Cracks spread across its shell, revealing glowing veins of magma beneath, like a forge on the edge of eruption. Its transformation was violent and unnatural, more a forced mutation than an evolution. The three serpentine heads shrieked in unison as their scales blackened and flaked away in molten chunks, exposing glowing muscles that writhed like living lava. Each mouth stretched wide, fangs lengthening into obsidian blades wreathed in flame. Even its legs split and cracked, reinforced by bone-like plating infused with fire, glowing as veins of lava surged through them. The ground around it began to melt, bubbling into pools of liquid fire. Volcanic vents on its back flared brighter than ever, no longer erupting in bursts but sustaining a constant blaze, like infernal engines. Fire and ash poured from its shell, cloaking it in a storm of destruction. What had once been a heavy, defensive carapace now glowed a molten red, its surface alive with heat and flame, like a walking mountain ready to explode. It was no longer just a monster, it had become a walking cataclysm. Worse still, instead of continuing its battle with Roland, it suddenly turned away, as if following a command or pursuing a mission. With an ear-splitting roar, it charged. The creature was no longer slow. Lava splashed with every step, and the earth cracked beneath the force of its renewed momentum. It was burning through every last reserve of mana and stamina, its own life force driving a final, suicidal rampage. It's forcing a transformation beyond its limits. It won't last long like this. Roland, watching from above, narrowed his eyes and muttered grimly. But it'll be enough to reach the city walls, and once those walls are down... Roland's jaw tightened. He couldn't let it reach the city. Too many civilians were behind those walls, craftsmen, healers, children, and soon, people who would be his responsibility. Although he had secured his golems along the battlements, some monsters still managed to reach them. If a giant hole was blasted into the wall, there was a high chance others would get inside and cause chaos. Even a single Tier 3 monster breaching the defenses could be catastrophic, especially since all their forces were stationed on the walls, leaving little manpower to respond inside the city. The narrow streets and many buildings would make protecting civilians much more difficult. He had to destroy this monster before it reached the wall, or at least find a way to stop it. It's going fast. Roland acted quickly and ordered all available golem units stationed on the walls to fire at the approaching monster. Even if they could not do much damage, he hoped their attacks might at least slow it down. From the northern wall, a new metallic sound echoed across the battlefield. The heavy clatter of multi-jointed limbs struck stone and steel as several spider golems broke away from their positions. They skittered toward the section of the wall that faced the advancing monstrosity. It did not take them long to relocate. As they settled into position, the runes on their bodies began to shift in color, changing from a deep crimson to a pale watery blue. Moisture formed around their turrets as they prepared to fire. Foam! The first volley echoed like thunder. Spheres of compressed mana shimmered with crystalline frost and glistening water as they streaked through the air. When they struck the creature's molten shell, bursts of steam and crackling frost erupted. Chunks of magma cooled rapidly and hardened into brittle fragments. The creature roared in fury as its body was drenched in chilling energy. Some of its magma vents were now clogged with solidified stone. A second barrage followed, this time more precise and concentrated. 2 shots struck 2 of the monster's massive heads. The moment they landed, a surge of steam exploded outward and wrapped the creature in a thick mist. It was working to some degree, but the monster still wasn't stopping. It let out a shriek and erupted again. Flames burst from every crack in its body, and magma surged along its limbs like veins filled with raw fury. Its momentum had slowed somewhat, but the golems were still not enough to bring it down. For Roland, this was enough. The creature's speed had dropped by 30%, and it was burning through its stamina even faster. That gave him an opening. He surged forward, cutting through the night sky as he flew back toward the city. As Roland ascended sharply into the air, the heat from the monster's molten form followed him like a rising inferno. For a brief moment, the creature slowed, its steps growing heavier as the sudden clash of heat and cold weighed it down. But then, several small molten rocks erupted skyward. At first, they blasted off in random directions, but then, as if guided by magic, they all turned toward him. What are those? Some kind of volcanic magic missiles. He could tell this was no random effect. The fiery projectiles were clearly tracking his movements through the air. It was as if the monster had identified him as the true threat and was trying to distract or eliminate him before it reached the city walls. Even as he veered off to the side, the creature stayed its course, charging straight toward the city. The missiles continued to pursue him relentlessly. With the help of his flight unit, he twisted and darted through the sky, narrowly avoiding each fiery blast. Explosions lit up the air behind him as he bobbed and weaved, keeping just ahead of the burning storm. The rocky missiles hadn't slowed him down much, but he couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The monster was behaving oddly, almost as if it were being guided by something, someone. A creature like this would normally be easy to lure away with a few well-placed attacks. He began to suspect that the dungeon which spawned it had issued a directive, compelling its creations to focus on destroying settlements. If that were true, it would explain the relentless focus, but he couldn't be certain until he examined the dungeon core and uncovered its secrets. The last projectile slammed into the water shield he had summoned and exploded mid-air. However, Roland had reached the area near the city perimeter, just ahead of the charging monster. Hovering in mid-air, he activated his spatial runes. Within moments, metallic rods began to materialize behind him. They were large, thick like logs, and covered in intricate runes. Roland didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, the metallic rods launched downward like silver javelins, embedding themselves deep into the earth ahead of the charging beast. They formed a wide arc, spaced with precision, glowing as soon as they struck ground. Dozens of them, each forged from mage-infused steel and etched with elemental runes, formed a massive semicircle trap zone, right in the monster's path. A mana pulse spread through the soil, followed by a series of muffled tremors. The rods activated in sequence, their runes flickering to life in waves of pale blue and grassy green. The ground began to shimmer, then churn, as if the very earth was rejecting its own solidity. The terrain shifted rapidly. Grass and stone gave way to bubbling mud and churning currents. The soil softened, then turned to sludge. Within seconds, the ground inside the trap had transformed into a vast watery quagmire, a liquefied marsh of enchanted water and dissolving stone. It spread outward like a creeping infection, stretching across the path of the charging monster. The beast did not slow. Too massive and too focused, it remained unaware of the transformation beneath its feet. It barreled forward, either unaware of the danger or unable to stop. As its massive limbs struck the edge of the trap, the ground collapsed beneath them. One leg plunged knee-deep into the mire, then another. Its own momentum dragged its towering form deeper into the muck. With a pained howl, it thrashed violently, struggling to break free. But the more it fought, the further it sank. It was not yet fully submerged. One leg still found solid ground, and the creature tried to pull itself out. Roland responded immediately. He activated more of the silvery rods, completing the half-circle and unlocking the full potential of his greater quagmire spell. He had carefully modified the spell to cover wide areas and either trap or bury monsters. With the formation complete, the spell surged to full strength. The trap deepened into a pit nearly 50 meters deep, more than enough to engulf even a creature of this size. Steam hissed violently as the monster's molten limbs met the enchanted water, sending jets of scalding mist into the air. The liquefied terrain was working as intended. The creature's intense heat was being drained, and the glow of its volcanic vents began to fade. It let out a furious scream as its final leg slipped into the churning pit. The swamp writhed with magical energy, tugging at the monster's limbs like invisible chains. Roland's runes flared brighter as he reinforced the binding, locking the creature in place. But it refused to go down quietly. More steam than ever burst from the trap, rising in thick bursts. The monster's shell pulsed with a red-hot glow as the moisture in the quagmire rapidly disappeared. The surrounding mud thickened and began to harden. Cracks spread through the solidifying ground as the very trap meant to consume the beast began to turn against itself. It's evaporating the quagmire. If the ground solidifies while pressure is still building, it could explode. The top layer of the trap was beginning to solidify, but a vast reservoir of water still existed beneath it, steadily converting to steam. If the surface sealed completely while pressure continued to rise below, the whole pit could erupt, potentially launching superheated debris toward the city. The walls were only 100 meters away. If he failed to finish this creature now, the consequences could be catastrophic. The quagmire had failed to fully submerge the monster or extinguish its flames, but it had succeeded in trapping it. The creature's massive shell was submerged, locked in place, but its three elongated heads still thrashed above the surface. From high in the air, Roland watched as it unleashed streams of molten breath in all directions, searching blindly for its attacker. I need to take out all three heads at once, or it will keep moving. With no time to cast another large-scale spell, Roland reached for a newly crafted tool strapped to his side. It resembled a large rectangular device, centered around a prominent crystalline orb. Shaped like the hilt of a blade but lacking a physical edge, it was smooth, marked only by enchanted metal. The moment he gripped it, threads of blue mana spiraled from his fingers, intertwining with reddish streams of raw aura. He had tested many energy types in the past, divine, necrotic, and warrior aura among them. While each had proven powerful on its own, he had discovered that certain combinations, especially those involving contrasting forces, could produce far greater effects. Aura, in particular, reached its peak when enhanced by specialized warrior skills. Through careful practice and refinement, Roland had learned how to merge several of these energies into one devastating force. His body was first engulfed in blue light, then red, and within seconds the two merged into a vivid purple as he activated a sequence of powerful skills. Raising the bladeless hilt above his head, he assumed a classic overhead striking stance. A sudden surge of energy erupted from the hilt. Blue and red intertwined to form a blade of pure force, one that pulsed in harmony with his violet aura. But the transformation was not yet complete. A shimmering haze of watery energy flowed over the purple blade, enhancing its power even further. His armor, forged from rare-tide metal, amplified all water-based spells and effects, allowing this new infusion to bond seamlessly with the weapon. There were limits to how many energy types and enhancements could be condensed into a single spell effect, but with the right skill and preparation, he could push those boundaries even higher. This was why he had devoted time to mastering physical techniques. Through training and discipline, he had developed a way to merge physical prowess with the magical arts, creating attacks capable of reaching enemies far beyond his own level of power. Roland exhaled slowly, allowing the overwhelming energy to settle into his limbs. The air around him shimmered with raw power, and even the sky seemed to fall silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation. With the force blade humming above his head, he angled his body downward. The runes along the hilt pulsed once more, resonating in perfect harmony with the enhancement crystal at its center. Finally, his flight unit flared, releasing a sudden burst of energy that launched him downward like a falling star. Agni, Armand, Lobelia, and everyone else present paused in their tracks. Even the guards stationed along the city wall stopped fighting, drawn by the immense shift in pressure. No words were exchanged, but everyone on the battlefield felt it. Something immense was about to happen. The very ground seemed to tense in preparation for the blow. The monster's three heads reared up at once, sensing the threat. One opened its maw to spew molten flame, another lashed out with sharp teeth, and the last unleashed a concussive roar meant to shatter bones. But they were too slow. Time seemed to freeze as Roland reached the apex of his descent. In that suspended moment, he channeled everything. The strength of his aura, the power of his magic, and the accumulated might of every buff and skill were focused into a single, expert slash. Mid-fall, he shifted his grip with practiced control, turning the force blade sideways, parallel to the earth, and struck. The blade of condensed energy sliced through the air and through all three heads of the writhing monstrosity. There was no resistance. The fusion of elemental force, physical mastery, and refined magical theory had created an edge that ignored even the toughest natural armor. A wave of purple light swept across the battlefield in a wide arc, flaring so brightly it blinded all who looked directly at it. The impact echoed like a thunderclap, shaking the walls of the city. For a moment, everything was still. The battlefield fell into silence, as if the world itself had paused to acknowledge the strike. For a moment, all three heads remained frozen in place. Their mouths hung open, attacks half-formed, faces twisted in a final mix of fury and disbelief. Then, slowly, like ancient trees falling to an unseen axe, they slid apart, severed cleanly at the neck. A surge of unstable energy pulsed through the creature's body. Deprived of its heads, it convulsed in a final, violent spasm. Its molten vents flared weakly, but they had already been pulled beneath the surface of mud-water. The volcanic light flickering through the fractured shell began to fade, growing dimmer with each passing second. At last, the massive form sank fully into the quagmire, where it began to cool, its violent glow extinguished by the enchanted mire. "Congratulations, you have gained a level." Roland didn't react to the system message as he was preoccupied with his victory and with the state of his newest weapon. The painstakingly made hilt and very expensive crystal it housed looked ruined. As he floated down to earth, the steam was still hissing from the deep pit. Roland slowly opened his hand and stared at what remained of the weapon he'd poured months into crafting and developing. The hilt, once sleek and polished, inscribed with intricate runes and forged from a rare monoconductive alloy, was now half melted. The metal had warped under the strain of the energy he had just unleashed. Most of the runes flickered weakly, and several had been completely burned away. Worse still, the crystal at the center had shattered. "I can use my skill to restore the metal, but not this crystal." Roland knew exactly how much the prototype had cost him. Time, resources, and no small amount of personal risk had gone into its creation. But now was not the moment to dwell on loss. The boss monster had fallen, but the battle was far from over. Smaller creatures still swarmed around the city, threatening its defenses. Based on his calculations, this assault was likely to last much longer than the one in Albrook, which now seemed to be drawing to a close. He wasn't sure whether more of these giant monsters existed, but if creatures like that appeared in other cities, it would spell disaster for the people of this island. At the same time, it presented new opportunities for people like him and Arthur, who were beginning to rise in influence, and any loss in the lands of their enemies was a boon for them. "I think the main wave has ended. We should be fine now," Roland muttered, his voice carried softly by the wind as he touched down beside the hastily assembled command post atop the battlements. The morning light spilled across the landscape, casting a golden glow over the battlefield. The scorched earth and shattered stone took on an almost surreal beauty under the gentle dawn. Wisps of steam still curled up from the pit where the turtle-like monster had fallen. All around the walls, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of smaller monster corpses littered the ground in grotesque heaps. "High Commander, I've spread my golems around the perimeter, just as you ordered," came a voice from behind. Roland turned slightly and nodded at Lady Cortana. Her voice had a hint of fatigue to it. "Good job. You can rest for now." "Rest? Good, I could use a drink," Armand said, grinning as he wiped monster gore from his arms. Cortana turned slightly, eyeing him with distaste. The man was drenched in fluids of questionable origin, and the stench was overwhelming. She silently thanked her helmet for filtering out most of it. "Not you," Roland said, shaking his head. "We need someone here in case anything goes wrong." "Me? Why do I have to be the one who stays?" Armand protested, his smile fading. "You won't be alone. The Guildmaster and Sir Durandal will be with you." Ordhan, leaning against the wall nearby, looked visibly annoyed, but he knew better than to complain as he was under contract. Veterans like him had seen worse and gone longer without rest. This was just another long day in a dangerous line of work, and he understood that speaking out now would change nothing. "Sir Durandal, you're in charge now. Report to me immediately if you see anything unusual." "Of course, High Commander." Durandal answered in his usual knightly tone, but his expression shifted slightly as he caught Armand muttering under his breath. "Can't we have Cortana stay instead? Why does it always have to be such a sausage fest?" Roland didn't respond, but he noticed the slight twitch in his brother's posture. For just a moment, Robert's hand hovered near his sword. It was subtle, controlled, but unmistakable. The gesture made Roland wonder, if it came to a real fight, would he be able to take down someone like Armand, who was still a higher level despite his special class? He pushed the thought aside. For now, they were all on the same side, and the city still needed protecting. Although the worst seemed to be over, there were other matters that required his attention. He had the deputy mayor on his side now, but that alone wasn't enough. From past experience, he knew this city had more than its share of corruption, and before Theodore's forces arrived, he needed to gather more evidence to support his case. At this point, Aldbourne was a smaller city than Albrook, which had been expanding rapidly. The citizens here didn't feel safe. The Thieves' Guild was running unchecked, and people were disappearing from the streets without a trace. He was well aware of the illegal slave trade taking place and had even helped rescue a few victims not long ago. So, where are we going, High Commander Wayland? Awoo! As he descended a set of stairs leading into the city, Lobelia called out to him in a playful tone. There was a reason he had chosen her over her brother as compared to Armand. She had an intellect above that of a toddler. Agni, along with the golems controlled by Lucille, would remain behind as a deterrent and provide support if anyone tried to flee. While the mayor and lesser nobles had already abandoned the city, the criminal underworld had stayed behind. More precisely, they hadn't been allowed to escape, thanks to one of his associates. We're going to meet one of our allies. An ally? Yes, follow me. There was no one littering the streets, the houses stood eerily silent. The cobbled roads were stained with soot but the buildings were intact. Windows had been nailed shut hastily, and the planks were put in place unevenly. As Roland walked forward, accompanied by Lobelia, Lucille, and the loud wolf Agni beside him, the faintest signs of life flickered behind the wood and glass, silhouettes in closed windows, looking with a hint of distrust. But it wasn't just fear that Roland saw in those eyes. There was something deeper, something he wasn't sure how to handle yet. It was hope and gratitude. He had come to take control of this place and add it to Arthur's territory. These people weren't supposed to mean much to him. They were simply a source of taxes to support their leader. He understood that a happier population would bring greater profits, but he also felt something unexpected. It was a sense of responsibility. The plan had been his from the beginning. He was the one who gave Arthur the idea to seize this opportunity while Theodore focused on defending more important settlements. Now that he had promised to protect these people, he intended to keep that promise. They reached a nondescript building at the end of a narrow alleyway. It looked abandoned, its walls cracked, the door partially rotted, and with mold clinging to the stone. But Roland knew better. He walked up to the side of the structure and placed his hand against what appeared to be a crumbling outer wall. Soon after, there was a faint click. The wall shimmered for a split second before vanishing like mist, revealing a stairwell descending into darkness. Oh, a mist wall. That one's a classic, but not common in these parts. She was the only member of the Thieves' Guild he truly trusted, so bringing her along had been an easy decision. He gestured for her to go in first, then turned to Agni and Lucille. Agni, make sure no one follows us. Lady Cortana, spread your golems out to the specific spots I give you. She nodded, and the visor on her helmet lit up as he transmitted the coordinates to all the potential escape points. As far as he knew, everything had already been taken care of below, but it was always safer to have a backup plan. With the golems stationed outside, no one would be able to slip away. Roland descended the steps into the dark, damp corridor. The only sounds accompanying him were the rhythmic clack of his boots on aged stone and the occasional creak of timber above. The torch sconces along the walls had long since gone cold, with no one left to light them. Faint signs of battle marked the hallway. Burn marks scorched the walls, deep gouges scarred the stone, and dried blood stained the floor a dark brown. Lobelia moved ahead of him, her eyes scanning constantly for traps. No guards? No watchers? Not even a trap? That's not like them. It just means our associate kept their end of the deal. But let's move forward, the city isn't secure yet. Once they were deep enough into the tunnels, he allowed his floating golems to emerge. Their runes lit up the passageway, casting a pale glow over the stone walls as they drifted ahead, scanning for traps or anyone lying in wait. He was not expecting much resistance. When he had arrived in the city, he had already been briefed on what had taken place in these tunnels. Now, he was here simply to confirm it with his own eyes. The map on Roland's display pulsed gently, leading them deeper into the subterranean maze of the Thieves' Guild. These tunnels were unlike typical sewers or smuggling routes. They had been built with purpose and precision, reinforced with hidden alcoves, cleverly concealed kill zones, and false walls designed to mislead even experienced intruders. But with the guidance of his map, Roland knew the most direct path to the heart of the guild's hidden den. As they moved forward, signs of conflict became more apparent. Shattered blades lay scattered in dried pools of blood. He paused beside a blackened section of wall, examining the distinctive mark of a magic blast and the unusual scorch pattern left behind. Eventually, the corridor narrowed, ending at a heavy iron door concealed behind a secret panel. After scanning it for traps, he turned to Lobelia. "Stay behind me and keep your bow ready." She gave a quick nod, and he stepped back as the door creaked open, pushed forward by Roland's magic. The metal groaned in protest as it slid inward, its concealed hinges moving only under the force of his spell. A faint breeze greeted them, carrying the scent of blood, sweat, and alcohol. They had arrived. This was Aldbourne's Thieves' Guild. The chamber beyond was dimly lit by enchanted lights, which Roland quickly brought under his control. He made them flare brightly, both to announce his presence and to expose any threats that might be lurking in the shadows. Although the associate stationed here was supposed to be an ally, Roland did not fully trust them. Their capabilities were formidable, likely on par with the Adventurers Guild Master. The room bore signs of recent chaos. Tables lay overturned, scorch marks scarred the walls, and tankards of ale were scattered across the stone floor. This chamber served as a tavern for the city's thieves, fulfilling a role similar to that of an Adventurers Guild, a gathering place for those who operated in the shadows. Several passages branched off from the main hall, leading deeper into the underground network. One of them likely led to the black market. That was his destination now, where the illegal slave trade had taken root. When he arrived, he took note of the overturned stalls. They resembled those used by ordinary merchants, though their contents hinted at less lawful business. As the lights flared to full brightness, a shadow shifted in the corner of his vision. A figure stepped forward from a dark side passage. Lobelia raised her bow, a silver arrow already notched, but Roland held up a hand to stop her. This was the person he had come to meet. From the darkness, his associate emerged. The figure wore a tightly woven outfit of black leather and cloth, built for stealth and speed. Their face was entirely concealed by a soft-wrapped mask, and a voice modulator distorted their speech into something hollow and androgynous. It was impossible for most to tell whether they were a man or a woman, but Roland knew exactly who it was: Hanako, the Thieves' Guild Master from Albrook. "You're punctual. I like that," she called out to him, and Roland gave a brief nod, his eyes scanning the area. His mapping device displayed numerous life signals. People were hiding throughout the space, though a large number were clustered in just a few locations, likely the holding cells where survivors of the hostile takeover had been imprisoned. "You cleaned up well. Do you have what I asked for?" Roland walked toward her, his gaze locked on the monitoring device in his hand. The small dots representing hidden thieves shifted ever so slightly, as if waiting for a signal to strike. His golems had already spread out through the black market area, each one charged with magic and ready to respond if necessary. "High Commander Wayland." The voice that emerged was rasping, steady, and completely neutral in tone. It gave nothing away. "Please follow me. Everything you requested has been prepared." There was no ambush. No sudden movement. Instead, the thieves remained still, and a few stepped into view after Hanako gave a silent nod. She turned sharply and began walking, her steps soundless despite the stone floor beneath her. Roland followed her through an arched passage that curved away from the main chamber of the market. As they moved deeper, the air grew colder. The scent thickened into something more pungent, a mixture of stale sweat and old blood. The walls became rougher and the stone less polished. Whatever care had once been given to this part of the structure had long been abandoned. The deeper they went, the more it felt like a place used for storing people, not goods. The scent was now bordering on putrid, hinting at the conditions of the prison below. "Just as you instructed, we found the slaves and moved them to safety. We also captured the ones responsible. Their leader is among them." This was exactly what he had hoped for. The one they had caught was someone he had dealt with before, someone he had not forgotten. Seeing that person again might bring closure to more than just this mission. As they continued walking, Roland glanced into the iron-barred cells along the corridor. Inside were hardened criminals. Many were known thieves, killers, or traffickers. These were not people he wanted back in the city. Still, he knew better than to believe the guild could be wiped out completely. A figure like Hanako, though shadowy and secretive, at least maintained a level of order. Under her rule, the worst crimes were forbidden. Murder, forced slavery, and other atrocities were not tolerated. And most importantly, she answered to him. Finally, they arrived at a thick, reinforced door guarded by two individuals in similar black garb to Hanako's. They said nothing, only stepped aside at her approach. She gestured to the door and then it opened. Inside, there were a couple individuals waiting for them, slave traders, and among them, one person in particular, Aubert Abrams, the merchant who had dealings with Theodore and ran this whole operation. We have stored all the ledgers, correspondence, and identifying marks on the merchandise. Everything ties Abrams to that bastard Theodore's network. You'll find it all inside. She handed him a spatial pouch, heavy with its contents. Inside was a collection of evidence, not only detailing Abrams' crimes but also containing anything that could be used to damage Theodore's reputation. This was all part of Roland's larger plan to take control of the city. Before the conflict began, they had slowly embedded members of Hanako's guild within Aldbourne. A few weeks before the actual outbreak, Hanako herself arrived under the guise of routine business. That gave her enough time to investigate thoroughly, uncover hidden operations, and secure critical information. She had even captured the wealthy merchant Abrams and his accomplices before they could flee beyond the city's walls. Roland's expression remained unreadable beneath his helmet. This was exactly what he needed. Not just prisoners in chains or vague accusations whispered in back rooms, but concrete evidence. Tangible and damning proof. If Abrams' involvement could be exposed through documentation, it would do more than discredit one man. It would weaken Theodore's circle of influence and, more importantly, bring scorn from his father, Alexander Valerian. You did well. Roland said with a nod. Thank you, High Commander. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Hanako replied, her voice ever shifting in tones. It would be best if you remain in the city for now. We still do not know how this will end. I will. But do not expect my guild to face the Valerian Knights in open battle. No amount of gold will protect anyone from Valerian steel. Roland gave a small nod. Arthur's noble house was infamous for responding swiftly and without hesitation to opposition. Most people avoided becoming entangled in their affairs if they could help it. While they were safe under Arthur's protection for the moment, if Theodore were to win the contest and claim the title of Duke, everything could change. He would likely seek out those who had stood against him during the trials and make examples of them. I understand. We will not need your help with that. Just remain here and prepare these people for transport once this is over, we might need them to testify. With everything in order, he turned to leave. Aubert Abrams began thrashing against his bindings, groaning through a bloodied gag. Roland took no pleasure in putting others in these situations, but this man was no good Samaritan. He had ruined countless lives and would continue to do so if left unchecked. He had nearly forced his own younger brother out of the family and had orchestrated multiple assassination attempts. With so much blood on his hands, it was difficult for Roland to feel any sympathy. Once this was all over, the only fate awaiting Aubert would likely be death. Or perhaps something more poetic, becoming a criminal slave and living a life that he forced on others. With all of this, just one more thing remained to do, to face Theodore Valerian and finally take over this city. The great stone towers of Vale Watch Keep pierced the afternoon sky, the Valerian banners fluttering in the highland winds. From the highest balcony of the inner keep, the sweeping view extended far over the green plains and hills that formed the core of Theodore Valerian's lands. The city below bustled with activity, civilians rebuilding walls, knights tending to their wounds, and smoke rising steadily from smithies and workshops. Despite the scars left by the recent dungeon break, Vale Watch remained standing with minimal damage. Inside the fortress, torches cast long shadows across the arched ceilings of the war room, a circular chamber built deep into the heart of the castle. Maps and ledgers covered the long table at its center, weighed down by steel markers denoting troop placements and city conditions. A scent of iron, sweat, and parchment hung in the air. The doors opened with a heavy groan. A knight in full plate, burnished and bearing fresh battle scratches, strode inside. He said nothing, moving directly toward the man seated on a large throne before a map of Dragnus Island. At the center of the map rose a towering volcano with a figure of a dragon on top. "My Lord Valerian," he said. His voice was steady, though a trace of fatigue lingered beneath the surface. "We've completed the sweep of the southern pass. The dungeon's corruption has faded. Most of the surviving monsters have been purged." Theodore sat back on his throne as if he were already a duke. He didn't rise. He didn't need to. Instead, he rested the side of his head on his hand and waited. His armor remained pristine despite the chaos of recent days, polished to a mirror shine, gilded along the seams, and marked by the stag-engraved pauldron that signified his authority as the Duke's son and acting commander. His gaze was sharp, with auburn eyes framed by a hawkish nose and arched brows. Unlike his younger brother Arthur, his hair held no hint of white. It was pitch black, slicked back to reveal a high and wide forehead. He looked like a man nearing his 30s, someone who had little patience for opposition. His focus remained fixed on the knight who had delivered the report, and finally, he spoke. "Tell me, what of the casualties?" "Hi, my lord. Many of the commoners have perished." Before the knight could finish, Theodore raised a hand to silence him. His expression darkened. "Our soldiers?" "Ah, yes, of course, my lord. Our forces suffered only minimal casualties and we managed to defend most of our settlements, but... The knight hesitated. Though he had faced monsters and horrors from the dungeon itself, it was the weight of Theodore Valerian's gaze that made him falter. The silence in the war room became oppressive, like a blade pressed lightly against the neck. "But, the cities took the brunt of it. Infrastructure is in ruins in both Harkendale and Greybridge. Supply lines have been disrupted, and we lost several key experts and healers during the first wave." He paused before adding. "We also have refugees. Thousands. And not all of them are from our domain. We must be careful of spies. I'm sure our enemies will use this as an opportunity." Another voice entered the conversation. It belonged to an older man and was rather dry. "Velen brings up a good point." Theodore nodded, already deep in thought. In his mind, this was the perfect chance for his eldest brother to expand his influence. Sending people into the cities during reconstruction would be easy. They could lie in wait and disrupt operations later. Now was not the time to worry about refugees or a few injured commoners. He had to protect his power base and prepare to strike back. If his brothers could benefit from the chaos, so could he. "Focus on repairing our defenses. Any refugees can wait outside the city walls. Send our agents into Julius's lands. There's no way they handled the dungeon break better than we did." As the orders were being handed down and scribes rushed to record Theodore's commands, the discussion shifted to less significant locations. His domain included a mix of major and minor settlements, but his eyes lingered on one spot near the city of Albrook. Just as he was about to ask about the city closest to it, the doors to the war room flew open. "My lord, news from Aldbourne." "Aldbourne? What about it?" Velen, his chief advisor, turned to the man who had stormed in. He was a member of their intelligence unit, authorized to deliver sensitive reports in times of crisis. Judging by the sweat on his brow, Theodore was already expecting the worst. "We've lost contact with our forces stationed there. No signals have come through for 2 days." The man handed over a sealed report. Velen took it and scanned the contents quickly, his expression tightening with concern. They've been rejecting our magical queries. The chances of foreign interference are high. But from Albrook, of all places? That doesn't make sense." Theodore listened intently, his mind already racing through possible scenarios. When the report was handed to him, he read it swiftly and thoroughly. Aldbourne had requested reinforcements, but the plea had been dismissed. Command believed the threat had been exaggerated, so troops were diverted to areas considered more critical. Now it appeared that a foreign force had moved into the area. According to intelligence, that force operated under the banner of his younger brother, Arthur. "What is that bastard doing? Do they take me for a fool?" He wouldn't be deceived. It was clear to him that Arthur was not acting alone. Someone else was pulling the strings, most likely Julius, the most powerful and dangerous of his brothers. Theodore saw through the ploy. This wasn't about Aldbourne. That city was the distraction. He would not take the bait. He would not waste his forces trying to reclaim a city already lost. Instead, he would reinforce the other flank, where the mines, grain stores, and key trade routes lay. That was where the real prize was, and he was certain Julius knew it too. Aldbourne was not the goal. It was the opening move in a larger game, and Theodore had no intention of playing it on someone else's terms. "Alphonse." "Yes, Lord Valerian." The knight commander stepped forward and knelt before his lord. Theodore's eyes narrowed as he studied the man. Aldbourne had fallen under Alphonse's area of command. While it reeked of a distraction, Theodore couldn't afford to leave the city in enemy hands. It was too exposed, too close to his borders, and letting it remain under foreign control would send the wrong message. He would not commit to a full campaign. That was exactly what Julius wanted. But he also would not sit idle. A measured response was necessary. Gather a detachment. A modest force. Enough to retake the city and re-establish control, nothing more. We are not walking into their trap. Alphonse bowed his head in acknowledgement. The situation is manageable. Albrook has been expanding, but they still lack the strength to challenge us directly. The recent dungeon break will keep most of their forces occupied. Theodore nodded as he thought to himself. He knew Julius was behind this. It was a tactic meant to stretch him thin, to force him to divide his forces. But he would not fall for it. He was well aware of the slavery taking place in that city, but even if it were exposed, nothing could be traced back to him. He had prepared scapegoats for exactly this kind of situation. He had to give his older brother credit for being clever enough to see through it, but he would not be fooled. He was smarter than Julius, more cunning than anyone, and he would be the one to become Duke. Is it over? I don't see any more. It has to be. The sound of clashing steel, monstrous howls, and explosive magic had faded, replaced by cheering. On the battered walls of Aldbourne, soldiers raised their weapons high, their dirt-covered faces split with tired grins. Victory songs echoed across the ramparts, hoarse, uncoordinated, but joyful. The dungeon break was over. The last of the aberrations had fallen, their bodies joining the others that were shot down by magical golem blasts from afar. Among the soldiers, cries of relief and laughter rose into the air. Some dropped to their knees in prayer, others wept openly for the comrades they had lost. In the distance, the bells of the Solarian church began to ring. 3 long tolls echoed through the streets, a signal that it was over, that the city was safe, and its people could finally breathe. Hugs were exchanged, voices lifted in joy, and for a moment, the weight of the situation began to lift. But not for Roland. He stood motionless among the celebrating crowd, his expression hidden behind his rune helmet. He didn't smile. His eyes were fixed on the horizon and beyond it. The monsters were gone, the dungeon break was ending, but this wasn't over. Not yet. Will they make it in time? He mumbled to himself while surveying the battlefield, his eyes drifting over the bodies of nearly 1,000 monsters that now lay scattered around the city's outer walls. The giant turtle-like beast had been the greatest threat, and though he had managed to hold the others back, that didn't mean the city had gone unscathed. Even before he arrived, people had died. Some had been killed by monsters. Others had fallen victim to panic and desperation, murdered during the chaos as looters broke into homes and violence spread unchecked. There simply hadn't been enough soldiers to protect everyone. Still, in the grander scheme, it was a victory. A hard-fought one, but a victory nonetheless. The gates still stood. The people were alive, but Roland's gaze never left the horizon. What's wrong? Are there more monsters coming? Roland's thoughts were broken by the voice of Armand. The man was soaked in blood and brown liquids, a mixture of fluids from the dozens of monsters he had helped slay. It clung to his body, making him reek. Though after some cleaning magic it was soon fixed. The harness made to control his battle frenzy had worked well, though Roland knew it still needed refinement. Monsters? No, those are gone, but something worse is coming. Get some rest while you can. Something worse? Armand tilted his head and then smirked. Oh, that sounds great. More things to punch. He actually looked excited. His level had increased several times since they arrived, and judging by his grin, he was eager to climb even higher. Roland had gained power too. With a slight jerk, he glanced at his status screen, confirming his new level. The numbers had gone up, his strength had grown, but in his mind, it still wasn't enough. Name: Roland Arden L219. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L44 Primary, T2 Runesmith Lord L50 Tertiary, T2 Runic Engineer L50 Secondary, T1 Mage L25X, T1 Runic Monoscribe L25X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X. Don't tell me, could those enemies be ones flying a stag banner? Armand's grin faltered as someone else approached. Before Roland could answer, another voice joined them. Ordhan, the guild master, approached with his massive axe slung over one shoulder. His expression was grim, his tone far from amused. Fighting monsters is one thing, but I will not involve myself in your little squabble between noble brats. Roland wasn't surprised. Ordhan had likely seen this coming. The man was too seasoned not to. And while his strength would have been a great asset, Roland knew the limits of their agreement. The contract they had signed didn't mention anything about fighting other nobles or engaging in political wars. At best, Ordhan could be asked to defend Albrook if it came under direct attack. But this city wasn't even officially theirs. Still, Roland wasn't planning to let him walk away just yet. There was work to be done. Don't worry. I have a different task for you. He gestured toward the field of monster corpses that surrounded the city. See all of that? Ordhan glanced over and gave a tired nod. Yeah? What about it? There are still plenty of adventurers in the city. Take them. Gather every monster body out there. We need the crystals in parts. This was still part of the culling event. Most of the danger had passed, but there were quotas to meet. Every monster part mattered. Monocrystals, monster cores, claws, hides, all of it would be counted toward their final score. And with monsters still roaming the outlands, especially near abandoned villages, there was no shortage of work left. You want me to do grunt work? Ordhan raised an eyebrow, but Roland didn't flinch. Do you have anything better to do? Ordhan grunted, then gave a sharp exhale that might have been a laugh. Fine. But I expect a very generous cut of the rewards. Of course. Roland replied without missing a beat. Just make sure everything is documented and secured. If we're going to get credit for clearing the dungeon break, we need to submit. I know. You don't need to explain. Before he could finish, Ordhan was already turning away with a grunt. It might have seemed disrespectful to wave off the High Knight Commander like that, but Roland didn't mind. The Guildmaster wasn't one for ceremony, and right now, efficiency mattered more than etiquette. These monster parts weren't ordinary. Every creature from this dungeon break carried a unique mana signature, impossible to replicate or forge. The loot would be tallied and verified by mages from the Valyrian household, a rare but strictly enforced process. The more they secured before reinforcements arrived, the more credit Albrook would receive and the stronger their position would be in the aftermath. Theodore's troops were likely already on the move. Roland estimated they would arrive within a day or two at most. That meant time was short. He had no doubt they already knew of his involvement, but how large their force would be or whether it would lead to an actual battle remained uncertain. Fighting monsters was one thing. Facing soldiers under a noble banner was something else entirely. Roland turned away from the ramparts. His armor clinked softly with each step as he descended the crumbling stairway into the city proper. All around him, the people of Aldbourne were emerging from shelters, peering cautiously at the sunlight as if expecting another wave of monsters to come charging through the gates. He passed mothers clutching children, elderly folk kneeling in silent prayer, and battered soldiers leaning against broken walls with expressions of exhaustion etched deep into their faces. This was the reality of the situation. These people had been abandoned and would have died if not for him. Yet, if he asked them to fight for him and for Arthur, he was not certain they would follow. He was beginning to move into unfamiliar territory, and the Tier 3 Ascension ritual was the closest thing he had experienced to actual war training. The aftermath of the dungeon break had left the city hollowed but still standing. The monsters had not managed to breach the walls, and most of the houses remained intact, suffering only minor damage. A few monsters had used ranged attacks, causing some internal destruction, but nothing that couldn't be repaired within a week or two. As he moved through the city to inspect the damage, people cheered for him and his companions. They saw them as heroes walking among them, unaware of what was about to unfold. He ordered everyone to take a break. They had been fighting monsters for 2 full days without any sleep. Lucille was the most affected among them, and Robert had to support her as they walked. Agni stayed close by. His energy was still high, but he needed rest too. The next battle could begin at any moment, and they had to be ready. The city was still under lockdown, and everyone from his group had gone to get some rest, but he stayed alert, returning to one of the gate towers to use as his temporary station. There he remained with Agni, keeping watch, waiting, and planning. Soon, in the distance, he heard the sound of hooves.